Oh man, that's hardcore right there. That's pretty hard. But no, only thing I've ever felt from those, other than they're annoying because you got to sit still. They got you propped up on styrofoam, and suddenly the son bitch takes off, and it's like you're like, God damn.
You said you got hard in there, Rat Blood?
um, just about anything makes me hard.
All right, let's not go down this road.
You know, the sound of O'Shea's voice is just really starting to stimulate me. So
Brian O'Shea, do you like Nick Fuentes?
No, do you?
I mean, I think he's funny, but I don't really care much about it other than that.
Isn't he an obvious fucking plant of some sort?
No, I was just thinking like I thought for some reason I thought you were Catholic. That's why. I think O'Shea. I always think Catholic. So
Why, he's a Catholic?
huh?
Nick Fuentes is a Catholic?
Supposedly.
That's so lame. Catholicism, the Vatican.
you might want to check into. They're writing a new. I guess it'd be a sub book to the 88 canon that they have on the acceptance of extraterrestrial life and them being able to be redeemed and brought into the Catholic Church. That's happening right now.
I mean, isn't that what me, Mr. Mustache, believed in pretty much?
The real society, yeah, but it's just interesting to see how the Catholic Church is going about it because they're demanding that all Catholics in all parishes recognize this. I guess a compendium of how your alien brothers are just as redeemable as you are.
Well, have you ever seen somebody pay indulgences with like space money? That'd be pretty good. I mean, that sounds like probably the plan, if I had to guess.
Right. Well, I would think it would be interesting as if, they learn to mine gold out in space and they come here and we're all obsessed with gold and petro and, all they got to do is just go to the nearest asteroid or particular planetary body and just, they can bring back tons and tons and tons of it. And they're like, well, here you go. You
I
know,
don't know why, but I thought you were gonna say ashtray for some reason. So
no, it
Space
would
is
just destroy the gold monetary standard, and it would destroy the petrodollar if they could just mine it and bring it to us.
space is fake.
yeah,
I'm beginning to think so.
I was listening to this kind of interesting Christian guy earlier, and he was saying like there's no such thing as the trad church anymore because none of them are geocentric like they used to be. So like nobody believes that the Earth is the center of the universe. Like I actually do consider the Earth the center of the universe as far as I'm concerned. So
There's
like
probably
how
no
could you
like
not?
there's a firmament up there, I think. Like
It,
so
it,
yeah, it's more closer to the truth that this is like the center, like this is what there is. And then the weird thing is what those celestials are, whatever those fucking things are up there.
well, I have I don't mean to be overbearing or intrusive, but I think that the Earth itself is more of a prison. I mean, it seems like through the Christian religion, and especially the Old Testament, anything that God detested wound up here on earth. He banished Adam and Eve. He banished the serpent. He banished the Nephilim. He banished the fallen to be imprisoned here on earth. Everything that God either what I consider fucked up on or his abominations seem to have wound up here on earth by Christian canon.
Yeah, I mean, it is material realm.
including humans, which he regretted making by Christian
Well,
canon. Yes, he regretted making humans. It's in there.
well, I think he regretted making some of them, and then he remade them a little bit better, right? Like he wiped them out and said, "All right,
Well, that's that's your that's speculate. I don't believe in the Christian canon. I think there, especially with the Masonic understanding that I have. I read the Bible Masonically. I do not read it by allegory or
why would
by.
you? Why do you choose? Like, what gives you the veracity of the Masonic version of events? Like, what's the basis of the veracity of that?
Because if you're in the Masonic order, or you are of the craft, then reading the Bible in the Masonic way gives you a different insight into what the Bible is. That's why whenever you become a Mason, you get a tracing board, a Bible, and an apron, and you learn the grip of a master Mason, and you're resurrected from Hiram Abib, and you learn as you're resurrected and brought from the casket, the tiger's paw. And then they start teaching you how to understand the Masonic, um, interpret. Well, it's not interpretation. How to read the Masonic aspect of the Bible.
What do you think came first, the Jews, the Rosicrucians, or the Masons?
Well, of course, the Jews.
But and forgive me for the crassness of saying this, but aren't the Masons kind of like the bitch of the Jews, though, in a sense?
Um, no, not actually. They worship a they worship a completely different entity of principality. They
Uh,
don't.
Ball or and I'm not saying this out of hate. I'm just like from my understanding, it's like Masons kind of do what the Jews tell them to
Jabulan.
do. So
Yeah, Jabulan is the one of the 33rd revealed secrets. You know,
say that again now. Sorry, I didn't understand.
Jabulan
What is that?
is just a reference to a deity that they identify to.
Isn't it basically like Ball or something like that?
No, it's just completely different, and even metaphor. You couldn't describe it unless you understood the procedure a degree. Um, you know, it, but that's why you have to have a faith. It doesn't matter what faith you are, as long as you have a faith. When you enter the lodge as an entered apprentice and you've been vetted, but then eventually it changes, and they don't ever use the word Jesus Christ. They use Christ Jesus, or the Christed one.
Do
It,
you do you what do you think Rosicrucianism came out of Masonry or Masonry came out of
yeah, yeah.
Rosicrucianism?
No, Rosicrucian came out of Masonry.
Do you
It
think
was
it's
a.
accurate in any way or not really?
I think their rituals are highly effective. But that's focused energy, and those rituals are a lot of memory. You have to remember text to get an efficient degree raise. I mean, you have to be able to recite in front of the lodge master, or the most honorable, most worshipful master of the lodge, and the deputy beside him, and you have to repeat without fail, unless it's a private ceremony in which they reenact certain events um, during certain times to, I guess, manifest it. And it surprised me. how effective it actually is at times.
So when you say it's true, do you just mean that it's more like effective more than like it's like scientifically true? And I guess my point in asking is like you say that you don't really believe in the Christian canon. So do you think it's more like this just Christianity is not really effective or pragmatic comparatively to Masonry or
No, they're above what would be considered Abrahamic Christianity. They discard that after you reach a certain degree, and you reach for illumination by, and like I said, most of it's memory work. Most of it is ceremonial, some private, some for the lodge, and then sometimes you just have to stand in front of the most worshipful master and recite without a book, different rites and passages, and that's how you earn degrees.
what do you think the deal with John Wayne Gacy was?
You know that. See, I'll give you a little bit of insight on not John Wayne Gacy because I don't think that he was. I think he was feeding his own desire that psychologically was a part of his nature. But the letters that were sent by the Zodiac killer has a lot of Masonic symbology and codex in it, but they never released that to the public. You'd have to be a Mason to see it.
Yeah, I've had people tell me that it had to do with like geomancy or something like that. I don't know if I fully understand that, but that's what I've been told about some of that.
Yeah, it's
About the
it's
Zodiac. Yeah.
yeah. He was either well studied or he was a very high degree Mason. One or the other.
Some people said that the Zodiac killer was Uncle Teddy, which I don't know if I believe that or not, but that was an interesting theory I heard.
Yeah,
It
I
was on
couldn't. I
Unsolved
couldn't tell
Mysteries.
you. Yeah, I couldn't tell
But
you who he was, but I can tell you that there is, you know, higher degreed codex and Masonic language in those letters.
but but so and again I'm just trying to understand, do you think that Masonry uh allows and or advocates for like sacrificing for rituals, or is that just something that it just kind of goes in that
Metaphorically,
direction for some people?
yeah, metaphorically. Now you do have zealots. Not all lodges get along as much as people would like to think that it's one big unified network of people in agreement with each other. When you get into these smaller lodges and smaller towns, from the Grand Lodge, they each of them have just a little bit of difference in the way they run they run
Yeah,
the lodge.
I went camping last year in this like really small town, like really far away from where I live, and it was really interesting because there's like these helicopters flying over low and everything, and it kind of made me really paranoid because it was the end of the season, and it was a huge campground, but there was like almost no people there, and and then I started looking around at the map. I got kind of bored, and I was like, because I didn't really have like good internet, so I just started like looking at this map around me and like seeing what was around, and there was like a Masonic lodge, or there was a Crucian lodge, and I started looking into like all the people involved in it, and like the main person involved was like one of the head teachers of like the high school, and like he was involved in other stuff, and it was just like this weird thing. And I kind of saw some like evidence for what you're saying, where like they had this like weird rivalry towards like other
Yeah, they
Masonic
do.
lodges and stuff like this. So it's pretty weird because I never really looked into that kind of stuff, and I just found it pretty strange that you kind of mentioned that, because that is something I kind of found. And they were
Well,
all like a lot of these people were like tied into like the emergency services
hmm.
of the county and stuff like that. So, and like they were also involved in like astronomy groups.
Oh
So they
yeah.
like all go out with like these like drones and telescopes and like Yeah, it's pretty weird. Pretty interesting. And they had this like giant building on the hill that was like all lit up, and it was like right next to where this lodge was supposed to be, and I could see it like off in the distance. So pretty interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, symbolic illumination. First you're taught about Lucifer and illumination and uh, the greater works, and then from there it just strays off into left right hand path. The Scottish Rite, the
What do you think about
Rosicrucian.
the Rosicrucians like AMORC and like Crowley and and Thelema? Do you think they're like true paths or more like just kind of
No,
BS?
no, I don't. No, I don't take Aleister Crowley as being anything more than a cultural icon and an endeavor into his own hedonistic desire for power, drugs, ritualistic magic, and he wanted to obtain I guess by his books some type of legendary status. I put more faith in Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard and what they done than what Crowley done. Though it was an offshoot, I think they had a greater effect than Crowley did because Crowley was
Right.
very hedonistic. Jack
Well, I've seen the
Parsons and
evidence of
Hubbard,
that.
yeah.
Well, I think Parsons still has a great influence in like Hollywood and like JPL. Like I think Elon Musk might be like a initiate of like whatever Parsons was into.
It's a good possibility because Parsons was blown up in his own laboratory, and then L. Ron Hubbard went on to develop Scientology.
Well, what's your opinion on Scientology? Because one thing I've come to understand, I mean, it's been alleged, I don't know if it's true, but like there's a lot of different groups that aren't called Scientology, but they definitely take on aspects of Scientology, if that makes any sense to you. But
Yeah,
um,
Scientology has such a strict code of I'm going to call it financial pickpocketing. I mean, the telemeter that they use, good standing, even some of the more profane stuff that's done in Scientology that is protected by those into Scientology. I looked into it as deep as I could, but I did not ever infiltrate Scientology. That's one organization I did not infiltrate. But it seems to be like the go-to religion for more of your Hollywood types and
well,
people.
I think MAGA and Trump are being run by Scientology personally. Like, I don't know what you feel about that, but that's my kind of opinion on it.
You know, I've been watching, and I think that what their design is to usher in biblical prophecy. Especially with the astrological positions of planetary bodies and different modes that are associated with the renewal or the rebirth, and they're going to mimic that as close as they can and try and make it as prophetic as they can. I do believe that there is a world agenda, and I know that because a Mason cannot kill a Mason. And in World War II, they wore a little flower, or they had it on their gun, or they had it on their uniform, so that an American knew not to kill that German, and that German knew not to kill that American because they were both Masons. And that didn't come out until about 5 years ago when that was finally discovered and
Really
released
interesting.
yeah,
That's pretty
yeah.
interesting. So hypothetically, so do you think that there's overlap between Masonry and Scientology, perhaps, or could be, or
I've never correlated the two together because Masonry always, to me, stood out separate. It was its own entity with its own grand design and architecture within the body of the Masonic order. You have people that come in, and there's only really 3 degrees to the Masons. There's the entered apprentice, the fellow craft, and the master Mason. And you get master Masons all the time at the lodge, but we call them tokens because they don't ever engage in boosting degrees or even studying the Masonic text in the libraries in the main lodge here in Fort Wayne. They just sit around, drink, bullshit, talk the same crap that you and I would talk if we were at a dining table, just bullshitting over coffee. Except,
do you
you know,
do you th- do you th- so you said that Scientology is trying to usher in like biblical prophecy in a sense?
no, 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 no. I think that's what Trump and
Oh,
the
oh, oh.
world powers are trying to do because you know at this stage of technology, and the ally resistance that even Iran is not getting uh, the proper backing from China and Russia that I feel it should. So I see them trying to fulfill some type of prophecy and usher in the
Yeah, it
new.
definitely looks that. It definitely looks that way. The so you're so does you have an interesting take on that? So I heard somebody say that they thought that the Masons were overthrew and the Fabian Socialists were overthrown by the Vatican, and like now we're really living under like the Vatican essentially, and like Vatican's like tried to destroy Masonry and Fabian Socialism. What do you think that's true or not really?
Um, yeah, see, you're not allowed to be a Catholic and be a Mason, but you can be a Mason and be a Catholic. Once the Catholic Church finds out you're a Mason, you're excommunicated. And the Masonic order, because of attendance and recruitment, is so low now that they're begging that the members of the lodge turn their sons and daughters and grandsons and granddaughters into Demolay or Job's daughters or Rainbow Girls.
Yeah, I saw
To
this meeting of a bunch of female Masons actually not too long ago, and I was really surprised. It's like I can't remember what they call them, but it was a bunch of
Eastern
females.
Stars.
Yeah, I think so, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're Eastern Stars, and they got to have at least one male present whenever the Eastern Stars gather together. But
Yeah.
they sent out a post, and they announced at the lodge that if they had sons, daughters, granddaughters, grandsons, that they encouraged them to bring them into the Demolay, the Rainbow
But
Girls, or
but
Job's daughters.
would you say that the Masons were probably more in charge before and now they've lost a lot of power?
Oh
Would you say
fuck
that's
yeah! Yes, yes, yeah, yeah. They have completely lost. Now on a city level, they still are kind of the ruling force. I mean, your lawyers, your judges, your police. They they all generally have some type of Masonic affiliation. But as far as a global network with the influence that they used to have, no, the attendance is too low and participation has dwindled off. Like I said, you got more tokens in a lodge than you do actual, you know, um, people doing, the greater works.
what do you think the mission of the Masons is ultimately? Is just like bringing illumination to the world, kind of like a Tikkun Olam type of
Now
thing,
that
or
they don't share it with the world, I mean, you can ask to be a Mason, but you will never be invited to be a Mason.
But what I mean is like, is the great work for themselves alone, or is it for
Yes,
the world alone?
it's
Like
for
for the
themselves so that they can be a part of a greater moral society. That's why morality, appearance, composure, even whenever they're brought into, like, the political arena or the judicial arena, even entertainment, you know, that's Masonically backed. They use Masonic ties to be able to reach those positions, and even those positions are brought before and petitioned by the lodge. You can't just say, "Well, I'm a Mason. I hold a 16th Scarlet degree, and I want to be a rock star." It don't work that way. If they have another use for you or feel that you are better assigned to another use, they will financially back you for that position, and they will communicate in the way that Masons do, so that you can work your way up through the ranks without resistance.
Do you think Gavin Newsom or someone like that's a Mason, or Trump or something?
Yeah, if they're not Masons, then they're associated with some type of offshoot, York Rite, Scottish Rite, generally not Shriners.
Yeah, what's
You
the deal
know,
with the Shriners? Because I've definitely noticed that they're a little bit different than the other ones.
yeah, you got to be a 33rd degree Mason, then you become a Shriner, and then they have their own doctrines and teachings that you know they work degrees on a personal level. You never stop earning degree. Even after a 33rd degree, you can go to be a Shriner, and there's other eclectic groups that are associated where you continue to advance your greater works.
But let me ask you a question. This is a very poignant question, or very like pointed. I mean, do you think that whites are being wiped out because the Masons have lost power, or do you think that it's for some other reason?
No, there's a theory that I have that, and even the Masonic order backs the same concept and theory. I don't know if you've ever heard of Prince Hall, but that's the Black Masons, only because they weren't born free men. Now that's changed a little bit since the Emancipation Proclamation and the development of the Prince Hall, the Black Masons, which you always had to have a white Mason of a master's degree for them to run a lodge and operate a lodge. And then the main hall is all white, but that's changing. Um, and the ideal is that the majority of the population of the world is dark hair, black hair, brown eyes. The minority of the world is blonde hair, red hair, blue eyes, green eyes. And they consider those to be traits of the master builder from Cain. Thus Hiram Abib, and if you believe the Mishra of the Goetia, that's also in there, which ties it into Judaism. Lots of Egyptian symbology and mystery school teachings come into the Masonic order. They use a lot of text. Even geometry is the main concept because they see the universe as geometrically proportioned, and therefore they become what they consider to be stewards. You have the operative and the speculative Mason.
So, and I'm sorry to just be repeat the question, but because I'm not sure if I completely understood if it's
Yeah,
related or
there's
not. But
certain things I can't reveal on it, but I'm trying my best to be as transparent with this as I
no, I
can.
understand. But so you are saying that there is a plan to wipe out Whitey, essentially.
Uh, but it's not instituted, or it has nothing to do with the Masonic order. Um, they pride themselves in the heritage of the green-eyed, blue-eyed, blonde hair, red hair. These people generally, and especially Caucasians, um, that they feel has any of the bloodline or the lineage of Cain in them, will get the advantage over anybody else.
Right. So, and if I understand, like, I'm a big fan of some of Danzig's songs and Misfits, because I think he's trying to tell some of this story, but like the Cain's blood and stuff like this. But he has that song called "Twist of Cain."
Yeah,
But is it the Cain, the mark of Cain? It's actually a mark of protection, right? So God's like saying, like, don't hurt the bloodline of Cain.
yeah, it was a mark of condemnation, but it was also a mark of protection, because anybody who recognized him or seen him for what he was would kill him. And then there was the placement of the curse that if anybody was to harm Cain or his lineage, that they would be cursed
Do you do
sevenfold.
you do you think there's some sort of esoteric Christianity or Masonry that kind of is like alluding to the fact that if people come against the bloodline of Cain, that God will curse them or something like that? Or
Yeah, it's a part of the doctrine.
interesting. I've never heard that directly said before, but makes a lot of
Well, I'm
sense.
not supposed to be saying it.
No, I get you. No, well, I'm saying like it lines up with my speculation. That's so, let's just say that I'm saying it, but so I guess coming from that angle, do you think that um I look at it like the Mummy's Curse. You ever seen the Mummy, like the old one or the new one? Is it
Right.
kind of like that where like basically like the world's going to come against the bloodline of Cain and then God just basically going to wipe everybody out who's coming against the bloodline of Cain?
They, yeah, they don't take it that profoundly, that if that, but they do protect the bloodline. That's why architecture was one of the main facets, geometry being one of the main facets. One of the key words to get into a lodge meeting is tubal-cain. You know, master builders. That's why Hitler tried to infiltrate the Masons and
Do,
under.
do, do you
Go
think
ahead.
that's part of sorry, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but do you think that that's part of why what Parsons was trying and L. Ron Hubbard were trying to figure out as well in some sense?
Yeah, they were trying to open a portal that you know uh, Crowley was supposed to have been in. After his venture through the desert with his understudy, and he was seeking that bridge, and Parsons and Hubbard were trying to through the nuclear fusion, you know, uh, the splitting of the atom. They tried to open that parallel gate at that time, and that's whenever the Babylon workings was taking place, which was an extension of what Crowley started. They just finished it.
But would you see that as like a protective magic over something, or was that like trying to usher in the end times the way that the Shabbat Lubavitch or something's trying to do?
No, that was a part of them promoting the movement. The the Philema, the Crowley, the esoteric movement, and to bring to light and in physical manifestation the spiritual bound with the physical combined, um, being able to utilize that principality. And some say that they never shut the portal and such forth and so on, but you know I think a lot of that by nature is exaggerated and turned into kind of disinformation, because after Parsons did the Babylon workings is when the government actually hired and contracted him and gave him his own research center. So the government was obviously watching him. That's how Parsons wound up with all his research equipment, his lab, funding. It was right after the Babylon workings, and then Hubbard come up with Dianetics, and he took off in a completely different direction.
Yeah, I think Dianetics. I mean, I read some Dianetics. I think he definitely was on to something in some degree. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of Scientology, but I do think that they definitely had some things right from the little bit I have read. Like it's a little bit crazy, but if some of the Dianetic stuff, I read some of it as a kid, and my mom had a Dianetics book. Somebody give it to her or something, and I picked it up and read it like 10 or 11 years old, and I thought it was very
Yeah,
interesting book for sure.
it's a profound read. I mean, he comes across with the different aspects of your telemeter, your vibrations, your frequencies, entity, inhabitant. Um, it's especially with the concept of aliens and his interdimensional take on it. So yeah, it's a heavy read, man. But I just couldn't buy into it. I still seen it as having too much science fiction at the time. When I wasn't so deep into metaphysics, I seen it as being more of a scientific take on, or a science fiction take on the aspects of a religion.
Yeah, it definitely is very similar to that. I mean, I would say, but I do think that there is something about science fiction where it is kind of like, I've seen a lot of overlap between the spiritual and the science fiction writers. I mean, there's definitely like, I don't know if they're trying to like manifest something or what, but there is something definitely going on with the sci-fi genre in a lot of ways, I would say. But
Yeah, they're telegraphing, and that's what that's all about. Is they have to condition society, and that's a part of what the Masonic order does. That's part of the greater works outside of oneself. Is you condition the general populace, and you get them ready for the next stage of whatever development they're coming across, but you cannot lay it on them because they're not developed in the same way. They don't know the esoterics behind it, so they kind of slow roll it in, get you used to it, and then it
right,
just becomes commonplace.
yeah, I definitely see that. Um, would you say that trying to think the right term? Well, do you think that Scientology has any amount of power right now, or
Oh yes, they have God. Yeah, they have considerable amount of influence. Uh,
would you say that they're like would you say that they kind of stand in the way of Masonry, or
no, there's generally no crossing over of boundaries there. I mean, Masonry kind of looks at Scientology as it would look at Mormonism or Jehovah's Witness. It's not affecting the greater architecture of the development of the greater works. The craft is what it's actually called.
Well, I
That's
guess what
what.
I'm saying is like if Scientology is trying to build parallel to Masonry, it in some sense could they see it as like an interference into
No
what they're
more than the
doing?
Catholic Church. I mean, they've been in opposition with the Catholic Church forever, and their way of defeating the Catholic Church was opening their doors to any Catholic. The opposition of that is the Catholic Church took a stand and shut the doors to anybody that's a Mason. So the Mason said, "You're welcome. Here you come. You know, you're welcome here." But the Catholics said, "If we catch you with the Masons, you are excommunicated." So
Right.
they blend, absorb, assimilate, and adjust accordingly.
And well, I guess this other side of it is like what about Judaism and Mormonism and Chabad Lubavitch and stuff like that? Do they see them as
No, they
enemies in a sense,
no,
or
they have a high regard for Judaism. As a matter of fact, it's part of the fundamental teachings, as well as the mystery schools of Egypt and some of the more profound esoteric groups, Pythagoreanism. I mean, your tracing board that you get is a map, and it's a map for your greater workings, and it's called a tracing board, and you get that whenever you become a master mason, along with a Bible, an actual Bible. But the Bible starts on the 33rd page, and the back of the Bible has a whole bunch of uh, Fertile Crescent, Sumerian archaeology, statues, and just it's a little different than the standard, definitely different than your standard Bible. But there's the Masonic principles on the first 33 pages, so that you know how to read the Bible properly under the Masonic eye.
and so you say they kind of interpret it in more of a Judaism way, I guess.
Yeah, they're very big on the Solomonic teachings, the temple, um, the restructuring of the temple. Each person is a brick. Um, no sound being made during the reestablishment of the temple, and that was carried over from their association to the Knights Templar. Not that the Knights Templar became the Masons, but they associate with the Knights Templar.
What
Whereas
about the
people,
night? What about the Knights of Malta?
same, they're just a subgroup.
So, what do you think it is about the Catholic Church that makes them the enemies? I guess.
Doctrine.
Now that I was mentioning it, it's kind of funny. There seems to be a lot of lodges around me that are named Agape.
Yep.
I hear the demons talking right now.
Yeah, they don't concern themselves too much with demonology.
No, I
They're
mean,
actually extreme.
Pandemonium had some whispering in his little uh
Oh,
thing going on.
yeah. I'm just I'm just being straight with you, dude. Probably a lot more revealing and straight than I should be. You know.
No, I appreciate it because I'm trying to put the pieces together myself as just a general Christian, but there's definitely been a very powerful struggle between the occult, and I'm trying to figure out like what is the power struggle within the occult and where do we all fit in that struggle, I guess is what I'm saying, right?
Bloodlines, genetics.
So
period.
what do you think about people mixing their bloodlines, like white with Asian or Asian with
It's
black or black with
abomination
whatever?
according to scriptorial and Masonic texts.
So who do you think's trying to like it? There does seem to be a very strong pull by the Catholics and other people to like mix people up. Who do you think's behind that ultimately, and why?
Well, that's a part of the abomination of the original bloodlines. You had the bloodline of Seth, you had the bloodline of Cain. And I'm not saying that, they had the same father, and I'm not saying that they didn't. But by their indoctrination, they're trying to preserve a pure genetic line, whereas, other religions, and especially the liberal movement is like they overlook. Uh,
Like communism and Christianity and Catholicism and stuff.
right, right. Just like China wants to keep a pure bloodline. They
Yeah,
frown up.
that's kind of why I say Asian, because it like China, Korea, Japan, they really do believe in blood, but it's like the whole Western side of the world is kind of like forgotten about that. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, they became what would be considered, especially under Judaic observation, the bastardized abominations. And there's
I'm thinking about becoming a Freemason, guys.
it's the same, man. You know, but yeah, it's genetics and bloodlines, and once you've been identified in a certain lineage, because they do check your genealogy. They vet you as if you were going into politics.
Yeah. My sponsor from AA. He's a Freemason. A lot of the guys in my AA home group are Freemasons. It's really weird.
Well, ask one if you want to be one.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen too many. I don't know.
I feel
I've seen too many videos on like YouTube and shit that kind of expose Freemasonry.
well. I come out of my endeavors into the order and the fraternal brotherhood as a Satanist, but that wasn't by their indoctrination. That was by my own free will that I chose that. And yes, you can be a Satanist and be a Mason,
Yeah, I
but
know.
they will indoctrinate you with Masonic practices and rituals and degrees, regardless of what your natural law or satanic approach to life is. Your first obligation is to the Masonic order.
What are the benefits?
Depends on how much you want to dedicate. I mean, if you're a Mason in good standing and you have your card and your penny, there's different gestures, different stands, positions by degree. If you're stranded out somewhere and you stand a certain way alongside the road, then another Mason sees that. They see it as a sign of distress, and they will pull over and they will give you any and everything they have to assist you. There are certain phrases that you can use amongst Masons to see if a person is a Mason. And if you're in need, there's hand gestures, there's phrases for, whether you need financial help and there's so many, and especially amongst the ruling class, the social ruling class. that are Masons. You can bypass a lot of resistance.
Mhm. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it.
Well,
I think most people do it just because it sounds cool.
most of the people that come in that wind up being tokens come in expecting something that isn't there. You know, they want to learn all this esoteric secret, communication, but if they misuse it, they can become excommunicated. We have our own court system in the Masonic Lodge. If you break a law, you don't go to public court, you go to Masonic court. And it's sometimes even more stringent and demanding on its punishments than public court.
Don't you have a criminal record? You said you're a Freemason?
Was deeply associated as a Freemason, yes. I'm a legacy, if you know what a legacy is.
Explain.
Legacies are children or family members of people that had high standings in the lodge, and they prep you and allow you certain privileges within the lodge itself. It's called an honorary position or a legacy.
And you chose Satan.
Satanism.
I don't get it.
Well, it's
Never
only
will. Never will.
well, it's just social engineering and control, man. They got the game on it. They got it cornered. They've got it down to a science, though it's not near what the Masonic Order used to be. It's quite different, and it's not as structured or well organized as it was at one time. I find that they're very much traditionalists too. There's that goes in with the rituals, but
Dude, my family's involved in some weird shit, and the older I get, the more I realize my family's involved in something. I don't know. Supposedly my great grandma. Okay, on my dad's side, um, somewhere down the line, she was the first Eastern Star in the United States.
that's an honorable position.
Supposedly, that's what my family says. We have the first Eastern Star.
Shit, man, that's legacy
and then there's like all these
material.
stories that people talk about in my family of my great grandpa burying some treasure underneath the pool in the backyard. All kinds of crazy shit, dude. My great grandpa was a world champion boxer. He defeated the middleweight world champion of the world at the time, Carl Bobo Olsen, in the 50s.
Okay, I don't
But
remember the match or the people, but
yeah, it's
I'm
just
sure.
weird stuff. My dad, he's been in the Carpenters Union his whole life, and he's like worked his way all the way up to corporate. I can't hear anything.
Am I still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I
I
don't
think he
know.
accidentally hit like some type of button or.
And I
he-
apologize to you, Mel, for interloping and
It's all good. It's Neuro Jackson one of the questions. I mean, it's cool. Yeah.
I do find this to be a more subtle and easier environment to be in. That's why I
Yeah, for
appreciate your channel.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, man. Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Always, man. You treat me good here, GML, which is a rare thing
Yeah,
where you carry the name Axis Rat Blood.
yeah, I'm a good friend. I think you guys will figure it out. Those people who are close to me definitely, or so I've heard certain things, in my favor in that regard. Yeah, but yeah, definitely. Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I appreciate all of you here on panel, and thank you for listening to my ramblings and uh, accepting me without resistance. That's to me very liberating to be able to speak. So I wish you all great blessings, and I hope that things turn out to your benefit in your endeavors. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. You as well. You know, and yeah, peace be with you, Rat Blood. Thanks for joining again, and yeah, I mean, I think I'll run this for like an hour or more, or like maybe 30 minutes ish. And then like launch into sort of techno music exploration of techno music from Detroit, Michigan, right? So yeah, so obviously we're huge fans of techno, right? And that type of art. And in terms of electronic music, I like techno and industrial, you know, I like digital hardcore. Pretty much anything else is not really my my liking, right? I like dark electronic stuff. So that's my personal taste. Um, you know, the sort of new age, sort of disco, sort of house music shit. I don't like that. It's not really my thing, right? It's kind of, yeah, I like, Axis Rap Blood. He's got like a dark industrial vibe sometimes, right? So, he knows how to pull that out. It's the satanic element, There's
Yeah,
obviously,
I'm out of here, bro. Peace.
yeah, blessings, Austin. Yeah, peace, man. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I don't know if that's the first time Austin joined or, but yeah. But yeah, they're dropping like flies, for sure. Yeah, I was gonna maybe get into some material, but the time has sort of escaped us and so on and so forth. If I don't ever get into material over the next 2 or 3 shows, I'll just do a solo show, right? Where I don't have a panel, and I'll announce that in advance that I'm doing a solo show, and that day I just won't drop the link and go over tons of material, right? And we may plan to do that on an off day, right? Because people show up for the panel sometimes, and we don't want to dissuade them from joining because we don't get that much participation, right? So there's a barrier for people participating. Blessings. Yeah, what's going on, homie?
I'm back for the LARP, or whatever we're doing. No, I didn't mean to cut out. I lost all audio too at the same time that other people did, so I just give my phone a rest for a few minutes.
Yeah, me and Neuro did an excellent show, the other day. And now's the only time I'm talking, and now we have a decent viewership. So I'm wondering if this channel only functions if I'm the one talking. So this is highly strange, right? It's like I can't rely on others to have conversations, right? Which is highly strange, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like it's like it's funny. It's like I don't know. We've done so many weird shows where it's like the ones where you want a bunch of people watching, nobody's watching, and then ones where we're just like shit talking, or you're,
Right.
or then when you're talking, it'll be a lot of people, but nobody will be commenting. I
Yeah,
don't
we
know.
did
It's
an
weird.
excellent
It's like,
show. It was yesterday. We did an excellent show. I think Pinoid showed up at the end. And just great stuff all around. It was like 3 hours or something like that. Yeah, that show went hard. Definitely.
it was just fun. Like that was just a fun one though. Like I
Gen
feel like
X
it wasn't even that
Jeff,
serious, but it's funny. Yeah, I was
dude. Gen
surprised he
X
came
Jeff.
by, but it was fun. That was good timing for him for sure.
He came at the perfect time to watch that Myth Vision segment, dude. That was so weird. It's almost like we were planning our own LARP. Because like you'll notice like when they do the LARP, like certain people will show up. They'll mention somebody and they'll be like, "Oh, well, we happen to have him backstage." It's like, yeah, right.
Well, I asked him last minute, and he's like, "Oh, I'm doing a show," because I just hadn't talked to him for a while, and like I know if I don't talk to him on stream, then I'll never talk to him. So I was like, "All right, just come by," and because he always has something interesting to say, but usually it's like too many people talking. Like his show is actually interesting to watch, but it's just that so many people overtalk him that he doesn't really get to ever like land his point. And I'm sure I did that to him too. So like I'm not saying that like I'm above that, but he has very interesting views on things. Like he told me he's not a Satanist anymore. I was like, wow, okay, cool. Like I was surprised by that.
Well, he kind of said Christian Satanism. So
Sounds like
he's
somebody else on this panel right now.
he's mixing a bunch of stuff. Well, I think a lot of people, right? Like for example, like yesterday, right? We had a exploration into the beliefs of Hyperborean and Twilight, and they have some interesting opinions about Jesus versus Yahweh, right? So it's not just that they
Right.
reject the God of the Old Testament, but they think that Jesus is superior to the God of the Old Testament, and so on and so forth, which then gets into some pretty interesting territory because uh it seemed like obviously I put the pressure on that because what do they mean, right?
Yeah, well, it's always tripped me out too because like I kind of understand the thought process, but then when I say like no, I think it's the same God in the Old Testament and the New Testament, and it is the Father of Jesus, and people are like, no, it can't be, and again, it's just like one of these things. Like I kind of understand where they're coming from, but like they just if you hold like the belief that like Jesus is the Son of God and I don't like the term Yahweh. I don't know exactly what that means. I'll never forget this. The first time the only Jew I went to high school with that I'm aware of, um, he was in my class. He was a really weird, like hobbit looking dude, by the way. Like he had like hairy feet. He always wore sandals in the winter, curly hair, pasty white. And he wasn't like a powerful Jew either. And I mean, he might have been a white dude, but I mean, he just fit the bill of every Jew you've ever seen in real life. Like just a hippie looking. Oh my god! If you know, you know. But anyways, but he was a nice guy, very nice to me. I had a lot of good conversations with a guy. Strange person, very strange person. But I'll never forget the first time he brought up Yahweh to me, and I was like, "What the fuck is Yahweh?" And he's like, "You're a Christian? You don't know what that is?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "Yahweh is like the God. He's like God's dad, but he's evil." And I was like, "Okay," like because like this is news to me. But yeah, it's just very interesting. Like if you believe that the God of the Old Testament's like not only is he the father of Jesus, but he's actually like good. I kind of feel like there's Jews that believe that too, or something. I don't know. Like there's this. I've never quite figured out like where this is coming from. I would love to know like where does
Well,
this
it
belief come from?
seems to be a major precept of dispensationalism, right? So if you look at millenarianism and dispensationalism, they have this concept. Obviously, Hegel has this concept, right, with the end of history and so on and so forth, right? So this idea of the end of the age, right? The starting of the new age, right? So it's pretty obvious that you know that's a major precept, and then
But
yep.
but do you think it originated in like you know the year 0 or 33 AD or anywhere in that range, or is this just like a new
Well,
thing
well,
that popped up
well,
essentially?
well, they had um, Marduk, right? He replaced I believe it was Enlil, right? So they had like cases where like a god would replace another god, and this would mean the historical epoch, right, within history and so on and so forth. And like the historical timelines have been shifted and recalibrated and so on and so forth. With the entrance of this new, and of course the Hindu, I think, has that, right, where it's like there's this modalism where sort of one can perceive God changing throughout the ages, right? And I don't know if that's hammered in or if that's an interpretation, right? But
Yeah, I've always found it pretty interesting.
but definitely there's the idea in like basically Paul is stressed, right? Because Paul is saying, well, look, the age of sin has come to an end because of the sacrifice of Jesus, and this means that there's a second Adam that represents the new age where people will be reborn in Christ and the Holy Spirit and so on and so forth, right? So there's this entire rebirth thing going on where it's like the dawning of a new era. And of course, they stress this to say, well, the law of Moses has fallen away and the law of grace or Christ has been fulfilled, right? Over and above it, right? So that is obviously there's that interpretation, right? Maybe like hyper Protestantism, right? But of course, the Plymouth Brethren, and of course, Crowley and Winston Churchill, they were part of the Plymouth Brethren, right?
Winston Churchill was a strange motherfucker, man. I swear, like that dude. Like I was at this estate sale one time, and I'm pretty sure it's this like old like Jewish diplomat house or something. It was a pretty weird experience because like you just get this feel like you just can just tell like based on what you're seeing, right? And he had all these volumes. I bought like one or two of the books, but it's like all these volumes of the books written by Winston Churchill about uh the history of the English speaking people. And I didn't read the whole thing obviously because it's like 3,000 pages or something, but um you definitely get a sense that this dude, you know very diabolical person, I'll put it that way, for sure. And that's kind of what I was trying to get at with Rat Blood a little bit, and I think he delivered for sure. Because I mean, the seeds of Protestantism are definitely seeded pretty early, and I think that you can tell like by the time of who was the person who was the Manichaean? Augustine.
Yeah, he used to be one.
Yeah, like I think for sure by that time he shows up, like like there had already been seeds of Protestantism way earlier. I mean, obviously, if you want to go to Origen or Justinian or whatever, you get the idea. Um, but yeah, it's just kind of interesting, like how these like disagreements had just keep showing up over and over and over again. And it's kind of what I was trying to ask about like Scientology and stuff too. It's like it's almost like this is like an ancient like occult war You know what I mean? Like you always kind of allude to, it's like there's some sort of like weird, and it's almost like to me, it's like is the interpretation coming first, or is it the or is the interpretation just justifying what's already there? Like for example, like with Nick Land, like is Nick Land really like this like genius, or is he just really just justifying like the inevitable from his point of view? If that makes any sense.
Um. Well, I think he's trying to. Um. I don't think he believes in like. Um. Maybe that there's total like inevitabilities. I think maybe they might be functioning on a spectrum of, you know, like possibilities and so on and so forth.
Well, what we were just saying about millenarianism and stuff like this, right? Like you're saying that belief kind of came for a long time before that. Like with Paul, right? You're saying like it kind of originates with Paul. The
Well, I'm
dawning of
saying wait.
like the new age like has been around at least since Paul is kind of what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that it's an interpretation that's way before that, right? That it could be interpreted with Paul, but it could be looked at as like some sort of aspect of the Babylonian religion, right? Where you had these guys praying to one god and then they switched over to another god, right? Like, for example, like in the countryside, they pray to Demeter, right? Because Demeter is the god of agriculture, but in the city, they pray to Zeus and Athena, right? And so on and so forth. So
Right,
it's like,
right.
so it's like a thing where it's, we're talking about it with,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
It reminds me. It reminds me of Skyrim when you can go in there and you can choose the 20 different gods to go and choose which enchantment you want for the day, sir.
exactly. No, no, if you walk into the Hindu temple, they got a bunch of the different gods. And there's people literally going up to different ones. I don't know if anybody's ever seen this, right? If anybody's ever
Yeah,
walked into the Hindu
I've been
temple,
to a Buddhist temple. I've seen it before. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
where they
It's
got a
it's a real
bunch of
thing.
different, yeah, they got a
Yeah,
bunch of different stands where they got the, and sometimes those stands are of different guys. They're depicting different guys.
yeah. It's very weird. Like, I mean, I don't want to say weird in like a negative way because I genuinely think it's like it's something that you can't really compare it to Christianity because it's like it's just from my experience like it's just not
Right.
really comparable. You know, it's
Right. It's not like a triune situation there, right? So,
yeah, it's a totally different.
like,
It's like a
yeah,
totally different thing. Like I don't
yeah,
think
the
Christian. I don't.
avatar, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
more like, yeah, that's why I said it's more like modalism than.
right. Yeah, I can see that, and it's interesting because like it seems like they're part of the New Age project is to kind of like make Christianity and other religions kind of modal, like kind of like into a modalism or something. I don't know. It could be wrong, but that's kind of like been in my impression. I think that's what the Matrix is kind of about in a lot of ways, to be honest
I
with you.
mean, in what sense though? Give me an idea of what you mean.
Like for example, right? Like if we said like God the Father changed into God the Son, right? So like, it was the same God. It's just like, when the
He's
gods
like a
on Earth,
shapeshifter, like saying God's a shapeshifter, alien lizard person or something.
right?
I
Right.
mean,
Because
technically, God can shapeshift, but yeah.
yeah, yeah, because like how they look at the Trinity, right? They say three persons, right? Are So there's three distinct persons, but there's one essence, right? So in that sense, right? It's not God the Father changing into Jesus and then changing into the Holy Spirit. But if you could think of if it's one God changing into all three of them, right? Then it would be like, maybe that would happen like, all right, first God the Father rules this age, right? And that's what literally what some of the dispensationalists came up with, right? They said God the Father rules like the age of warfare, then God the Son rules the age of like, where man tries to find a synthesis and harmony with like the state and like, and then God the age of the Holy Spirit represents like when humanity finds peace and there's like no more war and all this stuff, right? So they've obviously said that, right? So and
Ooh, baby.
yeah, one of the
Well,
projects in Zionism is to basically get white people to believe this.
To get people to believe what? Sorry, I missed that.
In the new age, right? Because then they could,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, and again, I don't mean this offensively towards Buddhism. I do have respect for it, although I think it's at least the versions I'm familiar with are kind of like, retarded, honestly. But um and I'm not even saying that about avians, by the way. I'm not saying that towards avian because I don't really understand what his version of Buddhism is, but the ones that I have looked into, like, it's like very transactional. It's like, light this incense to this person and you're gonna get XYZ. It's like black, it's like literally like black magic shit. So like I don't really like that stuff, obviously. I think that's kind of
Um,
weird. So
like Buddhism has stuff like at least Theravada, Four Noble Truths, Eightfold Path, stuff like that. That's where you got to start with Buddhism, not with
yeah.
crap like walking into a Sanka and being like, oh, these people are worshiping random gods. No, that's not what they're doing. You start with the basics, like Four Noble Truths, Three Marks of
Yeah.
Existence, stuff
But the
like that.
Buddhist but the Buddhists I've met, they've been more of like, I want money, so I'm gonna go like do this thing and get some money. Like that's the ones
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
met. So
Well, you see, most people are dumb. You think most Christians or most Muslims even understand their own tradition? They don't. The average
yeah, I
person.
agree. Yeah, I
Uh,
totally agree with you on that point,
yeah,
by the way. So
yeah.
yeah,
yeah,
I
there's
totally
a
agree.
lot of
Yeah.
Islam in India and Pakistan that ends up being pretty much just that. And obviously, there's a lot of Christians that in the poor part of town, they have like the prosperity gospel and stuff.
Yeah,
And stuff
like the
like,
Joel Osteen. I know
oh
Lork is
yeah, yeah,
really
yeah,
familiar with that shit. Like it's
yeah.
really interesting because like
Yeah, they basically tell you, yeah, like if you pray
I
to Jesus, you'll be successful and stuff.
yeah, I never experienced it personally, but I definitely knew a lot of people who were into that, and it like I didn't see it really until I got to high school, and it really shocked me quite a bit. I
Yeah, and
was
that's
like,
kind
this
of
is a real thing. I was like, wow.
yeah, that's kind of like what we're talking about. Like on the like for the poor people, they'll sell them this religion. Like if you pray to Jesus, like you'll get rich, or if you like, you know, do these extra prayers, right? Like or you pay money to the saint and have him pray for you, right? Then you'll get out of your hardship, right? Whereas at the top, they're basically just like Freemasons and they don't even believe in like religion or like sacrifice or anything.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's a
what's wrong? You don't like Joel Osteen's smile?
I'm pretty sure he's got 33 kids buried under his backyard, allegedly. But yeah,
No, but you are right. I can tell you, I worked for a guy who did landscaping, and he was an older version. I'm talking about down to a T. The dude had his hair dyed like Joel Osteen. I'm talking about he talked just like him, acted just like him, and yeah, I can tell you that mentality is very destructive. People, you take that mentality of what Kenneth Copeland and what Joel Osteen and other evangelists and other people on TV showed them, like the dudes who could take their coats and throw them at people and heal them with the Spirit. I've seen that. I've seen that in real life where people would pretend to get hit by a
yeah.
coat and pretend that the
I
Holy
found
Spirit
this.
worked.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I found this fucking YouTube channel one time. It's like these black people from like Nigeria or Haiti or some place I've never been and hopefully will never go to. And they were doing this like really weird like Christian channel thing where they're speaking in like English, like broken English, like mixed with whatever African language or whatever they're speaking, and they're doing, and they have like these stacks of paper and money on this table, and they're jumping up and down, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Send me the money! Send me the money! You'll get all the good thing come to your life!" Blah blah. Blah. And like just like, and it was like, I mean, like 8 hours straight of this shit, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like,
Well, I mean, I have allegedly heard that most of those kind of things are, actors. They're paid to go out there and, in case the end time ever happens, they're there to basically give people the false sense of Jesus is going to come and save you if you give more shekels to the church, even though you've been left behind. But that's if the rapture happens, coming from a Christian background. I can tell you a lot of the preachers, there's a reason why they put that trope in the movie of, well, preacher, didn't I put enough money in the collection plate? Why am I here? There's a reason why they put that in there. And I can tell you, it's very rare that I have found real YouTube preachers. And I don't know about that David Lynn character. I think he's like a Canadian preacher or something. He's pretty popular. But, what's that dude, that Ray Comfort dude? He does some interviews out there, I think out there in California with his little dog in his basket. And, I'm just saying there's something fishy about his organization too. I don't like that Ray Comfort organization. There's something off.
well, I think it kind of all goes back to what Machine's saying is like the project is to make Christianity look as dumb and retarded as possible in order to get people to join the New Age, and then out of that you can get them into like Elaine Pagel shit, and then from there, you'll just become like a useful idiot, and it's like, and again, like I find those kind of things interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like if I had to choose between like Elaine Pagels and Blavatsky, I'd probably choose Blavatsky just out of the sense of like it seemed like I know this sounds weird, but it's almost like the less information you have, the more credible you are. It's like when you start pulling like 2,000-year-old scrolls out of the ground, like, oh, we got the documents. It's like it just gets, to me, that's just like it's just too much. Like I just have a really hard time believing. It's like dinosaurs. It's like, oh look, we got all these bones we found, and we got all these dinosaur bones, and again, like maybe it's all true, but it's like it just kind of gets to the point where it's like, okay, if it's so true, why do you need, say it, don't spray it? Like, why do you got to wave a bunch of dinosaur bones or like old scrolls in my face? Like Machine knows what I'm talking about because you listen to like Tovia Singer, right? And it's just like, oh, look at the evidence we got, boy. I mean, we know all the evidence, and it's like very snarky. It's like it just seems like way over the top, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm on like the Michael Cremo type of stuff. Forbidden archaeology and that type of stuff. And, I definitely think human beings are way older than they tell us they are, and so on and so forth.
Oh yeah, I agree.
The thing is, though, if you're going to go
Well,
that deep into
thanks
conspiracy
for
theory,
solidifying more of my evidence that people are willingly stupid. That despite all the evidence contrary of what science and school and institutions put in our faces, we'll still believe that we beat each other in the heads with rocks. Oh, that's right, that was Cain and Abel. So
yeah, the thing though is if you're gonna go that deep into conspiracy territory, then you're just you can deny everything. Like the text that you rely on in your tradition is printed by publishing presses, right? And so you can
Right.
go be like, oh, how are these texts transmitted? Who preserves these texts? You
Right.
see what I'm
True.
saying?
Yeah.
If you go that deep, like you see, then you
Well,
deal with the issue of what is called confirmation bias. You see, I mean,
Right. Yeah.
everyone has biases. Everyone has biases.
yeah, but also if you just accept every piece of evidence that's thrown in front of you, and then you have to change all your beliefs accordingly, that seems a little bit like a slippery slope too, where it's like, oh, the more information doesn't necessarily mean more context and more understanding. If that makes any sense,
Yeah.
right?
Like.
yeah, and if you try to do that too much, you'll go crazy. Like I asked the AI, isn't it a contradiction that the Bible and the name of Jesus saved me from demonic possession, but then almost 30 something years later I see a fucking UFO, and it told me yes, that is a contradiction of my faith. So should I worship the Bible or should I worship AI? Because one talks to me and the other doesn't, but yet one saved me and one just LARPs to me. So you pick and choose, but I'll take my faith in Jesus Christ. I mean, you pick and choose. That's what it really comes down to at the end of the day. My experiences is why I can't reject Jesus Christ. I can't speak for no other man. You'll find out here in the next few years when the UFOs come for you, I guess. At the end of the day, it all comes down to convictions. You lack conviction, as Darth Vader / Anakin said. You lack it. That's the problem. I can't confirm to you, like the AI told me, you can't prove to me that Jesus exists no more than I can prove to you that you exist. Oh,
Yeah, I have a question for both of you. I don't want to say his name here, but someone once came here claiming that nuclear radiation doesn't exist. They said that it's just hot rocks. Okay, and my question to him would be, and also to you, is why do they wear such, not costumes? Why do they wear such protective gear when they go interact with, enriched uranium or whatever? And my point to you is that, there's a level to conspiracies that, you see, the point I'm trying to get at is that even the feds or the elites or whatever, they promote stupid conspiracies too. You know what I mean? That's what they do. Like, so my question is, like, when you get that deep into conspiracy territory, it's like, it's not good to, just
you
look at.
do realize that life itself is a conspiracy. Whether or not there's a god or multiple gods or no gods, it's
Yeah.
still equally as terrifying as if there's life out there in the universe or if there's no
You
life.
realize that life is multicellular, right? And that we didn't know
Yeah,
like
and
300, 500 years
I
ago.
know that tomorrow
Yeah,
morning a
stop
microvirus can wipe
interrupting
us
me.
out. So
Yeah, you stop interrupting me. Yeah, the body, you think people 500 years ago knew that the body is composed of trillions of cells? They didn't know that.
yes.
They didn't know 500,
Oh,
1,000 years
is
ago.
that why they had
So,
sperm drawings on some
Well,
tablets?
I'll say this really
that's
briefly, and
all.
I wanted to hear what Machine had to say because I think he was going to have an interesting response. But really briefly, I'll say this: like, I don't necessarily know that our perception of things doesn't change what the things are. Meaning, like, I know that sounds absurd, but like, us observing something changes things, right? So, like, we don't really know what happened before we observed it, right? So, and even when we observe something, it changes because we're observing it. So I don't know like exactly what everything means, and I think that it's very presumptuous to like assume that
Yeah.
because we can
What
observe something, we understand what it means. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's deals with stuff like wave function collapse and with other kind of things. That's a good point. Actually, Mahayana deals with questions like that. That gets into more, difficult territory where, epistemic limitations. The fancy word would be epistemic limitations, and the question of deep time, whether or not deep time even exists.
Yeah, exactly.
There are
Yeah, and
arguments that deep time doesn't exist.
yeah,
And I don't know. But I want to say something about the sperm cell cave drawings. I don't know. It looks like snakes to me. I don't think they knew about sperm cells. Like, I want to see that though. That would be interesting. You can find
That was
those
a
cave drawings.
joke.
I wanna
That
see
was
it.
a joke. The point that I'm getting at is that maybe the knowledge that people had, maybe not 500 years ago, but I can tell you, I think if they didn't have this knowledge 500 years ago, they have somehow rediscovered it or have been given it. Because I can tell you, the technology I saw wasn't a fucking LARP. So unless that's aliens coming to the beach to probe us at night while we're out there, I have much more concerning issues on planet Earth and worrying about what's out there in the stars. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, but ultimately,
So
technology
which is it?
is
Is it
mimicking.
mankind? Is it mankind with technology who's about to enslave us all or turn us into a cattle? Or is it aliens out there who's butt probing us and experimenting on us? Or is it actually demonic forces out there because you know what they're doing? I mean, it's one of the three options, or it's none of the
Well,
above. It's not that hard to decide.
It's quite clear there's mostly
Uh oh.
mankind. Some of them are assisted by demonic forces, but it's mostly
Yeah,
mankind you
there's
need to
more
worry about.
options. There's more options than that. We talk about what is called technological determinism, where the technology exerts and shapes people. So in a sense, technology is using mankind to evolve at the expense of human autonomy and ecological integrity. So there's another option too, where the
But that's
technology,
just demons.
yeah.
Yeah, the way he phrased it, he considers technology part of the demon class, but it's mostly men he needs to worry about. Men can screw you over even with low tech.
Shalom Shabbat.
The thing about demons, though, is they're more like, animistic forces. I don't know
Well,
if technology or
some
technique is
demon must have whispered in Hank and Twilight's to ear to get them on here.
Shalom Shabbat. Shalom, wait.
They did.
What do y'all get into?
Elaine Pagels versus Blavatsky versus Christianity versus Buddhism versus Henko Flamio's Discordianism
Wait,
versus
wait.
Islam versus Temple of Set and whatever you got going on.
Fuck, dude. Like, all right, wait. Blavatsky
And
versus
Christian Satanism for
Christianity.
LORP. Sorry, Christian Satanism for LORP. So
Well, there is actually such a thing as Christian Satanism, just for the record. So that's actually a thing. I actually have books on that.
so basically, this is like the WWE Battle Royale right now.
Yes.
Okay, so we got Blavatsky, Christianity, Discordianism. What else?
Islam, Luciferianism, Christian
Okay.
Satanism.
Okay.
It was the same religion over and over again. It's Abrahamism.
So, right, yeah. All right, well, I put my cards on Lucifer, and I put my cards on Jesus, and we'll just leave it there. So I guess Luciferian Christianity. Yes, my take. I mean, besides the obvious, I don't really got to tell you that the goddess sucks.
Well,
But
so
yeah.
so I wanted to know what I said. That I wanted to get Machine's reaction to what I said, but I can't remember exactly what I said now. But it was something to the effect of like, should we like take on new evidence, like for example, like dinosaur bones, or is the Earth floating around the sun, or are we a geocentric Earth, or
No.
like I just say that like I'm a geocentrist just for practicality purposes. Like I don't really
Okay.
care what's in space
Yeah.
because it doesn't affect me. So like
Yeah,
it's
let me
irrelevant
say
to me,
something
you know.
though. The thing is that information now is so vast, that one cannot expect to be an expert in something like astrophysics. You just go watch, I don't know, like a Neil deGrasse Tyson, documentary that doesn't make you an expert on astrophysics.
It
Like
is a big idea, a new world
New world order.
yeah, but the thing is, my
Brought
background
together in
is
common
biology
cause.
and stuff. Like you go talk to an astrophysicist, and or something, like yeah. The thing is though, I've talked to many scientifically minded people, and I don't agree with them on everything, but when it comes to the theory, theory doesn't mean like, just speculation in the scientific nomenclature. I mean, it just means like, theoretical foundation. But theory, is not something you could be like, oh, it's just wrong. You have to like really spend time and learn it, like general relativity, special relativity. All of that has a lot of math and lots of justification. Like even cell theory. I mean, like I told you, 500 years ago, people didn't know the body is composed of trillions of cells. Now we know. Who would deny the body is composed of cells? I mean, that is a theory. I mean, but there, but the point I'm trying to make is that, it's easier to learn than other stuff. But what I'm trying to get at is that, I lean more towards David Scribina, because when I think about it more realistically, going too much into conspiracy territory is kind of, it kind of doesn't make sense. It's not. I don't think it's. I think it's somewhat disingenuous. Because there's a difference between philosophy and science. And I think philosophy is more important because that's where we derive our values from. I
Well,
mean, like
science came out of philosophy,
yeah, that's
actually.
true. That's true.
Yes, philosophy is more important.
Yeah, but the thing about science is its basis is philosophy. You know, like
Right,
there's
exactly.
limitations
The
to it, like
scientific method, I have the highest respect for the scientific
yeah,
method.
yeah.
But the
To
fact
the
of the
end,
matter is, most what today what we call science is not actually science at all. It's a belief system, just like anything else.
Yeah, a
yeah,
lot of
whatever.
science is religion disguised. Scientism.
So I'm completely
Or a perversion of God's natural laws. But yeah, true, true.
well.
God perverts his own laws all the time, so I don't really give a shit.
Oh, you just
Well, it
mad
depends
because you
on.
can't fly around without an airplane or wings.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You're not
yeah, he's
Wolverine.
mad about that. He wants to be 7 feet tall. We know, but it depends on what God you're talking about. If you're talking about the God of the Old Testament, then yeah, fuck that guy. But talking about the God,
I'm talking about whatever. I'm talking about whatever gave the, whatever was flying around in that aircraft. Because I know you ain't flying around in it.
well, I mean, I could have, yeah,
Allegedly, while you talk to alleged demons or goddesses.
yeah, yeah, they are.
So where's your
Yes,
UFO?
yeah, they are.
Hmm.
I think some of them have.
In Mexico with my aliens.
I think some of them have.
Plus, science.
Well,
Just
good thing
tells us,
ICE is coming for them. Oh wait, wrong, illegal aliens.
To be honest, I think the God of the Bible might actually be an alien.
Good thing they put him in Men in Black in the first
I
movie.
think the God of the Bible might actually. So they might actually be one and the same.
Yeah, I'm saying they're the same.
So maybe God was actually visiting you in that UFO, and you got it all wrong.
I don't know. Maybe it was Jean Jacket looking to consume a horse.
I just think that Jesus had nothing to do with it.
What does it matter? Is that going to stop the New World Order? No.
Could slow them down a bit, though.
I mean, we could slow it down, but we don't give a shit. That's why we, care about OnlyFans and bonbons.
Yes, sir.
And
that's what matters.
Politics.
Yes. Yeah, I would say that science deals with what's falsifiable or measurable, but philosophy can go beyond that. It can go beyond what's measurable.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it goes into I think if science started taking seriously the unseen, it would expand light years. Like it would really become a lot more formidable.
Yeah, I mean, David Bohm.
Until it does that, it's going to be in the fucking Stone Age.
Have you looked into David Bohm's implicate and explicate order? David Bohm.
Yes.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, he dealt with that kind of stuff. It's interesting. So.
But I think the scientific method is one of the greatest tools we've ever, discovered, for sure.
Greatest techniques.
Man, I wish you guys had seen my debate review with Machine, because I would have really liked you guys' take when I was talking to Derek from Myth Vision, trying to tell him that him and his potentially gay boyfriend were like worshiping the god of reason and stuff like that. But
I did see it.
Oh, you did? Okay, cool. What did you think of that?
Probably you could have been more focused, but that's just your personality style, so it's not that big of a deal. So yeah, I think you did a pretty good job overall.
Yeah.
But do you think that I made a good case that they're solipsists, though?
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, solipsism is one of these things that's really hard to escape. I think most people are solipsist for sure. Like, yeah.
That's terrifying to think. Probably right.
Yeah, you're probably right. And I saw your co-host was Gen X Jeff, who is an admitted solipsist against the evidence put in front of him. But that's just him, I guess.
Well, that's like I said, I think it's fine if you can admit you're a solipsist. Like, I think that's cool. Like, I think that you and I kind of had a really good discussion on that like over a year ago. But yeah, I think it's one of those things. Like, the first step is like admitting that you're a solipsist, and then from there, you can kind of work through that.
I'm a relative solipsist. So like,
what does that mean? What does that mean?
Sometimes I'm a solipsist. Sometimes I'm a Christian. Sometimes I'm a Luciferian. Sometimes I'm nothing.
Sounds like you want to have your
call that
brain in a vat.
flip-floppist.
Sounds like you want to have your
Huh?
brain in a vat and also eat it too. So you're like a
No,
relative
that's
zombie.
the I'm making a joke. You need to see Maybe Logic by Robert Anton Wilson. Um, I
Well,
maybe
what
sometimes always,
was he ever really
agree
joking
that
though?
nothing is true, and everything is forbidden, everything is permitted. Like the
What was
true
he?
origins of chaos is that nothing is. I mean, I actually do consider myself like in the traditional original intent of what the hell that was, like the Church of the Subgenius and all that. It's basically that nothing is static, and like my own experiences, I can tell you right now that the problem that we have is believing that reality is some static thing that you could point at and say this
So
is what
so
it is.
so
So
you're a
what I'm
heretic.
saying, so what I'm saying
You're
is the
you're a
laws
heretic.
of what we consider to be like always are really just sometimes.
So you're really a
Because
Heraclitean
yeah,
Georgianian.
well, yeah, I'm definitely Heraclitean and Pachyllides, whatever the fuck you say his name. I believe in pluralism. I believe in a form of panpsychism, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Mystical naturalism. Everything is here right now. There's nowhere to go. There's no time. There's no space. There's no, uh,
So you
past,
want to
present,
do you
future.
want to be a Buster team with like you, Bill Murray, Georgiani, and like
Right.
Avian Buddha
Abs-
and Hank?
Absolutely. Yes, for sure.
So I
Yeah.
would
So
say,
so so basically,
in your
what I'm saying
neighborhood.
is like
Who you
as
gonna
as
call?
as Austin Osman Spare, who was a genius artist and occultist, said, basically, belief is nothing more than a tool for the magician. Belief is like the only thing that matters is your convictions and what you know for sure. Everything else is like what you use at that moment.
You know,
so
that's
Twilight.
funny.
There's
That's
clearly
it. That
there's
was that
clearly
was like my whole argument to that guy. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, but there's
Do you see?
clearly a limit to how much your beliefs will affect the universe. There's clearly a limit because otherwise you could just change
It
the
doesn't
universe to
matter
whatever you
how much
want.
it affects the universe. It affects my universe, and the only universe that exists in my perception is my universe.
Your perception can be
So
disabled. Your perception can be controlled.
okay,
Not from
but
my
if I
evidence.
control, but
Well,
I can
sorry.
also control
I
my
agree.
perception, though. It's what you call the
Yes.
shifting of the assemblage point.
Yes.
That's what it's all really about. That's what chaos magic is truly about. It
So
has its basis in shamanism.
Twilight,
And so, like,
red or blue, red or blue, and I
these
don't
are
mean in the
models.
Matrix. Red or
The
blue.
one thing that Giorgiani did get right, since you invoked him, is he talks about the spectral revolution, and that's exactly it. It's that there is no static reality. And I mean, I said this when I was 15 fucking years old. I just didn't have the words for it. There are certain systems that we use to describe reality at given times for certain,
It is the
for
is the
certain
non
endeavors, but
is
they're
the non
toolbox.
wait is the
The map is
non-static
not the
wait
territory. The map is
it
not the territory.
is the
Shut
is
the
the
fuck up for a
non
second. Jack,
No.
shut up for a second. Shut up for a second, damn it. I love you, Jack, but shut up for a second because it'll make sense of whatever the hell you're going to ask me. The map is not the territory. We get lost in all these different ideas and ideologies and philosophies, and we try to say, this is the one. This is the religion. This is the philosophy. This is the absolute truth. No, I reject that. I'm saying that depending on what it is that you're actually discussing, what it is you're actually trying to discover, whether it's scientific, whether it's philosophy, whatever the hell it is, it's whatever is useful at that moment. Because reality is a lot more fucking complicated than we give credit for. And the fact of the matter is we have a lot less control. We have a lot less control than we like to admit. And that's why people don't like to hear what I'm saying, because things are a lot more chaotic, and chaos is not like disorder in the sense of what people normally think. It's actually order at such a magnitude that it can't be comprehended by the human mind. So when they talk about order out of chaos, it's not what people think. Okay? Chaos is actually the natural state of things. Order is imposed. It's a limited duration transitory process. Order is actually inorganic. Chaos is what's natural to the world. And so to explain what I mean by that is if you look at like the universe itself, okay, which to me this also proves that there's a divine design to everything.
So what you're saying is, from a certain perspective, there is no chaos.
No, everything is chaos. There is no order. Order is only self-imposed. It's transitory. That's why it always falls back into chaos.
But Jack is
It has
actually
to be.
correct. It's apparent. So there is a perspective where there is no chaos, but usually it's easier to assume everything is derived from chaos for most models.
Meaning, like
Chaos.
the belief in chaos makes things manageable. The belief in order actually makes things harder to deal with, I would say.
No, chaos is imposed by humanity. We impose order to make sense of things that wouldn't normally be able to be explained, is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're basically looking at a Rorschach ink blot. Okay, that's reality. And then our brain takes that and creates time and space and all these fucking things in order for us to survive. Our brain doesn't see reality as it is. It sees reality in order for us to survive and not get hit by fucking cars or eaten by T-Rexes or whatever, you know? Like, that's the truth. What we perceive as reality is not the depth of reality. If we actually saw the depth of reality, we'd be in a funny farm. Okay? Like, our brain actually is a limiting valve that blocks out like impressions of light, and there's like science behind this too. Okay, like you get into like visible light spectrum, and you get into like the impressions that we receive. We receive like 16 out of like millions a second. Okay, the brain acts as a reducing valve. Okay, and this is where you get into like psychedelics and like high trance and like meditation and all that type of thing, because those activities reduce the limitations. Okay, and so they're doing studies now showing that, hey, all these people are doing psychedelics because they're taking it seriously now. They're doing a scientific study of it and having meditation, and they're all saying this. They're all seeing the same thing. So how can that be when people are all over the world in different backgrounds and different, belief systems and different? How are they all seeing the same thing when they haven't been told the same information? They haven't been exposed to the same, and it's because it's fucking real.
Well, does that go against the thing about sort of do it your own way, because there's a bunch of different ways, and then you use whatever is natural, but then there's one final truth that everybody sees. You know what I'm saying?
There is an ultimate truth. It's just that we can't. I'm not saying there isn't an ultimate truth. There is. It's just we're not able to cognize that, and that would be God.
Yeah, all I hear is Scars singing to the hyenas. A shiny new era is tiptoeing nearer, but where do we feature?
God is that incognizable truth that is the essence of all things.
Yeah, so they already knew for a really long time that people could see the same thing on the drugs, which is why they banned them. They may have skipped one because they want
yes, I know that. But a lot of people don't believe that, Hank. And so I'm saying that for the people who think it's all just hallucinations.
But drugs aren't always necessary. I didn't smoke weed at 9 years old when I put the Bible underneath my pillow. So
I know. We're not saying it's necessary.
Drugs.
We're just saying
yes.
It opens up. Well, you can meditate and get the same effect. Deep meditation and trance can achieve the same thing. The point is that what people are seeing is not fucking imaginary. It's not in their head. They're not having hallucinations. They're going somewhere very real, and they're communicating with entities that are very real. They're just not real in the sense of the way that we perceive reality.
So is that
time and space and form?
Is that why that cuckoo blonde woman was standing on the plane with her hands like Baphomet, saying that man is not real?
I mean, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, what you're talking about is indirect realism. There is one thinker, I'm not sure you heard of it, Donald D. Hoffman. He wrote a book talking about how the mind.
Well, he talks about simulation, so I disagree with that.
Yeah.
But his main idea, I agree with. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if he actually really believes the universe is like a digital simulation, but I haven't looked into him thoroughly. But Thomas Metzinger, he wrote a book recently talking about compiling all of the anomalous experiences of meditative practitioners. And, he also talks about how the
Yes.
world is like a representational tunnel. And,
Yes.
it's a filter, like we don't, like our eyes, I forgot what it's called. There's a blind spot in our visual field. And actually our brains like fill in that gap of the blind
Well,
spot.
all I
But
know is as long as they keep us looping about the past, we'll stay compliant. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
There are some birds that can sense magnetic fields, and they can also see UV light. And some animals can have certain sensory experiences we cannot imagine, though. Like if you think about it, our senses are actually kind of limited. If you think
Yes.
about it.
duh.
That's
Because
the
it's
point.
easier. It's easier to use
Exactly.
fear because it's easier to use fear, desire, and anxiety than it is to use intellect. Duh. You
So,
manipulate
Exactly.
people's emotions.
so Donald Hoffman would say the world's algorithmically generated, pretty much.
The reality is literally intelligent. The whole of reality is intelligent. It is nothing but intelligent. And you could
Yes.
call that intelligence the mind of God, for lack of a better
Yes.
term.
Yes.
Yeah. So, when you have divine design, you have a divine designer. It's really that simple. Has nothing to do with religion, you know. It just is, you know. So, my mean Hyperborean would say basically that everything is a product of will, and consciousness is a, emergent property of that will.
No, yeah, it's called a will that's, just put into your brain and seared into the images of, generations, like, the
No,
all-seeing
there wouldn't be a
eye.
brain. There wouldn't be a
And,
brain.
plenty of people who grew up in the, early rock and roll years who threw up the Baphomet horns and, don't worry about it. It's just rock and roll. Yeah.
It is rock and roll.
Yeah. I'm sure all the institutions, God rest Ozzy Osbourne's soul. Good thing he
Yeah.
became allegedly Christian.
Yeah. Ozzy Osbourne was.
You mean they can manifest their will by getting enough people to believe in it by psyoping and we know what they do. Yeah, we're not
Yeah,
stupid.
but this is the
Rest.
kind of stuff that Bernardo Castrap also deals with. He said that.
Yeah.
He said that phenomenon correlate with other phenomenon, but our bodies are akin to
Uh-oh.
dashboard
Shut up.
Yeah.
representation
In the
of our
lens of the
dissociated.
Yeah.
Kabbalah.
It's even
Shut
though I
up.
disagree.
Shut
Okay.
up. In the
Go ahead. Go
lens
ahead.
in the lens of the Kabbalah, Matrix 4 is about unification. It is to
Yeah.
merge man and feminine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're all trans, so
From the
part of
1
the-
to the 2.
Yeah. Well, it's
Neo,
fine.
Neo was the one, a Masonic figure, and Kabbalah, the one, represents the infinite, but it cannot act in the world without a vessel.
I want to hear Adrian Buddha finish, please.
I know. You don't want to hear about the truth. It's okay. But go.
I don't. Truth is a feeling. Adrian Buddha, please finish.
You don't have any. You're a robot.
The truth is a feeling.
I don't expect robots to have feelings, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, kind of jumping around a lot, but I was saying that objects like the brain for like Bernardo Castrap are simply extrinsic appearances of inner experience. Brain activity represents inner experience, looks like from an external perspective. Phenomenon correlate with other phenomenon, but our bodies are akin to dashboard representations of our dissociated inner experiential states. What we call matter is merely a discernible appearance, a representation of patterns of excitation within the field of subjectivity. So basically, Bernard Kastrup says that, in a sense that, we have perceptual systems that hide objective reality and instead present simplified, like cognitive dashboards that help with survival. You know what I mean? That's
correct.
What we were talking about. Basically.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
I would also look into Carlo Rovelli. He's an
So
Italian.
about the people who eat children, did these people apply the same exact mindset that you're saying right now, and yet somehow they're keeping all of us in line?
Avian, I would also look into Carlo Ravalli.
They can eat babies at 5 p.m., but control the world at 9 p.m. My God, I want to strive.
Okay, yeah. They eat babies around the clock. But anyways, Avian, I think you should look into Carlo Ravalli.
Fucking New World
He's
Order is
also
going to be
very
amazing.
interesting. If you're interested in Bernardo Kastrup and all them, he's an Italian physicist that I think his theory is a little bit more sound. I think everyone has a piece of the puzzle, so I'm not saying like, anyone's like necessarily superior. I mean, I'm anti-simulation, so I just by default kind of.
Yeah. Actually, now that you mention it, you know about Federico Fagin? He's pretty cool too. Yeah, he's interesting. He's Italian also. He also promotes similar ideas as Kastrap. But I need to look into Carlo.
Pythagoras was Italian, and a lot of the supposed Greek philosophers were actually Italian, and the Renaissance was also Italian, as well. So I don't really talk about my Italian heritage, but I figured.
Yeah, but Federico Fagin, he has similar views as
yes.
He sees that consciousness, that the universe is like one mind, basically.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically panpsychism. Really, if you drift away the simulation hypothesis, that's why I pretty much agree with it. Because it's a form of panpsychism.
Well, it's not panpsychism, it's panentheist. That's so.
Well, no, because panentheism is the belief that there is a God that exists that is above, beyond, but also immanent. So it's immanent and transcendent.
Yes.
Yeah, which I actually do for the most part agree, except I believe in more of a pluralism. So there's multiple essences that emerge from one field. I was talking to Hyperborean about this. So it's not duality, but it's not monism either.
It's monism. It's absolutely monism.
No, it's pluralism is not monism. It's not quite the same thing.
So what's all the things?
What do you mean? What are all?
I really mean exactly what I mean by all the things. You said you don't accept simulation, you don't accept monism. So what are all the things?
Well, I'm saying it's not monist, meaning everything can't be collapsed into one, nor is it dualist, where it can be collapsed into two.
Then how many things can be collapsed into?
It can't be collapsed into anything. That's what I'm trying to say. Everything emerges from a field of awareness.
Then it's one thing.
No.
Then how many things?
Because it's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's a field of awareness.
Okay, you can't count. Thank you very much.
No. There's no thing. That's what I'm trying to say. You're trying to turn it into a thing.
Then that's from no thing, which is we can count as empty set as one. There you go. It's that simple.
No.
You can't match
Look into pluralism. Look into pluralism, and you'll see that it's legitimately it's
legitimate. I looked into it. It's legitimately trash.
Well, that's your opinion.
It is my opinion.
Okay,
you say it's pluralism, and I say, ask how many things. Say, no, I don't know. Then it's garbage.
I didn't say I don't know.
Then how many things?
I said it's many. I told you it's many.
Many? How many?
I just said many.
How many?
It's not a number. It's not numbered.
You can't count?
Oh my god. You're crashing out, bro.
You can't count? You said there's more than zero, more than two. How many? That's a very simple question. It's a very simple question.
You're missing the entire point.
I got your point, but you don't want to back up your claim.
No,
how many?
Don't have a clue. You don't have a clue. Why don't you look it up?
That's you. Ask me how many things. I have to look it up. You ask you how many, and you don't know.
Okay, well then you'll know that that's not how it works.
Oh my goodness! You don't know how counting works. Good grief.
Okay, I'm not doing this.
You don't have to.
I'm not going to entertain your ignorance.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to entertain yours.
I didn't even ask
Yeah.
your opinion in the first place.
The way I interpret it is Twilight is,
For
you know,
one,
conveying skillful teachings or skillful means to awaken to the non-abiding awareness or the Dzogchen pure luminous mind, basically, which is kind of like it's more of a non-duality where it's pluralistic. You know, it's not like one homogeneous blob, but at the same time,
right?
it's kind of like it's very it's ineffable. It's ineffable, and it's like
There's
yeah,
nuance to it, and some people
yeah,
don't
there's
understand what
nuance
nuance
to
is.
it. Yeah, there's a lot of nuance. So it's good to read. I don't know, like a Dzogchen text or something to pick up on all the nuances
Yes,
Twilight is saying. So yeah, he does know his emptiness well. Yeah, like which is a non-knowing in some sense, but yeah, that's the thing. It's upaya, basically upaya. Is what he's getting.
yeah. I would be happy to explain it, but not when you're asking me elementary school questions. How many is it? It's not how it works.
If you can't answer elementary school questions on the topic, then you can't elaborate
Your
on the.
question is a non sequitur. It doesn't have any value.
I'm trying to figure out if there's anything worth knowing there.
Okay, well, there is, but you're asking the wrong question.
You made a claim about, well, there's more than two things, and it's this very simple question that, okay, how many things? And I think it's a very simple question to answer.
Look,
And if you knew,
monism is there's one reality, and everything is a manifestation of it. Okay?
No.
Everything else is a differentiation. It's a surface level expression.
No,
but everything under under everything is the same substance or principle. Okay? Pluralism is that everything is made of multiple distinct forces, principles, or beings that are all real. So think of it like a web.
Wouldn't it be easier just to say that like all is mind?
Has its own identity that interacts dynamically. Differences exist. They're not illusions. Nothing can be reduced to one or two.
So monism is one substrate. You did not understand monism. Reality is derived from the agent.
I do understand monism.
Then why did you explain it completely wrong? Like you didn't understand monism.
Oh my gosh. Monism is everything is one. Everything can collapse into an undifferentiated unity.
Yeah,
it's God basically playing with itself.
Yes, but monism serves one substrate, not one reality. Reality is derived from the agent in monism.
And what is that agent? The one.
No, the one and the many have their own perspective.
Okay, no, realities. But it all ultimately collapses into one. I'm saying there are multiple agents. There are multiple agents, forces, and currents. Multiplicity exists. It's real. It's not an illusion. It's not reducible.
They never claimed it was an illusion. You just didn't understand monism.
Whether it's God, energy, consciousness, or atoms.
This is why I'm not explaining anything.
That hang on.
Because you don't know.
Are you saying
you don't know.
That whether it's God, energy, consciousness, or atoms, are you saying that the separation that we see between you, me, and like stars and stuff is just an illusion?
I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
I'm not saying it either.
So are we talking about the grand unified theory? So do you know what that is? Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. Would you say that I'm not sure if you ever looked into Deleuze.
Because there's three different types technically of monisms.
Let me just read these two sentences from the wiki for Deleuze. I always like these two sentences, but yeah, for Deleuze, there is no one substance, only an always differentiating process, an origami cosmos, always folding, unfolding, and refolding.
Yes.
Deleuze summarizes this ontology in the paradoxical formula: pluralism equals monism. That's what he says. It's paradoxical.
Exactly.
So, if we are all one substance, then a frequency played in one area can theoretically affect everything else, right?
Well, that's
Yeah.
butterfly effect, but he's not saying that. He's saying that Deleuze is kind of difficult to get into. I have a friend who was into Deleuze. I read one summary of Deleuze. Deleuze is saying that the ultimately is paradoxical, the pluralism and the monism. He's not
Well,
saying that.
then why do occultists believe that they can influence reality through will if you change your vibration?
Because you can.
Oh, well.
Well,
Modern quantum physics.
when you're angry though, isn't your vibration different? And then
Yeah.
you enact upon that, and that like
Yes.
changes reality and stuff. Like so, I don't get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
you're not changing reality. Okay, first off, you got to understand you're not actually changing reality. That's not possible. That's Hollywood. That's Disneyland. What you're changing is your awareness. And because you're changing your awareness, you're changing what attracts to you. And you're changing the probability of what opens up to you. So basically, you're making something that would normally have a very low probability of happening, and you're
So
you're
the
raising
reason
that
why
probability.
the reason why I'm not rich or anything is because I'm like an instrument that has fallen out of tune with the rest of the orchestra.
Kind of, yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
That's actually quite accurate.
sounds like environmental noise to me. But yeah, keep going.
So differences are real, okay?
Is that
Reality
why
is made
blue?
of multiple,
Is that why blue light?
genuinely
Hey,
distinct
is that why
things.
blue
A
light
web of
messes
many
with you?
nodes.
Did you know that Wi-Fi signals can mess with your internal sleeping clock?
Yeah, that's Deleuze is all about differences. For him, difference is constitutive rather than
Yeah,
identity. So for Deleuze, I think you would like Deleuze a lot. Actually, he's kind of interesting. He's all about creativity, and I think
yeah.
some occultists have gotten into Deleuze also. My friend is.
Hyperborean is one of the only who actually understands this, it
Oh,
seems.
so if I go out there,
If the
hey,
many,
hey,
okay,
if I go outside and put my feet in the grass, will I realign with the universe?
Try it.
what's that?
I have. Usually I step on rusted nails because dumbasses don't know how to get rid of it, but yeah, I get your point. So,
Mm.
are you saying that the reason why I mean, but that doesn't make no sense. Kids touch grass all the time. Get it? Touch grass. And they die of
And
diseases. So
maybe
that's just well.
I touch
So
grass.
sometimes it works and sometimes the crystals don't. Well, I want to be Dark Crystal. You remember that little thing from Dark Crystal?
Dark crystal is fucked up.
The crystal
Yeah.
is calling.
We were talking about that. Dark crystal is fucked up, man.
And this gets into stuff like autopoiesis and also dynamical systems, stuff like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So the differences. So.
But
Yeah,
to put it really simply, monism reduces everything, pluralism does not.
yeah.
It allows for individuality, it allows for complexity, it allows for differentiation that is real, not illusory. Monism, basically, God is playing with itself. Okay? And there's no actual change that exists. It's just an apparition. It
If
appears that there's separation, but
if
there's not.
God's doing it, it has to be real.
So is it kind of like are we talking about like a fixed mathematical rule, that determines the next state based on the current one? So, it's a program running the simulation of reality, that type of shit.
Well, at some level. See, that's the thing. When you get to the highest levels, it all collapses.
Oh.
When you get to the highest level, it all collapses. And this is what I mean when I say everything is kind of just a map, not the territory.
Is that why Stephen King likes talking about dark towers and trans primordial clowns that eat kids?
Yeah, that's a cult. That's
that.
talking about something real in the occult.
And the Pali
It's
Canon.
using symbolism to explain something that's actually real.
Well, have you ever heard the Buddha's teachings? They're like a raft, and you use the raft to cross the river, but then you let go of the raft because you have no longer need of the raft. So it's like skillful means. And also in the Pali Canon, the Buddha said that the summit of perception is both one and many. So I think it's both one and many.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, but I would say all teachings are just skillful means that you shouldn't you shouldn't
This is
treat
also true.
things as absolute. Yeah.
So, like,
This is also true.
what? So, do these people believe in like reversing the process of emanation and stuff? Yeah,
Yeah, actually they do.
that's what it sounds like. It's starting to sound like they want to reverse the process to me. Go back in
Epistrophe. You have
time.
epistrophe and just said like epistrophe, and I can't remember the other word. But essentially, they want to reverse the chain of being. Yeah, no, you're right about that. Actually, like the Sabbateans and all that. Like that's legitimately what they want to do. They don't like. In other words, basically, they don't want to climb up to God. They don't want to go up the chain of being. They actually want to fall further down.
Yeah, but that requires you to like nullify your ego, and how many people can really nullify the ego, the I part that separates the one, you know, and only the one remains. But how many people can actually do that? So,
well, I mean, that's why they end up like they are, man, because they can't.
Are we saying that all the human sacrifices are like they're, Full Metal Alchemist, Big Brother Ed ways of doing it?
Well, see, a lot of them are solipsists, so they believe that everyone is an extension of them. Actually. Yeah, no, they do.
I don't want to be no one's homunculus.
So they actually believe that like they're not really hurting anybody because everybody is like a part of them. They've created this insane system to justify.
Oh, so happiness for one is happiness for all, right?
That's right.
Oh,
like they can just blow up the planet, you know, as long as like it'll help eventually like stabilize the environment, you know, and bring peace, you know, like they'll have like the ultimate war, you know, the war to end all wars type deal, you know, if they believe that that's why you had like the Georgia Guidestones, you know, keep Earth under 500 million or whatever. Like some of them actually do believe that what they're doing is going to inevitably be beneficial for the rest of humanity. Like they actually do believe that.
Oh, you're starting to sound like the smoking man from X-Files. I did it for the greater good, Mulder.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is. Yeah.
Someone give me a Marlboro. I'm jonesing over here.
Yeah,
of course they're out of their damn mind. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, but we cross-examine them for they can learn that themselves they're all the damn lines.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, some know they're.
But I mean, if they're going to the moon, I mean, are they really out of their minds?
Yes. What's up to the moon that they want? It's not. There's nothing there.
Maybe there's a skeleton with golden jewels in it, like David Bowie put in his video. I don't know.
I would make the argument. Brother man, that if they think they're going to the moon, they are out of their minds.
Even if they really get to the moon, what's there?
I don't know. I didn't believe a talking snake that said I was going to be his gods. So.
Have you ever watched Wallace and Gromit? You know, like the moon.
Yes.
Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah. Long time
ago.
Where
are the chickens? Anyway.
Moon is cheap.
That's a disturbing cartoon, man. That's a really disturbing cartoon.
First few movies were wholesome. Wallace and Gromit. They're wholesome.
Yeah, I know, but there's like some dark undertones. I'm not saying it's not, but there's like some dark undertones there. Like it's one of those shows that's, you know, telling you stuff, like if you pay attention.
I don't know. It still feels like something's holding them back. Even if these people have all this alleged occult knowledge, I still feel like there's something that's been holding them back. It feels like they should have constructed enough ancient pyramid batteries, enough, you know, flying chariots of fire and gold. I'm just saying, it feels like there's something else that's kept them from being able to allegedly, you know, eat us like in V. So something seems off here.
But you're talking about the elite that you can see. You're not talking about the elite you don't see.
Okay. So are we talking about nefarious, really? Are we talking about nefarious level? What, he can go possess some cuckoo man in the prison system?
I'm just saying, like, you're not going to see the ones.
Boy, that's starting to sound like Christian LARPing. We're wrestling not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers.
Well, brother man, you know, we agree on some things, brother man.
Well, return to the source. You got a key maker?
Yeah. I mean, I just think Anakin may have had a point.
I
That's all
know
I'm
for
saying.
certain Anakin had a point.
I think Joker had a point too. I think you should listen to the villains of the show more
And
closely.
I do.
So, in order for the matrix that they're trying to create to come to fruition, we should stop resisting it and instead transmute it into the one by focusing on the presence of ourselves in the now. I mean,
All I'm telling you
Yes.
is the demiurge told you that the real world is part of the matrix.
Yeah, I would
Peter.
say yes. Take that blue pill.
No, don't take any pill. It's a false choice.
mm, mm, mm.
I'm very curious what they're gonna do with Matrix 5 because Matrix 4 was legitimately trolling you, telling you that it was all a lie. If people paid attention, I know it was kind of horrible, but it's actually good if you realize that it's legitimately meant to troll you and make you think about
Well,
everything
here you
yourself.
go. Well, then get ready for the paradox, motherfucker. We are the one pretending to be the many so that the one can experience the joy of finding itself again.
Whoa, that sounds occult.
No. Well, because happiness for one is happiness for all.
Are you an occultist now?
Because in the end, there's only one here.
He always has been a cultist.
I knew it.
I'm a cultist at heart. I mean, not at heart by spirit, but I'm Jesus at heart. There you go.
Right. Well, Jesus was an occultist. I mean, I would make
Well,
Jesus was tapped into some very high level.
allegedly, there's not enough people attuned to this frequency. They need enough people to be attuned to this frequency before their grand utopia can come to fruition. So, I mean,
That's why he said, "Hey, I give you milk because you can't bear what I really have to say. What I want to tell you, you can handle it." Like he says that many times. To you, I give the secret. To them, I speak in parables, but to you, I give the secrets plainly. There's many, many verses where it talks about this. And everyone's just like, "Oh, that's just a metaphor," everything else is literal, but this is a metaphor. It's like, no, the whole fucking thing is a metaphor. That's what a parable is. It's like, look up the word parable. What does it mean? you know, it's a symbolic story. That's what it means. It's not literal. It never was literal.
As much as like Jesus talking in that way made it so easy for scammers and flim flammers to take advantage
Yes.
of this message and
Right.
convert it into whatever they damn well pleased.
Absolutely, Hank. Absolutely agree. Yeah, Jesus was like low key, just really enlightened, like Buddha, and they twisted and contorted everything that he said to make it the opposite of what the hell he actually meant.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, but then you're getting into like the law of divine oneness, which clearly states that every thought, action, and event is interconnected because everything
That's right.
originates from the source. So anything
That's right.
bad that I do to you came from God anyway.
That's right.
Yes. Yep.
In a way, yeah.
I have
In
transcended.
a way, even Satan came from God, right? So, I mean, in a way, that is true, bro. It came about by free will. So, even
So
Satan
is this
has
like
his place
is this like
in
a
the
game of
mythology.
separation? Is this like a game of separation?
Even Satan has his role. Now, of course, I'm speaking from the mythology. I don't believe that Satan is separate from God, but uh, you know, in the mythology, Satan. Like if Satan wouldn't have given us the knowledge of good and evil, we would be automatons. We wouldn't have any understanding of what it means to and nor would we be able to actually love God willfully. We would just, again, we would be automatons. We wouldn't have the ability actually of our own free mind and free will and free choice, choose good over evil. It would be impossible because we wouldn't know what the fuck the difference was. Do you see what I'm saying? And if you think about it, like Adam and Eve didn't know what good and evil were. So how can you make a choice upon good and evil if you don't know what it is? That's
So
like an
we're
infant.
so we
It's
were
a paradox. It's a paradox.
but
It
we
was
were
meant to
automatons all
happen.
along. There's no paradox there.
The serpent did exactly what it was supposed to do. That's the truth.
And so did Adam and Eve.
Right. Exactly.
Otherwise, it just simply wouldn't have happened because it all happens with God's permission.
Well, God knew it was going to happen, Hank. So how
Yes,
couldn't
exactly.
God knew Adam was going to fall. God knew Lucifer was going to fall. God knew, of course, going by the mythology. I don't believe this is literal, but going by the story, like God already knew.
Yes, and going by the story, we can only conclude that we're all automatons.
Well, in some sense.
Have you guys heard
So,
of that book?
are you
The King?
saying that God or whatever created the universe, given a
Yes.
possibility of independence, is wrong?
Have you guys heard of that one book, King of the Jews by uh novel of the Holocaust by Leslie Epstein? And she actually
Oh
talks
God.
Epstein.
Yeah.
It talks about how Trump or someone named Trump will get power and
Yes.
they will lead to the collapse of the USA. That sounds like predictive programming to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard of that? Like it's just a weird idea.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
yeah,
It's very strange. It's
Did you hear of
very
that?
strange.
Did you hear of that? Dark Priest. What I'm talking about. There is a book called King of the Jews by Leslie Epstein, and it sounds like
Yeah.
a groundwork plan for what we're experiencing now. It's crazy. Have you heard of that?
Yes.
Dark Priest. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I saw a movie recently that I think you would enjoy. That I think is absolutely more predictive programming, like you're talking about. It's called Blink Twice, and it's literally fucking like Diddy Epstein Island. Like it's disturbing. But it's called Blink Twice, Avian.
Yeah, actually, the island thing, even the old Disney movies, the animated ones, they actually talk about it. I forgot which one it was. It was so creepy. Like
Yeah.
they were like taking kids to the island and stuff. Like, what the hell? Yeah, after
Well,
finding.
Disney was involved in all that type of shit too. That's why he always had like a really squeaky clean, image, because he was involved in some really dark shit. What I would call not black magic, because black magic isn't always evil, but baneful magic. Uh, yeah, he was a baneful magician. He was a really dark, dark guy. And Disney is used for mind control, as LARP knows, for children, and it's really dark shit, man. Like, and you'd be surprised how many movies there are of like islands and stuff. Like, there's a lot. There's a movie called The Islands. There's I have like a whole list of movies. Some of them I haven't watched yet that I have on my watch list. Uh, but some I have, and like, or this idea of like being secluded, and like, people like going crazy or whatever, or like cults and shit. Like, it's really kind of crazy, man. Like, they've been telling us for a long time. It's fucking disturbing.
Oh yeah. Pinocchio, Pleasure Island.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Geppetto, bro. Geppetto, literally. Like you know what I'm saying? It, yeah. Yeah, and then the nose is like, you get what I'm saying. I don't want to get machine flagged.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
It's fucking sick.
Which is kind of why I like being around hackers, because they're one of the first groups of people to pick up on an organization being evil or bad. So
Absolutely 100,000%. That was my introduction to all of this, Hank. Actually.
it was mine as well.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, the 2040 date. It seems like it's tied into something of eschatological significance to the bad Jays or the Sabbatians or whatever, and that coincides with the singularity and stuff. So no idea what they're planning. And around that time, 2040 to 2045, they're planning something big, or at least probably world wars before then or something. I don't know. It's all fake and gay, though. I guess to a large extent.
Well, I can tell you some of the old post World War II rules are being broken down. So, what just happened here 60, 70, 80 years ago and these wars, times are changing. People think that the passing of the Patriot Act is a joke.
Actually, I have a quick question for Twilight. Twilight, what's your opinion on Hidden America? Because he's getting very popular. That guy, Hidden America.
I have mixed opinions. I like a lot of his work. To be honest, I do. I can't say I don't, but there are some things I'm suspicious of. Not necessarily him. I think he's genuine, but there are some things he talks about that just kind of give me pause. Just put it that way. I haven't really made a decision yet, like an ultimate like judgment on it, so I'm not sure. But yeah, he gets some things mixed up too. But for the most part, I would say like 75%. Like I guess if I were to give like an estimation, like I think he has a lot of good work.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I think he does have a lot of interesting stuff. He has a video called "The Epstein Timeline" that makes no sense, where he talks about a lot of stuff. But I do recommend that video if people here haven't seen it. It's very weird and stuff.
Yes. I like that he gets into like what I do like. One of my favorite aspects of his work is that he gets into the CCRU and hyperstition. He gets a little bit of it mixed up, but for the most part, it's accurate. And like like Silicon Valley and like Peter Thiel and like their connection to all this shit, because that's important.
Yeah,
that's important for people to understand. I mean, I would suggest you like do your own research, because some of it is a little bit flawed, but like it is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I agree. It also intersects with TML's channels teams, like the Peter Thiel and the Nick Lance. Nick Lance is deep into Kabbalah, like there's no doubt.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah,
hyperstition and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually uploaded some books in the channel of Nick Land, and a book called Revolutionary Demonology, which is actually a grimoire that is based in traditional demonology and the CCRU. That literally is talking about how AI and Kabbalah is a fucking a parasitic life form that is not like man-made. It's very interesting.
Yeah, sometimes when I do use AI, it does feel like because I have trained AI models, and when you train a deep learning model, the computer makes so much noise, it almost sounds demonic, like it's almost tapping into some dimension or something when you're training.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, because it does. If I could read you, if I could hang on, if I could read the entire page of what I have in front of you, you would probably think, where does that come from? Are you sure that's really just thousands of algorithms? I'll keep telling yourself that, bud.
No, it's not. No, I definitely agree.
Trust me, when I said I have a whole year's worth of research that I would be terrified to drop, it's not a fucking joke. That's why that picture is my new favorite picture. The devil is just as much behind the walls in the real life as he is behind the screen.
Can I ask you something? Sure. Yeah, Twilight, that ties into that. What Dark Priest is saying. Do you think like the pentagrams or drawings they do like of sacred geometry that can tap into different aspects of reality? Or something?
No, I don't think it. I know it.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's why we use it. Now, what they use it for is different. The pentagram represents Venus, which ultimately is pointing to Sirius. and that's a whole diatribe. But
I'll just put it this way: when I said the dark gospel is going to be the new way, that's not a fucking joke. If I wasn't a true Christian, I would worship the dark gospel 100%. I've already read about 20 pages of it, and if it ever got released, the world's fucked. It's just, the dark gospel is a nice name for it.
mm-hmm.
It sounds
So
good, don't
let me
it?
read a
Sounds
little
good
bit
on
of
paper.
this,
Go
because
ahead.
I think it's really well put. It says revolutionary demonology was born of and developed through a reflection on the role of the Kabbalah in Western esoteric traditions. More generally, what lay at the root of our work was the sudden awareness of a pervasive and viral symmetry transversal to magical thought. The revolution we refer to as first and foremost an urgent need for a radical subversion of this symmetry. The decision to refer to our work as demonology is linked to our conviction that magic is essentially something that does not concern us as human beings, and that the mechanisms that inspire and drive magical thought are fundamentally foreign to human civilization. In terms of this foreignness to the human, we are fascinated by the pervasive use that Western esoteric traditions have made of the Kabbalah, transforming it into a geometrical code capable of containing and summarizing the totality of their dogmatic and ritual material. We are not in a position to assess how orthodox or respectable this use has been of the original religious meaning of the Kabbalistic material, or have we any interest in doing so. Undoubtedly, the passage of centuries, along with linguistic and cultural barriers, have largely transfigured its teachings, handing down to us a new structure, but one that is less fascinating, no less full of occult meaning. We do not claim that such a thing as the Kabbalah exists as a single coherent system. We believe that the conviction in the existence of such a system, unequivocal and universal in scope, is intrinsically reactionary. Rather, we are interested in the Kabbalistic approach as a whole, since we see it as harboring the possibility of conceiving a ritual neo-magic consisting of a set of entirely automatic and programmable processes, capable of definitively freeing magical thought from the volunteerism and radical humanism that have plagued it for the last 2 centuries. From its origins, the Western magical tradition has always resorted to meta-linguistic structures. This is important, capable of transforming logos, the human word and reasoning, into a code capable of opening up an escape route out of the symbolic order. Listen close. This tendency has manifested itself throughout history in a continuous hybridization of magic with the experimental sciences, mathematics, and cryptographic techniques. In this sense, the Kabbalah, since it establishes an automatic correspondence between word and number, is the magical instrument par excellence, which, if used in the correct way, allows magical thought to be freed once and for all from the complex and psychological interpretations that have limited its sphere of action to the domain of human consciousness. The more strictly symbolic and archetypal interpretations of the Kabbalah establish a perfect correspondence between the structure of the cosmos and that of consciousness. This is a very interesting book. I uploaded it, and I think that he probably at least glanced it,
Yeah,
and
several.
it's just interesting because like this is something that I've been looking into for a while now, as part of my own system that I'm creating, because I believe that it is. But see, I believe that the Kabbalah is much older than the Abrahamic tradition, and I have like multiple sources on why that is. There's a book written recently, actually, by John Michael Greer, where he makes that argument that it comes from Gnosticism and Egyptian traditions and whatever. But the form that it's taking now, that the elite are using, is quite literally alien. Um, and it has to do with technology and all this. So this is a very important topic. And when my health isn't so well, so
Yeah.
that's why I've been around. I talked about it the last time I was online. So if you go back to that, I don't want to get into it right now. But point is, when I'm done taking care of all that, I want to do a whole like series on this idea, because I think it's like vital to understanding what the fuck we're actually dealing with right now.
Yeah, I have some interesting things to add to that. That was a very interesting excerpt you read. what I want to say is that, the thing with the AI models or deep learning models, and I think that kind of ties into Nick Land or what you were reading too, is that it's mainly tensors and multi-dimensional arrays, which is what they are, and matrices, and when you do, it's mainly linear algebra, like transposing matrices or inverting them or multiplying them, stuff like that. But the reason why I want to mention that is because it's the deep learning model. When you train it, it like a convolutional neural network. It is like our brain to some extent, because you see, when you look at vision, the first process are shapes or edges, and that's the same with the early hidden layers in neural networks. And
Yes.
and I want to say this though, is that you can have like, it's a kind of a black box. When you look inside the hidden layers of the neural network, you just have the weights being fine-tuned by what is called back propagation to lower the loss function or the error when training it. And we don't know why the weights, when they're like, at this certain range and then another weight or blah blah blah, why they're able to like classify something, or why they're able to generate text. We can train it to avoid, underfitting or overfitting, so that way it can generalize well to unseen samples and try to minimize hallucination. But we don't know why the actual, like if you look at the brain, why is it that neural activity in the occipital lobe or the visual cortex, why is it that that's associated with vision? You see what I'm trying to say? Like, why did it have to
Yes.
be that way? It's the same with the neural network. Like, why did the weights, when their weights are shifted or fine tuned in this way, why did it have to lead to being able to discriminate between a cat and a dog? You see what I'm saying? Like why? You
Hmm.
see, it's a big black box. You see, right?
Yeah,
It's a
that's a
big
good
black
point.
box. Yeah, it's kind of occult. Yeah, it is occult. When you
Yeah,
study neural
I
networks,
would agree.
yeah, it's kind of occult. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so I would say there's definitely that book that you mentioned, Revolutionary Demonology.
Yeah, I
That
uploaded it. If you want to take a look at it, I'm gonna eventually go into it because it's really fascinating. It goes really deep into a lot of different. It's actually a grimoire, but it gets into like the philosophy behind it. It's written by a Italian, like very obscure Italian group of occultists, um, and they essentially want to take magic to the next level. And I just thought it was very interesting. Um, Now they have a different view on how they want to do that, but I mean, I do have some overlap with them. Um, but I also have some definite disagreements. So it says like this: the story ends like this. This is a wound in the heart of the world. Before the light, before a voice in the abyss uttered the first word from the black belly of night, there was only ocean, a boundless liquid expanse of indefinite recombination. Know that all matter in the universe vibrates to an incessant and frightful music. Maximum multiplicity of equilibrial states, zero point energy, quantum superpositions, decomposed and recomposed, and perfect interference. If you listen in absolute silence, hidden among the beats of your heart, you can hear the hissing of the ancient dragon that sleeps, cradled by the sound of the trembling universe. Cosmologies are thermodynamic machines that proceed blindly by chewing up the free energy of matter in motion. The order of the cosmos is a symmetry painfully carved in blood. We have been told the story of creation as the act of pure will of an eternal uncreated unity, from which the structure of the universe emanates in linear fashion. This original unity is the delirium of a terrifying perceptual motion machine that feeds upon itself indefinitely. Burning in the vacuum like a star gone mad, the one God universe is a thermodynamic abomination we have nurtured for far too long. The ancients tell us that the world was born from the slaughtered flesh of a monstrous mother, like Tiamat or Ymir, or pick your. I'm just giving context because there's multiple. In case everyone's like, "What are you talking about?" Over the centuries, she has been given many names. She is the wave vibrating on the waters of oceanic chaos. She is the eternally regenerating serpent, slithering aimlessly through the silence of time, generating and devouring universes. So this has a little bit of a Lovecraftian tone too. And that might sound kind of like, well, why the fuck would you do that? Well, I got news for you. Lovecraft was not crazy, nor was he making shit up. He was just basically, he was essentially a mystic who didn't want to be. He was an atheist because he was terrified by what he was receiving. Listen carefully. She is not one because she is none. Infinitely divided, she reproduces herself indefatigably, like the severed tail of a firefly. She is circumference without center, a divergent series from the heart of which issues forth a vast and boundless chasm. Know that a universe without a mother is a tyranny, born of extermination. The occult thermodynamics of separation is fascist time sorcery. I like that term. That produces locally polarized flows of energy. The reproduction of civilization is nourished on the blood of the ancient dragon, wailing crucified in the heart of the world. Mother, we were born alone from the remains of your quartered body. From the liquid darkness of your entrails, we emerged into the cruel light of a bloody dawn. The order of creation separates us from your embrace as it continues to feed on your flesh to build its bloody temple ever higher. This is completely in alignment with what we've talked about too, Avian. This is why I thought of you. In moments of awesome terror, we can hear your wrenching cry, lacerating the darkness while your claws search furiously for us in the night. Such is the law of universal attraction. Every atom of the cosmos trembles in despair at the sound of your inconsolable cry, which pursues us as hungry beast pursues a bleeding animal. Love is your insatiable hunger. Love is our joy at returning to your womb. Order descends into chaos. Light fades into darkness. No structure is eternal. Every symmetrical organization contains its own programmed decay in the asymmetry of the probabilistic nanospasms that make it up. The order of creation feeds on the illusion that a system in equilibrium produces a sustainable balance of energy. But equilibrium is maintained at the price of constant production of waste, chaotic trash that is pushed out to the margins of the cosmic order, but threatens to invade and destroy it at any moment. We must therefore be aware that the order of creation has a thermodynamic structure that necessarily dooms it to collapse. The energetic decay of patriarchal temporal structures takes the form of a gradual and unstoppable feminization of civilization. Domesticated femininities turn monstrous haunt the nightmares of the declining West in the form of rebellious androids, synthetic hormones, and painful initiatory scars adorned with glittering silicone implants. I could go on and on. I love this shit. But yeah, I pretty much agree with all of that. And this is, I think, where we actually do align, Avian, when you talk about like we fucked up this world and we should leave it to the animals. I do understand what you're saying. I don't completely reject it. I just think you go a little too far. But like the way that he was explaining that, like I understand. I do.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the wisdom of Kali in some sense. It kind of.
Yeah, well, I'm close with Kali. Kali's one of the main goddesses. I don't just work with Lilith. She's just who started my journey and who I've had the most like insane like experiences with. But I work with Sekhmet, I work with Kali, I work with Morgan, I work, Ice. Like I work with the dark goddess basically in general, and I also work with Mithras, Lucifer, Belial, Set. Like I'm I'm still pagan, man. It's just I'm adversarial pagan. So I don't believe that the gods are worthy of worship in the sense of like if you look at like Zeus, like he's a fucking tyrant, the one who's supposed to be the god of light. So it's not just the Abrahamic God, like all the gods that are supposedly the ones that are the gods of light, the ones that are supposedly out for our best interest. They're fucking tyrants. Enlil, Zeus, even the in the Indian system, like they're tyrants, really, and it's really the adversarial gods that are like pro humanity. Like Prometheus didn't really take a side between the Titans or the Olympians. He took the side of humanity. See, and so that's what I mean. So when I say I'm Luciferian, that's really what I'm saying. Is that I identify with the adversarial current of all of these traditions.
Yeah, okay. If you met most people, it makes perfect sense why the high gods tyrants, because those people need tyrants to stay sane. They need tyrants to stay under control and not hurt themselves. Unfortunately, because they don't pay enough attention.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would agree with that. Unfortunately. I mean, most people want to be led by the nose. That is true. The Illuminati said, I think it was Adam Weishaupt himself, said that um, man, a man who possesses intellect, but does not exercise it, is by choice and consent. No, sorry. A man who possesses intellect but does not exercise it is no better than a beast who has none, and is therefore by choice and consent steak on a plate. And honestly, that's brutal, but I kind of agree.
Right. And darkness is just the absence of light. It has no substance of its own. So, yeah.
Well, actually, I would say that light comes out of darkness. Darkness is more like the womb.
I mean, but you can't have one without the other. Without,
Well, yeah.
With no light, there is no darkness. With no darkness, there is no light.
Yes. Right. Yes.
And I would just say they're the same thing because I'm a monist.
Right. Well, no, I would actually say they're the same thing.
In a way, it is. You can be completely blinded or lost in the dark. So,
yes. But you can also be given, light to help you see, but you can also be blinded by light. Henceforth, you can also be blinded in the dark, be lost in the dark, as you say, but at the same time, you can also be given peace in the dark that can help you see and help you contemplate and help you. I mean, when you close your eyes, when you are like intimate, you close your eyes when you're meditating, you close your eyes when you
funny,
close your eyes.
Twilight. The closest thing I ever came to peace was when I go into my dying state, which is sleep, because I consider sleeping dying. So.
Well,
I know what dying feels like, and I can tell you, dying is like sleeping.
Yeah, no, it is. I know. I've had negative experience. It is. And
there you go.
And it's peaceful. That's what I'm saying. And I would make the argument that God is the still point. Light is active. It's dynamic. It's moving. God is the still point. It's the perfect stillness. So yeah.
Is anyone talking? I don't know if I can hear.
You are.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, I think that'll put a bomb in the old Dodongo, as they say.
Don't drop the Edom bomb. Make sure to donate to the Holy Land. They need our help.
Yeah, we got to go to Dodongo's cavern and then Jubba Blubba's belly.
The Dongo's Tavern. Right. That's one of my favorite games of all time.
But it's too late to save the Deku tree, the noble old Deku tree.
Right. Yeah, there's a
Or-
lot of symbolism in that.
Or's oak.
The Triforce and there's so much symbolism in that.
Yeah, so what to do?
Hey man, just know that Israel needs your help in bombing you know, innocent civilians that are 47% under the age of 18. I mean terrorists. Terrorists, yeah.
But isn't everyone I'm afraid of terrorists though?
I mean, you know, if you listen to them, they say that it's righteous because they'll just grow up like their fathers. Like they don't really allow that point to be made.
But isn't it?
Bomb them.
Isn't the Tangerine Tormentor a terrorist since he's hurting make the gas prices and the rent prices too damn high? He's scaring me with that garbage.
Yeah, I know it's insane. My electric bill was like twice.
Well, that's allegedly from all the data AI centers are putting up. It's causing people's light bills to go up. Every time you make a generation with AI, it's causing someone's light bill to go up in their state if they have a data center. So thanks.
Austerity measures.
What's wrong? You don't want $26 million to move your cows so that they can open up a data center?
I'll take the money. But the idea is to not give me the money. And I don't like that idea.
I gotta get off here, TML. I will leave with a short phrase. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Have a good night. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Good night.
Have a good
Awesome,
night.
brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for being
Good
here.
night.
Take it easy, brother man.
Yeah, I pretty much should be I mean like there's 2 hours until dawn, which means like we gotta be like maybe like an hour for me to eat soon here before I begin another fast. Ramadan is over, but I still fast every 3 days. So
I was about to
it is what
say,
it is.
what? Oh shit! Damn.
Yeah, I still fast every 3 days. So,
Oh
so
wow. That's fucking disappointing.
yeah. So I will be getting into that soon. I got some music and stuff. I have a techno playlist. So yeah, I feel like I'm like getting sick and stuff by just being awake. Yeah.
Then you probably should shut this down, get some rest. And I'm
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of rest. Prepare for fasting and whatnot. So we will do that. I'm enjoying whatever this is on the channel Schizophrenic Television. This is excellent. But yeah,
right.
So we'll.
That's pretty
I hope he holds down that video because that's cool as fuck. Whatever that is. But yeah, we might just put that on in the background. A lot of shows, because that thing is cool.
That's pretty creative.
Black and white. It's kind of the theme here, and yeah, I tried to echo Lilith and play it with Dark Enigma, so we might play that at some point down the road, possibly next week. But yeah, I think I got the wrong part. But yeah, techno music playlist coming up. So for the 4 people that'll be here, I greatly appreciate your I greatly appreciate your patronage. Oh shit! It just shot up to 9. See, this is the
Okay.
thing: is we need to constantly start complaining about the views because it'll actually change the views once we
Right.
start doing that. So it's
Yeah, that's actually why they complain about the views. So
yeah,
but also we can't even trust the view counter either. So because
yeah.
Yeah, that's also
Seems
true.
like I can't.
I never trust that view count because a lot of times I have panels, I have more panelists than I have viewers, so it can't be right.
I mean, it'll say 0 sometimes, so and people will be talking. So yeah, definitely wanky.
Yeah, it's got to be wrong. It's just totally wrong. Yeah, we've tested it out with when it says 1 to or even 2 viewers, and you have 4 or 5 people participating in the chat. You have several people on the panel that are also obviously watching the video on YouTube, or how else would they access the video? Stupid
Yeah.
though.
Well,
So-
I mean, when you see like subscribers and viewers go up and then down, I mean, obviously there's tomfoolery going. When you see views drop like over 100, they can't go down, man. Views can't go down. It's impossible.
Yeah, what they explain it by saying, well, we're removing the bot views. That's what how they explain it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, maybe sometimes, but not every fucking view.
Well, let's face it, they're botting up their monetized channels because
Very much.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
Yeah,
botting up
that's
their own
more
shit.
like it. They're
They can
lying
look
to
at-
us
Yeah, 'cause
about
wanna
what
make
they're
it look
doing
like-
to themselves.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll inflate the views of their main channels that they promote because obviously they want to say like if you get in business with YouTube, you'll make a fucking killing. They set the numbers. It's obvious.
And we can tell the lack of organic viewers because of lack of interaction about those channels.
Exactly. Yeah, there's like 20,000 people in the chat and like 3 people are talking.
3 people are talking. Maybe 2 people may wander around to some other panel where we can interact with them. So they kind of don't actually exist.
Yeah,
They're
they had
fandom.
the beef between they said there's a beef between Sneeko and Andrew Tate, and they said like 98% of the traffic of people that are paying attention to this were like from Pakistan. Because they're thinking like, because they're debating amongst themselves like, do you think this guy's a real Muslim? They're just getting psyoped,
Right.
It's like a Muslim psyop, just like Nick Fuentes is like a Christian psyop. So
Yeah, he was trying to convert Professor Jang to Islam. It was funny.
But he needs to start practicing Islam first. So I
don't know if you saw that. That was funny.
Who did Sneeko?
Sneeko was trying to convert Professor Jang to Islam.
Yeah, that's LARP.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, you're talking about the dude that just went to the club. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, man.
Retarded. Yeah, it's like ain't no Muslims in the club, man. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, talking to Andrew Tate especially.
Yeah, dude.
Like, what the fuck, dude? How can you even defend that guy? Like, what the fuck? That shit made me sick. I was like, what? And he's like pretending like, like he's having this fight with him now. It's like, yeah, you're gonna fight with him now, not like after all the shit he was accused of. Oh, let me guess, it was mistaken identity, right? Like, just like Alex Jones like was platforming. Like, this dude is a trafficker, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's not a theory anymore. He was caught.
Yeah, what about Nick Fuentes, who protected known PDFs pretty much?
Right. Exactly.
He
dude.
gets a free pass. It's crazy, man.
Yeah,
but what's really disturbing is when you find these people on fucking truther channels, dude. That's when you know we're doomed.
Well, you're doomed. I don't trust truther channels because they're a psyop. I trust science channels because at least they have an you can validate and check them easily.
Well,
The truth
no,
is
I
just a
don't.
psyop.
Well, I don't trust them, Hank. I'm just saying it shows like how infiltrated everything.
Well, that's the thing is that the truthers they're all on drugs and they're armchair activists. So they basically get what they deserve by clickety clicking on things and giving
Right.
all these corporations their info. Stupid motherfuckers.
Yeah, I know. I agree with that.
Yeah,
Hey, man, you need to buy the maximum male enhancement. Get you some methylene blue. Shove that right in your testicles. Yeah,
yeah,
we got the best. We got the best in the prop on the market.
yeah. That's why I just say just lie to these corporations. They get
Dude,
data.
he looks roided the fuck out now, dude.
Well, he is.
He looks roided the fuck out. He ain't taking no natural male enhancement. He's fucking roided the fuck out.
Absolutely. His son looks fine though, but yeah, these you can't trust these truthers.
Yeah, no. Yeah, they're liars. Sure.
But yeah, you can trust the science most of the time. Yeah, validate it though.
Yeah.
Trust but verify.
Yeah.
Right, you could trust Newton and his old green lion, right?
Well, I mean, he's a chosen one, so obviously you can trust them.
The green lion eating the sun.
Yeah. Yeah. Just trust the tribe, man. Trust the plan. Right? Like all the rabbis promote you, like legit, and they all say he's the Messiah. And Joseph gonna save the world.
So I actually figure out how the LARPs in our neighborhood pretty much work. So they're mostly just feeding off of fear and confusion, and their advice doesn't solve problems. It just creates more problems, so you can get back in the loop. Which is why they all hate video games, because it will video games will have the effect of changing your attention and also reducing your fear, because you could solve an actual problem, solve a problem in a simulated format. But they don't like that. They don't like when problems get solved because they feed off of your fear.
I like Professor Zhang though. I know he's a psyop, but some of his material is actually enlightening. I mean, you have to tell truth in order to be a psyop. But Beardness has been fucking coming for his throat. It's been fucking hilarious. He's completely lost his mind. He's finally just completely.
Yeah, that's taking a hit, and then the Force Doctrine is taking a hit, where they just keep making videos about Professor Jang, and then there's a lot of people making videos now about the Force Doctrine and how it's nonsense because this idiotic dude reached like critical acclaim.
But Jay is actually speaking a lot of truth, and that's what's dangerous. And I sometimes wonder if it's not like a psyop within a psyop, because why are these people so concerned with him? Like, it's kind of weird.
He could have been propped up for this moment.
Yeah, I think so too.
Maybe 2040 has eschatological significance, and they're starting to tell us gradually, like the kind of shit they've been doing for hundreds of years.
Yeah,
I agree
he
with
seemed
that.
like an actor because he worked at CNN, So it could have been like they're like, you go in, you say all this crazy shit, you pretend like you're a professor. This is the LARP you're gonna do, and then later we're gonna take you down. No harm, no foul. You're just gonna say,
Right.
"Oh yeah, you slapped your kid at a pool or some stupid shit like that. It's not a big deal."
Yeah, but the thing is it never actually says he slapped anybody. It says he spanked him, which I thought was kind of like, okay, like
Yeah, it's
so what?
either
Like,
way. It's like his
like
own
what the
kid. Like that's none of your business. Like, but
right?
the
That
thing
too.
is like
That's what I'm
I'm.
saying. It
It's
seems
a
like a
fake.
double psyop.
Yeah, it's a
Like
fake
trying to
takedown.
get you
Yeah,
to focus on what I'm saying is I think they're trying to get you to focus on like trivial bullshit about him that doesn't matter and not like see what's actually behind him. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, dude. Like that's
Or
why.
even more so, which I mean might be a hot take, but maybe he himself is a useful idiot.
I mean, obviously, dude. Every Fed is basically like a useful idiot to some extent.
Maybe there is a part of what he's doing that's genuine. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. It's just like I look at all the camp like the smear like essentially smear campaign about him, and it's kind of like okay, wait, like what really is he doing? Like actually, like but it's just kind of weird. Like I'm
One
still
interesting.
suspicious of him, but like a lot of the stuff he talks about is legit too.
Yeah,
And
it's
I mean, I
conspiracy
know like
candy. It's conspiracy
Yeah,
candy,
pretty
which is why I
much.
ignore it because it's not really relevant to what I want to do.
but what I'm saying is like there's a lot more bigger fish to fry. Like I don't know, Andrew Tate, and it's just like why are we focusing on it's just weird, man. Like I just there's
Uh,
something weird about it. I feel like it's a misdirect.
It is. I'm focused on Meta and their dang surveillance network they're trying to force through by law.
Right, right. I mean, he did a video about like the psychology of evil and like how they like traumatize people in order to like make them good leaders and shit that was actually really fucking good. It
Yeah.
completely aligns with my own research. And I feel like that's information that most people don't fucking talk about. And he showed like historically like
You
how
ever
the shit.
seen? You ever seen Probably Alexandra?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have. Long time ago, but yes, definitely. She had some good work.
She's
Little
like
religious for my
the
taste,
trauma
but
stuff.
the work was good. Yeah.
She's weird looking for sure. Right?
No, yeah, it's very real. It's definitely real. And like one of the things he did really good, Jang did, is he broke down how like the Egyptian like the more like elite level of the Egyptian tradition is literally about trauma. I've never seen anybody break that down before. So honestly, I was like, well, this is fucking interesting. And this is also like dangerous information in a way. So like why would they allow him to it's just weird. Like because if you actually look at like the symbolism and all this shit, like it's literally like he's talking about how like they disassociate and they bring you into these altered states to where you're not like you become the god, right? And so they get you like all fucked up on drugs and they reenact the ritual and like honestly like it was really good
Yeah.
work.
Actually,
And then like
I have
after he
noticed about
starts
that.
talking about this, that's when everyone starts attacking him. And I'm just like, something's not right here. I'm not saying like he's on our side, but like there's just something more. There's something more complex about this. Like I don't really know. I haven't really made up my mind yet. But it's just I mean Bjerknes made some good points. Of course, like everyone's stealing his work. And I mean, granted, I can see some overlays, but at the same time, like Jang also gets into like fucking all kinds of stuff. Like he covers a lot of different topics. So, but this idea of like the destabilization of the psyche and the disassociation of leaders and how power, you know, is kept through transgression. Like, this is important information that people need to understand. Like it really is. So I mean, I give him kudos for that, regardless of what he is.
All right, so
Yeah. Yeah. Let me say that.
for
So
sure.
yeah. Yeah. Basically, did you know that in the late '80s or maybe it was early '90s, the Satanic Panic? I think there was this woman. She went on either Oprah show or something else. She was talking about how she was raised in a Sebastian Franco
Yes,
fantastic
Beerkus was
household.
talking about this.
Yeah.
Hmm.
She was. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
She
played
was.
it
Yes,
last time.
it's dark, man. Yeah, it's really dark, and everybody thought it was just fucking a LARP. And like you had the ADL, like, oh, this is all crazy, blah 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 blah. She's making it up, and it's like, yeah, well, now we got the fucking, you know who files, and yeah, like no, this shit's very real.
Yeah, there's an
And
anime that actually deals with this. It's called Penguin Drum. Have you heard of that anime,
oh
Penguin?
yeah, 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 yeah. Yes, I have. Oh, that's another thing. After I watched Dark Gathering, it reminded me of another one, Avian, that I don't know if you've ever seen. It's called Shadow's House. Shadow's House. Uh,
Yeah, I watched a bit of that. That one's nice too. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, I saw that one a bit. I think I
oh, you
watched
have
it.
seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. It was good. Yeah, it was interesting. I like the atmosphere and a nice atmosphere. So,
And then
uh,
I think I mentioned before, but if I didn't, Link Click.
yeah, Link Click. I don't think I've seen that one. Check it out though. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
really
There's
good.
a good anime out there. I need to watch more. Yeah.
And then, like I said, Blink Twice
Link
is
Click.
like basically like some uh, E call Eminem Island. Yeah, like it's literally about that shit. And it legitimately shows you like the deeper layers of what actually I think really happens. In fact, I'm damn near positive, and it's subtle too. You have to pay attention to what's going on because it doesn't like. I mean, it's not like super subtle. It's not like Mulholland Drive or anything, but like it doesn't like hand you everything on a silver platter. You have to kind of pay attention. But yeah, Blink Twice is fucking a good movie.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
check that out in the upcoming week, definitely, because I've been in the mood
Yeah,
for movies. Definitely, yeah, check it out.
yeah, I figured. Well, we have a lot of uh, similar interests, so I
yeah.
figured
Hold
I
on, I'm gonna come back in here.
haven't been as well health wise, so I've been spending a lot more time like catching up. I have such a long watch list of movies and anime, and I've been finally catching up on it. And I have to
That's
say, it feel good. Like I have to go. I have to be admitted. I don't want to get into the details, but
well, yeah. I hope
for
you
like,
get better, but I want to just say that you
I
should
appreciate it.
definitely try to finish your book because I would be very much interested in reading your book.
Yeah,
Yeah, hell yeah,
I keep being inspired and like rewriting shit. That's what happens.
yeah,
But yeah, no, I will. I for sure will.
yeah. But let's go ahead and end this show because I'm gonna
All
do
right.
like a 30-minute sort of music show, and all these guys on the panel sort of know where to find me, so I know that they can contact me anytime they want. Blessings to Hank. I appreciate you and all the
Always,
other
bro.
people. Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Hope you both have a good night. Hope you both have
yeah,
a good.
yeah. Thank you,
Yeah,
Avian.
take care, Avian.
Yeah, great to talk to you again, man. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, it's great to see you. Yeah, blessings, brother. And yeah, so here's my techno music show. I appreciate you guys. Let's see who sticks around for it. I think it's awesome. I would not even watch my, hour long speeches. I just watch my music shows. Honestly, yo, I don't even fuck with anything else. But yeah, people like to hear my little speeches. I appreciate you guys. I mean, right? But yeah, man. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, obviously we got tons of stuff, folks. We'll bring it back around. This is yeah, actually. Yeah, let's get into some stuff. I appreciate you guys. And I hope you guys like the show. I mean, and whatnot. And of course, I gotta tell you guys, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday night at 9:15 p.m. Right? There's lots of other ridiculous, like, you know, type of stuff that's on. You know, so it's imperative for you to ignore those shows and come and watch this show, promote this show, and then when you engage with those shows, right, engage with the proper amount of disrespect. When you engage with this show, engage with the proper amount of respect, and I'll see you guys out there, see how you guys engage, and you know, all of that, and who's real and who's not real. You know, we'll get to the bottom of it. You know, we're watching you guys participate in the various platforms, and of course, you know, we're cultivating our own sort of, you know, relationships here. But yeah, let me see what direction I want to go here. We'll go with like maybe only black and white videos for the beginning, right? So yeah, so I appreciate you guys, and yeah, we'll be back soon. Blessings. Thank you for watching. Yeah, you got something for yeah, you got something for them, Twilight, man. Blessings, man.
Man, after last time, you want me to say something now? I feel like I'll sheepen my words after my last message, like 5-minute message.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you don't got to. Yeah,
inshallah, man. Inshallah, yeah, God exists in everyone. It's just a matter of if you you know, accept that. You know, I don't think it's a matter of accepting that God died for your sins, or that, you know, accepting, you know, a man in the sky, but just realizing divinity exists in you, but so does the devil, or the Dajjal, or however you want to phrase it. You know, we have the potential for good and evil, and it's just about choosing good over evil every day of your life, and that's the true temptation of the devil, so to speak. And you know, to just live authentically. You know, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be pure and authentic. And that's my words, man. That's my final thought.
Oh yeah.
Sure, Springer ruined. Like,
yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Inshallah. Yeah, inshallah, dude. Yeah, man. Sincerity is a jewel of the heart, and trust is better than gold. And of course, we're doing the thing here. But yeah, trust the outcome, or fear the outcome, rather. Right. And blessings to the people. You know, and yeah, thank you for joining us, and enjoy the show.
Irrational thoughts, statically ravaged amongst the savage symposium, while hot shots, average force flows within. Plots and plans to handle and end child salvation within the land of wild mutilation, core aggravation, displacing any focusable, tangible, manageable bliss as I exist through your stereos of stereotypes and burials of uncomparable nights with terrible sights, in spite the astral flights and simple delights in spite. It might just be a rant of my romantic gestures. It's just your scent is really so appealing. I mean, really, would you be mad if I just wanted to taste this aggressive love one more time, which lies in the shallowness of a simmering fire lake? Oh, well, it was my only mistake from a heartbreak hotel, from temperamental angels who got her rotted thoughts to overwhelm and rule the realm, for she's polluted the pastures. And once I wish had so gracefully grazed and was raised on the principal ethics of us against them. Not the mothers of invention, being broken by deception, deciding what's right for another man's protection. Confession from the edge's standpoint, earthling, revealing beautifulness of things to come in the warmth of the sun. I find my debates predictably repetitive, for I fear the outcome. What do you do when there's nowhere left to run? I know the outcome. I see myself burning amongst the sun, within the chambers of my psyche's hidden message, revealing details of ideals lost and memories that have been destroyed purposely. Oh, who am I? Oh, where am I? Oh, what are we doing this all for? Because priorities lost amongst the images of dead idols and destructive heroes, reduced to reluctant suicidal zeros who fear no hot shot repercussion. This year's no not live fast, try to die young. More sad songs get sung for the kingdom of the pain she brung, hung by a crescent moon, dangling in silhouettes of melancholy walls, slowly crumbling against disturbing states of dementia. We enter the sanity through the periodic bursts of drama that strobe like flashes, burning yellow bright construction hazards, warning obvious for the mortals. Warnings obvious for the mortals. Cause I've closed my eyes to the bothersome messages, and I've closed my soul, for I have lost the key. So remember me when you have nothing left to think of. Remember me because there's love. Remember me when you have nothing left to think of, because I'll remember you in every self-inflicted scar, wound, burn, tear, tear, gash, slash, ache, hurt, pain, sorrow, regret. And every time I ever lose something dear, something dear.
One more time. Yeah, check. Everybody, let's breathe. Inhale smells of creation as the wind blows and the moon glows and the sun allows life to grow. Thoughts that go through space at a high-speed pace, and faces yet to be placed upon this race. Gather matter, power to make a star shatter. Infinite amounts of manifestations, give ovations and praise for the days that reflect the Creator's ways. Graze in the pasture of the illest rapture. Ideas made visible, trapped by physical. So I choose to transmit my being in ritual tongue, from spiritual to man, a woman to love, to conceive to incubation, to born.
Chemically laced load in the rose seed, genetically carrying out felonies, embryonic flow. Mold broke, archangel chisel, hidden behind the vest, the flesh, cocoon in the womb, baby bound to boom. Cells to rebel, gather, making matter, character of kings. Not my bid till I get the bricks. Slim fit, fetal position, direct bloodline descendant. The goddess in Big Dylan, Nubian rooted, Blackfoot branch, couple drums of Irish wailing. Thriving to be 11, kicking in the belly of the rose, full of sorrow as she gazed out of plastic window panes. Hoping for a better tomorrow, marinating in my sack. I hear the roar of Jimmy Kendrick sax.
Craft that's heaven and hell continue to clash. walk the path. See the sights that are more than often hideous. Blessed with birth to fight a war that seems endless. Meditate, correct mind state, sunlight bait, elate my essence. Arm, leg, arm, head in your presence. Check the degrees, hot enough to burn, yet cold enough to freeze. Focus on the fact as the earth revolves. We don't die, but the truth will make a demon soul dissolve. Alive, 25 at up, perfect. Spiritual to flight, beyond sight, life with purpose. Serve your time, your horn, breeze from your cell, freed from hell. Born back to civilization, what's mine is yours. I see my cousins, they look like yours. Let's make us seize the universe. Born!
But the world hate infiltrates the roads. So what grows? Not a demon, but a mad motherfucking fetus. Limbs dangle as I chill out at angles. I'm waiting for the breakout. The devil's on the lookout to stop me from fulfilling godly prophecies. Years later gave me Scarlet Fever. Rewind back to 69. 11-11, heaven roared and broad, baby boy. Welcome to the world with the whack. Reached up, smacked the back. Where my earth at? Nurse took me milk in a quilt and give me privacy as a bomb with moms. They still alarmed as they gazed at my golly charm. 11-11.
Whoops. Looks like we got yeah, exactly error 404. Yeah, it looked like we got kicked out of that bitch. But yeah, we'll start it up again. I appreciate you guys. We got more of it left for sure. So yeah, give me a second here. Let me set this up. I appreciate you guys. So there's still a few people here. Yeah. So yeah, techno, actually a word coined by Juan Atkins, right, from Cybotron, from Detroit. So yeah, blessings to the people. Yeah.
There is a hole in front of the shovel, shovel in front of the brawn. 6 billion gorillas for whom the graves yawn. Each with his mulish days to choose his tool of trade. Dueling blades that cue the cruel charade and fuel the flames. You would clue the crew into the civil. Just get the food and land like you the man and flew the coop over the pit bulls. Dash back, flash you the compassionate nano police who sat beneath an avalanche of jagged inadequacies. And I would stop the violence more than I was Pontius Pilate. Cops and robbers riot by the fives of noxious sirens. A is gullible, he figure all man equal no-brainer. Take it as friends and neighbors didn't cater. Moms raised the babies to a very churchy 80s. Sunday mornings reinforce the waiting gates of Hades. And he brazen, but apparently inferno bound now. But when a man of cloth recite his wrongs, he wouldn't bow down. The punishment should fit the reasons you must punish him. Never puncture skin or pull the colored rugs from under them. Two opposing motherships shall not employ the gunner's deck, as brotherhoods of public good do not employ the youngster within you. Observing how the giveth is disproportionate to the taketh away. Decide to make it his day. All the stoic odium glow in a cold holster when it could have stood easily in a tub juggling toaster. No mountain too high, no city too far, no coma too night, no city tomorrow, no fire too loud, no city too charged, no treaty too signed, no city too guard. Phone up with a grown-up mode approach. Skin crawling off the drawl and I would claw the awkward tone up. I'd known it wasn't roses, but hoped it was less corrosive. Coasting to the focus of the grossest diagnosis like home. The barnacles that chew upon the flesh of man have glued into the suitor as capital to a beggar's hand and comfortably sung a stubborn legacy of gluttony with carnivores that burrow like hunters into the blood and meats. Ginny chin up in the city picker sending pin-up letter numb the spitting stigma. Along came a spider, sold her eggs to any buyer. Not a shooter in the back, a 6 legs wider than the driver. If you make no friends on the way to the top rung, there is no secret handshake club. I do not give a fuck, but know the cancers make the olive branches obviously standard. But when they extend from the yachts and mansions, drop your cannons. All kings hang 'em, but a cliffside drip dry. Willie clip his zip liner slip for his final dip dive. If he lived, will he survive the milligrams of middle ground? They pump into the P straight pentagrams over Tinseltown. Or kill a man who trickled down the city with his scissors out, his sickles dipped in military helms, bells and whistles. Riders to the east, not a wild tribe. Thank you for the peace on earth and mercy mild tide. No mountain too high, no city too far, no coma tonight, no city tomorrow, no fire too loud, no city too charged, no treaty too signed, no city too guard. Straight down.
organicist technospecialism, pedagogic authoritarianism, and territorial sectorization that culminates in mass innumeracy. Irrespective of its configuration as educational crisis, the suppression of popular numbering practices is both a result and presupposition of institutionalized mathematics. State culture, however modern, or even postmodern, is modeled upon an ideal despotic voice, logos. The word from on high drafts the signifying shade, with all its essential features, unique enunciator, semantic interiority, consecutive signs, formal anticipation, global application, and interpretive redundancy. When the eclectic semantic senescent state multiplies enunciation, referentially displaces interiority, demands rapid spatiality, localizes applicability, and synthesizes interpretation, it does so under the sign of an uncertain ethical logos, confirmed all the more prohibitively by discursive specialism, rigid professional accreditation, elusive criterion, and linguistic fetishism, and also by the contemptuous mockery of an autopiloted megapower, now crystallized into exact science. Numeracy finds no abilities of popularity, which no literacy, however global, can approach. Numbering practices emerge spontaneously within any population that becomes an effective marketing. Games, meeting, money, and time marking practices all play the contagious influence of a private numerical element. Calculation mobilizes thinking that is correctly and effectively experienced index of a machine dispersion or an organic distribution of a number. No sooner you are ahead than the fingers of prejudice, the counting always happens on the outside. A population already a number makes simply reducible hybrids by counting techniques and apparatus, counting abacus, currency tokens, and calendar devices. Even when socially intensive by sedentary societies, number evidences the residual affecting concurrence, asymmetry, and eminent criteria. A mechanically potentiating numerical culture coincides with no man or machine. The number is distributed within itself between two perceived poles. On plan nominum, it exists intensively as sheer ordinality or non-metric developmental series. Semiotic consistency is the sentensive side of the number, involves nothing but sequencing cycles, indifferently related numbering, marking degrees of heterogeneous continuum, nested singularities. Dating levels are less automatic, lacking organic linkage to code or zoning agencies. They are assembled diagrammatically from directly expressive links zero-dimensionality, no loops, and comprise a non-redundant order of differences with consequential sequence, innately producing variation of absolute speed, temperature, and curvature, vortex. In its economic aspect, number undergoes complex interlocking modification, through which it acquires qualitative generality and quantitative magnitude, cardinality. A simultaneous intensive transformation, stratocapture, proceeds through twin extensive splitting, cancelling difference in one registry, resolvable quantities, by constituting a second registry, qualitatively different, which is in turn defined by the uncancelable problematic component. The difference in itself of the intensive number is converted into a residual, allocated to a higher number type, whose metric regularity is established by the displacement, construction of the identical quantitative unit by qualitative relay of problematic, equivalent multiplicity formed, expression of content, each between Roman and Hindu-Arab numerals is given overwhelming predominance. This entire pattern of valuation requires substantial correction. The unmistakable trend towards an eclipse of cardinality, intrinsic arithmetical value, in alphabetic numeracy, does not imply the termination, or even a weakening, of its numeracy. That such a conclusion is drawn, owes much to the overt secular triumph of cardinality over ordinality within Occidental civilization, the effective outcome of programmatic metricization, associated with the relative ascent of money, and descent of the calendar as cultural factors. Far from denumerizing the alphabet, progressively cardinalization reinforces its numeric function. By eliminating quantitative interference, it induces a superior actualization of pure lexicographic numerous, meticulously assembles socially distributed ordinal competences, and increasingly installs itself in digital electronic processes, alphabetic and alphanumeric sorting. Lexicographic ordinality effectuates an actual non-language, and potential anti-language. It is indifferent to phoneticism and to signification, even to coding and to decoding. It consists of ordinal indices, zone tags, look effect zonings and d-zones, intershufflings, groupings, insertions, and extractions, operated according to concrete rules for non-metric cuttings, and characterized by rigorous and exactitude. This mass ordinal numeric latency contrasts starkly with stratomathematics, which hurtles through ever subtler spheres of angelic metanumber and beyond. This ascent through higher and higher general types of number, even into purportedly non-numeric abstract set sequence, conforms to intensive amplification and stratification, to relatively increasing metric rigidification of lower number types. Cardinality is no more essential to the lowest number types than the highest. On the contrary, it is precisely the calcular indefiniteness of high general numbers that leads most directly to the suppression of numerical autonomy, by encouraging the subordinations of concrete numeracy to superior dimensions that logicize or geometrize it, valorizations of analog subtlety and unrepresentability, by contrast with digital binarism and reduction, remain yoked to a static program. It articulates itself within terms that are on both sides only pseudo-autonomous, since they comprise mechanically complementary segments of an overall stratification. In its relation to the intensive number, digital-analog differentiation operates as an integrated syndrome. On one hand, a never closer approximation to a digital ideal is realized through systematically interlinked massive iteration and resolution of discrete minima, both regularization of qualitative microsegmentarity and quantification into abstract data. On the other hand, the correlative analog ideal of homogeneous continuum is tuned in complementarity with deepened discretization at a number of levels, organizing the separation of qualitative variation by digitally coded domain, and drawing upon compensatory formalizations of discrete notational elements to program its application, such as algebraic designators and generic terms used in the semiotics of real numbers, technical vocabularies supporting the function of meters, readouts, and adjustments. Mathematico-calculative segmentation of the ecumen and mutually stabilizes, and interactively consolidates systems of expression and context, in accordance with the divisional functions of an abstract machine that remains unsegmented, as intensively divisional singularity, on its planomic plane. Mechanomic psychogenesis of the numbering number composes a counter-mutuality, desolidarization, disengagement, and dislocation of stratic interdependence, twin to a flat fusional convergence that collapses segmentality. It mixes a decomplication in the direction of the subnaturals, primes, and hyperprime orders, with a planomic flattening of cardinality onto non-functional tropics, cosmic noma magnitudes condensing equatorially, as intensity degree zero of the megamolecule. Multiplicative arithmetical operations take on strictly ordinal function, when used within abstract pragmatic systems of non-metric numerical composition. Multiplex segregations the difference in register between rigorously interconnected heterogeneous series. It is only by way of its aggregate or disaggregated ordinations that the number switches its capacity for modal conversion to a synthetic power, effected each time a member of the prime series becomes determinable as such, by passing into the register of a different series. Such ordinal dezonings and rezonings upon the natural number series occur each time a compositional number disaggregates into singular parts, affecting codings and decodings as surplus values, or a prime transfers itself to the ordinality that itemizes it into the potential factor of another number. Incorporeal transformation of 1931, the cultural initiation of godal coding potential, produces an instantaneous plan of computation slanted towards nomadic multiplicities, virtually enveloping ecumenic segmentarity into a side process and flattened in medical systems. Godal numbering accomplishes a revolutionary redirection of Kantianism, according to a nomad rather than a Copernican schema, by turning it towards the operationalization of transcendental synthesis as method, and away from the programmatic exhaustion of a self-limiting analytical endeavor. It converts the Kantian discovery of numerical synthesis from doctrinal commitment to procedural machinery, subsuming philosophy into transcendental.
Okay, we're live now.
Okay, so we're here today basically to talk about Leon Trotsky and what he was doing in New York City, maybe some points about him in Vienna, but this is a particular quote from his book, My Life, The Rise and Fall of a Dictator. It's on pages 124 through 127. And it says, and it seems Trotsky too was a fan of the Freemasons, the Illuminati, and the Carbonari. It says, quote, this is from Trotsky. He says, it was during that period that I became interested in Freemasonry. In the 18th century, Freemasonry became expressive of a militant policy of enlightenment, as in the case of the Illuminati, who were the forerunners of the revolution. On its left, it culminated in the Carbonari. Freemasons counted among their members both Louis XVI and Dr. Guillotine, who invented the guillotine. In southern Germany, Freemasonry assumed an openly revolutionary character, whereas the court of Catherine the Great, it was masquerade, reflecting the aristocratic and bureaucratic hierarchy. A Freemason, Novikov, was exiled to Siberia by the Freemason Empress. I discontinued my work on Freemasonry to take up the study of Marxian economics. The work on Freemasonry acted as a sort of test for these hypotheses. I think this influenced the whole course of my intellectual development. So we see there, like, he's looking to the Illuminati in the French Revolution as, how these ideas would work out in practice. And I know in Oleg Plantanov's book, Russia's Crown of Thorns, they talk about how the Bolsheviks were exchanging information with the Grand Orient of France and other Grand Lodges. They were exchanging information about the French Revolution as it compared to the Russian Revolution that they had just succeeded in, So that's pretty interesting. But this documentary kind of goes over Trotsky in New York City. So let's skip ahead a little bit.
I can't see anything on the screen.
Really?
Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah. Now I can see it. But you got
you
a
can
full
see it now?
screen. Yeah. Oh no, wait. Yeah, when you full screen, we can't see it.
Why?
Oh wait, no, do it again.
What is happening?
Yeah, I don't know why that happens. Neuro, you know what I'm talking about? I don't think he's there, but yeah. Yeah, maybe just like
I know what you're talking about, but it's coming from his computer, so I don't know what's happening with it. I think it's like some setting on his thing.
maybe just share the
So I think it'd
tab.
be like,
Just share the tab and not the whole entire screen. You
yeah,
saying right?
yeah.
Try
That's what I
that.
told him to do. I don't know. I don't think he knows how to, or it doesn't allow on Mac.
Yeah,
So maybe
exit. Yeah,
What are you
exit out of
asking
the
me to do?
yeah,
What are
exit
you
out of
asking
the
me to do?
share screen, and then click share tab and share just that tab instead of the entire screen.
Well, that's what I did. You know,
I think you shared the whole browser though. So I think you could
Yeah,
choose
you're
like the
sharing your
browser or
entire.
share
the.
screen. Okay, so now that I'm at share
No,
screen.
not share screen. Share tab.
Well, there's only share window and share screen.
Yeah, so share a window. Yeah, so click
Alright.
share a window instead of share screen.
Yeah,
And then just
then it
click on
should.
the tab with the Jory Lena documentary.
Yeah. Or maybe like if you could drag that tab out as a separate window, that's usually what I do is I just drag one tab out and create a new window and then leave the other windows on the other browsers. That way you have like two browsers open. You have like one just for presenting and then you have one for like your StreamYard and all that shit. That way you don't have to like get it cross mixed up because it'll affect the visuals like what machine saw. I didn't really
Well, this
notice
is so
before,
what's
but
so weird is like I can't share anything now. Like now it's just like blue. It's like blue or something. Like it. Like when I share this window. Okay. Oh,
what
right.
you are using Safari?
I don't
No,
know,
just look in the
bro.
backstage. You should have shared it, right? You shared it, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if I did it correctly. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, just look in the backstage. Neuro should come up there. Yeah, we got this. Yeah, now just full screen this.
Now
Oh,
are we
still
good?
doing it. No.
Yeah,
Fuck.
if you if
I
you
guess we'll
full
just have
screen
to
it,
watch it on the small window there. But yeah, if you could like,
yeah,
I don't know how that's. Maybe
it's
maybe click
probably
the other
Safari.
full screen that's inside of like you see how there's a full screen thing there that's on the top corner.
This one?
Yeah. No, that still didn't work. Yeah.
I don't know. All right, it's all right. Well, whatever. You guys share something else because I can't get this working.
Just pass me the link and I'll share that thing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah. Just throw me the link.
All right. Let me see.
Because it grays out when you're trying to full screen it for some reason.
All right. I'm gonna send you this private message.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I still gotta figure
think it's
out the ins and outs.
I think it's because of the browser. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably the browser for it's probably Safari. If you're using Safari, Safari might not link to it.
So what's the better program to
Safari's very
use?
expensive. I use Chrome when I'm sharing screen.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah,
Safari's
same here.
pretty,
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll
yeah,
download
because
Chrome then.
Safari is like overprotective of your data, so like it won't let you do a lot of things that Chrome will. You know what I mean? So that's why I do it. And Montana chat, she's trying to say like try F11, so like you can try to full screen it, and then F11 it should like not hide it because Mac is very particular in general, but then Safari in particular is when you're trying to share a screen, it's like it used to not let me do certain things on Safari on my phone when I was on StreamYard. So because I guess StreamYard's like very invasive or something. So just let you know. Bye.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just throw me the link, Holmes. I got you. Because in the meantime, you could just do this thing.
Trotskyist. No, I know it's like I was telling Unseen and I told you the other day, Machine. It's like every time you bring up Trotsky to like communist people, they get really nervous or something. It's pretty interesting. Like
Right.
they get very defensive. You know, I don't know. That's just something I've been like. I never really talked to communists like that, but I noticed like people who call themselves communists, if you go on panel and start talking about Trotsky, they get like very strange. Like they kind of like break character and they start getting really defensive, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. Like,
I sent you the link already, by the way. I sent it to
Oh,
you.
you're talking about on
Yes, this one.
Okay, so let me go there then. Okay,
the Trotskyist. So what's this thing about? It says like I saw something about Hermes. So it's like Hermes.
In the shadow of Hermes, which is like I think he's connecting
Trismegistus.
Paganism with Marxism, you know. Or communism.
All right, here it comes. This is the thing. Yeah, you see it?
No, you got to present.
Yeah, I already did. Yeah, Neuro, you see that? All right, here we go.
Yeah, my bad. I got it there.
See, I wish I could have
done
done
put
that.
an extra link in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just Chrome. Download Chrome and Chrome.
Yeah, I got it downloaded now.
Yeah. It'll just make it a lot easier for sure. And I'm just gonna put an extra link in the back, so like, if you guys want to, if you guys get through this one and you want to share something else, like, I think it would be very interesting for you guys. Let's put it in the back for later.
All right.
It's from Restoration of the Breach.
Oh, that dude! Wow. Now, if you want to, you could skip ahead a little bit, but if you don't, you can let it ride. It's the same thing because all we're trying to get to is Lena discussing the time period that Leo Trotsky was in New York City and what he was actually doing there and what they were training him to do. So it's very early on this, maybe 10 minutes, something like that. Yeah.
För omstörtande verksamhet. Han tillhörde. Frimuraren Winston Churchill bekräftade automatisk hiss och till och med ett sopnedkast. Till hans och familjens förfogande stod gratis limousin med chaufför. Min enda syster som fattig frimurarbroder började Trotsky genast tigga om resurser till sin ökänd under namnet Trotsky.
This is the beginning of it.
Han hade hela sin familj med sig. Den 8 januari 1917 anlände det spanska passagerarfartyget Montserrat till Ellis Island i New York. Ombord befann sig den internationella revolutionären Leiva Bronstein, ökänd under namnet Lev Trotsky. Han hade hela sin familj med sig. Trotsky hade börjat sin resa i Barcelona i Spanien den 25 december 1916.
So he's in
Han åkte i
Spain.
första klass.
And he goes, so he's traveling 1916. This is a year before the Russian Revolution. First class, not third, as he indicates in his memoirs. So, I mean, off top, he's indicating in his memoirs he was riding first class and had nice things at a time where people just didn't have nice things, man. These bankers had him set up, dude.
inte i tredje som han antyder i sina memoarer. Trotskijs resehandlingar finns bevarade i Migrationsverkets arkiv och talar sitt tydliga språk. I andra arkiv finns bevarad en inbjudan till Amerika, vilken kan spåras till hans frimurarbroder Jacob Schiff, rysshatare och ordförande för bankhuset Kuhn, Loeb & Company på Wall Street i New York. Det var Jacob Schiff som redan år 1890 hade börjat anordna och finansiera kurser för internationella revolutionärer från Ryssland.
And Schiff, he was like
Bnai-Brit.
The Rothschilds guy in America. So basically Rothschild money went through the Cohen Loan Company, and they washed it that way because the majority of people thought the Rothschilds had no hand in America's banking, and that was not true. They just used another name and somebody that could do their bidding for them, which was Schiff. You can read about that, and Dare Not Call It a Conspiracy. And Eustace Mullins also has a history of this in his book World Order.
Hade börjat anordna och finansiera kurser för internationella revolutionärer från Ryssland. Bnai-Brit, förbundets söner, planlade undervisningen vid dessa kurser. Samma orden spelade en aktiv roll i den så kallade revolutionen år 1905. Åren 1900 till 1902 hade han låtit i USA utbilda 10 000 revolutionärer från Ryssland. Deras uppgift var att krossa Tsarryssland. Han hjälpte till att finansiera den misslyckade statskuppen år 1905. Som fattig frimurarbroder började Trotskij genast tigga om resurser till sitt förstörelseuppdrag i Ryssland.
Trotskij bodde på det luxuösa Hotel Astor vid Times Square.
Sedan betalade Jacob Schiff för hans lyxbostad på Vice Avenue nummer 1522 i stadsdelen Bronx 3 månader i förskott. Trotskij själv medgav i sina memoarer att hans arbetarbostad hade elektrisk ljus,
workers' apartment,
badrum.
because at that time it was viewed like the communists should have minimalist things, you know what I mean? They shouldn't have very nice things. They should live in, just an all white apartment with one picture on the, wall or something. And as you see what he's pointing out here, he's like, he had electric lights, a gas cooking range, bath, telephone, automated a service elevator, and he had a limo that drove him around. So much for being like this humble, worker, communist workers guy that was for the good of the people or something, It's not a joke.
Telefon, automatisk hiss och till och med ett sopnedkast. Till hans och familjens förfogande stod gratis limousin med chaufför. Min enda sysselsättning i New York var som revolutionär socialist, berättade Trotskij senare. Han började skriva artiklar för en betydelselös marxistisk tidning, Novi Mir, den nya världen, på redaktionen som låg på St. Mark's Place nummer 77 i East Village. Arbetade bland andra Nikolaj Bukhari och Moisej Goldstein, vars revolutionära namn var Valadarski. Dessutom skrev han åt en jiddischspråkig marxistisk dagstidning, Der Vorwärts. Trotskij höll också föredrag för emigranter från Ryssland och föreläste på East Villages Russian Free University på Östra Sjunde gatan. I januari 1917 fick Trotskij kontakt med frimurarorden Bnai-Brit, som redan tidigare hjälpt revolutionärer i Ryssland. Den som ombesörjde kontakterna mellan den revolutionära rörelsen i Ryssland och Bnai-Brit var Jacob Schiff. Leiba Bronstein hade tidigare
And like
blivit
I brought up
medlem i
earlier,
den franska frimurarlogen Art et Travail.
The benign breath, what is the benign breath? So like we talked about earlier was that after Adam Weishaupt's Illuminati sort of like supposedly dispensates or something, which they had always had sort of a close relationship with the Rothschilds, Weishaupt did. It would later pop up, the Illuminati, what was known as the Illuminati, would later pop up as benign breath. And that's exactly what we see Trotsky joining with this Jacob Schiff person, you know? So that's a very interesting connection. And it's like, it takes the topic of the Illuminati and it takes it out of the realm of conspiracy and it gives it tangibility to where it says, okay, we know who this organization was, where it led to, who was backing it, and what purpose did it serve, right? Training up 10,000 revolutionaries to overthrow Russia. That's insane. And, you know, people are afraid to use the term Illuminati, but that's the term that was used in the French Revolution. And it's the same term that these men followed. So.
Och benajbrit var Jacob Schiff. Leiba Bronstein hade tidigare blivit medlem i den franska frimurarlogen Art et Travail, som även Lenin tillhörde. Frimuraren Winston Churchill bekräftade år 1920 att Trotsky även var illuminat. Ur 33 gradens hemliga invigning kan man läsa:
Frimureriet är ingenting mer och ingenting mindre än revolutionen i verksamhet. Den oavbrutet fortgående sammansvärjningen.
Därför är det inte underligt att Leiba Bronstein redan år 1898 hade börjat på allvar studera frimureriet och de hemliga samfundens historia, medan han under nästan 2 år satt fängslad i Odessa för omstörtande verksamhet. Han gjorde 1000 sidor anteckningar. Till bolsjevismen kom Trotsky genom sitt studium av frimureriet, uppger Internationales Freimaurerlexikon. Trotsky själv skrev i sina memoarer Mitt liv.
Det var under denna period som jag blev intresserad av frimurarna. Under flera månader studerade jag ivrigt böcker om deras historia. Böcker som jag fick av släktingar och vänner i staden. Varför hade köpmän, konstnärer, bankirer, ämbetsmän och advokater sedan början av 1600-talet börjat kalla sig frimurare och försökt återskapa de medeltida gillenas riter? Vad handlade denna märkliga maskerad om? Gradvis klarnade bilden. Bland vissa delar av frimurarna fanns det tydliga element av reaktionär feudalism, som i det skotska systemet. På 1700-talet gav frimurarna uttryck för en stridbar upplysningspolitik, som i fallet Illuminati, revolutionära föregångare.
Ja.
På sin vänsterkant nådde den sin kulmen i karbonarerna. Jag skrev med små bokstäver utdrag ur många böcker, blandat med mina egna reflektioner om frimureriet.
Hey, that's fascinating, man. You still there?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, it's fascinating, right? Like when I first watched this, it was so heavy.
I just can't read the screen too close because it's really small on my screen. But
Yeah, I'll try to like
what was
break
the
it down a
gist of
little bit. The gist of it is that Trotsky was studying the Freemasonry of the French
Right.
Revolution. He came to terms with the fact that, you know, Freemasonry is a revolutionary expression of carrying Enlightenment thought or something. And I think he's seen himself as a part of that tradition, and he wanted to become a part of it even more. And that was what his studies were. He spent a couple years in prison, it said, in Odessa, didn't it? So it spent like 2 years in prison studying Freemasonry. He gets out, as we read from the earlier quote, he starts studying Marxian economics. So he adds these two systems, and then he's getting paid off by Schiff to be a Russian revolutionary, later down the road. He's training himself basically in New York.
When you think about people like this, because I think that's interesting, and I want to ask Machine what he thinks about the whole Illuminati to B'nai B'rith pipeline, but what do you think motivates someone like that to like have this like extreme motivation? Like you go to prison, you're like, I'm gonna learn, I'm gonna study more, I'm gonna double down more. Like, where do you think that like willpower comes from? But like, because to me, it just seems like extremely demonic. Like you just like, you know what I mean? Like you go fight a war, like I'm gonna get more demonic. I'm gonna learn more about this shit. I'm like it's like I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine like where like the willpower for someone like that comes from.
You'd have to look at Marx, I would say. That's my perspective on it. Is looking at Marx and his mentality. And his mentality was that the world had done him wrong and he was this great genius and he deserved all the riches that, someone like the Tsar had. It's an envy thing and it's a greed thing. And it's like, I want to flip the whole entire world upside down because, I don't like the hand that I was dealt. So since I'm full of greed and hate and all these things, then I'm willing to do anything to get what I want out of life. And that's what they did. The Bolsheviks, they talked a big game, and you have people to this very day that, repeat the little slogans they said as if they were some heroes or something to look up to, as these people pillaged every bit of resources that they could, and they had, a license to kill from the bankers to do it. You know what I mean? They were being funded by these bankers to accomplish, industrializing Russia and creating a system that would serve the banking system that they were working for.
Do you think that it's like, do you think that people like Marx and Trotsky went to like this like indoctrination center, like synagogue or something, where they just get like totally like programmed and mind controlled? Like
No, I think it's like a willing. I think it's a willing interest. Like if you read Trotsky, it seems like he was going out of his way to discover things that are associated with revolution. Like he had a lawless spirit about him, and Lenin and all the Bolsheviks in general had this same kind of lawless spirit that's coming right out of the Enlightenment. They're looking to the Illuminati as former heroes in a revolutionary line of tradition that they were going to follow that same line of thinking. I think that they were trained because it says so, that Schiff had trained 10,000 men. He's paid off. He's in his own apartment. Absolutely. He was indoctrinated. But it wasn't like brainwashing in the sense that the guy didn't know what was going on or something. I believe he knew every step of the way what was going on, and he agreed with it because he was that, lawlessly and satanically orientated. And it's rooted in greed. That's it. Like jealousy and greed, pretty much.
So there's a lot going on with this, and but first I'll ask Machine. It's like I'm just trying to like speak out loud because I'm going to forget my point.
You're good.
But so really quick, I just want to say it's like, okay, so Machine, what do you think about the B'nai B'rith Illuminati pipeline? Do you think that's do you see any evidence of that in your research?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I was on the other side of this this thing over here, so I had to like scoot on over here. But yeah, the thing is yeah, there's a huge link because as we discussed, right, Mark's dad was a Freemason, and they were actually related to the Rothschilds, right? So so they were related. So Kuhn and Loeb is basically the Rothschild banking institution or whatever, right? So
for America,
right, in America, right? So the thing is like, right, Bakunin wrote that Marx was funded by the Rothschilds, right? So it's just actually very interesting because Marx not only went to London, right, like where Lionel de Rothschild was an MP, but then he also like almost got a job in New York, right? So similar to Lenin, he almost went to New York, right, to go study over there. And what's also interesting is that Marx and Hegel, they both have sort of borrowed from Hermeticism, Gnosticism, Freemasonry, the Kabbalah, all those different systems of thought, right? They pretty much understood and wrote about those different ideas. And then if you go to the 15th century, right, you have two key events, right? You have like Luther, but you also have the Lurianic Kabbalah, right? So the Lurianic Kabbalah was what the Sabbateans basically gravitated towards, right? So it's just pretty interesting that the Lurianic Kabbalah was also what the Christian Kabbalist, and the Quakers and all those people would like gravitate towards the Lurianic Kabbalah, right? So it's just interesting that all these things had gotten started at around the same time, right?
So, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just interesting because in Europe you have, in the 15th century, Luther, you have the founding of Hasidic Judaism, right? You have the Lurianic Kabbalah, right? And then in the 1600s you have the Sabbateans, right? And then in the 1700s, right, you have Weishaupt and all these people, right? So it's just pretty interesting, right? There's a clear trajectory.
So did you guys see the clip? So there's a few things last because of the point, so I sort of say them really quick. Did you guys see the clip of Tyre that I sent you, the different ones of like Southern Israelite, where he's like the Anglo-American establishment, and he's like, well,
Yeah.
you can't really say
I saw that.
after 1965 that after 1965 the Anglo-American establishment obviously wasn't being run by like Anglos, right? So
Right.
right, and I think that that's a good argument, although like I think there's some missing pieces to that, but like I mentioned that because I've seen this other thing where people that don't like this Trotskyist Nazi stuff, like the white nationalists, they say, well, the white nationalists are scared of Russia. And then like Trump came out yesterday or the day before, and I didn't see this on American news, but I guess he was like standing next to Benjamin Netanyahu, and he's like, oh, Ukraine did a drone attack on Putin, and Putin called me to tell me about it. And I just found that like, it's like there's some sort of weird meta narrative about like the neo-Nazi white supremacist people are scared of like the Russians for some reason. It's really weird because like I see the opposite of that, right? So I don't know what's going on, but it's like, and I think that's what the ortho bros are like. Maybe they're shifting the narrative to like cover up that they're like
They are
neo-Nazis or something. It's really weird.
no.
Like, it's like
So the
really
Ukrainians, the ones in
yeah.
Ukrainian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Okay, I was just making sure. So the Ukrainians seem to be more aligned with National Socialism, whereas, of course, the Russians are looking back to the golden days of Stalin and Lenin, and they still see the communists as these great heroes for them. So I could see that dialectic with it, but really in reality, I think the Hobotniks are pitting them against each other using those narratives. And like what you're talking about, Father John Whiteford recently it came out, and we had a long argument about this, and Joel kind of pointed it out. It's like they're putting all the focus on Ukraine and talking about the persecution of the Ukrainian church by the Ukrainian government, right? But then, like, you look deeply at this thing, it's like there's an oil pipeline where Putin is. I hate this. What do you want? But yeah, so there's this great oil pipeline that's sending, hundreds of millions of dollars to, the Ukrainians or so-called Ukrainians, right? And it seems to be like what's really happening is they're pitting two groups against each other, and they benefit off of it. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to get at. Lost my train of thought.
What's the point of it all? I suppose it would be to combine a lot of the world religions into like one system by infiltrating all the world religions, right? So that would basically be a plot of
So
Freemasonry and all that type of stuff.
I got a book here called The Illuminati and the CFR by Myron Fagan. And he's got a chapter here, Revolution and Communism. He's got a former chapter where it's Jacob Schiff, Rothschild's agent. But in this, it's part 5 of Revolution and Communism. He says, if anybody still has even a remote doubt the entire menace of communism was created by the masterminds of the Great Conspiracy right in our own city in New York, I will cite the following historical fact. All records show that when Lenin and Trotsky engineered the capture of Russia, they operated as heads of the Bolshevik Party. Now, Bolshevism is purely a Russian word. The masterminds realized that Bolshevism could not be sold as an ideology to any but the Russian people. So in April 1918, Jacob Schiff dispatched Colonel House to Moscow with orders to Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin to change the name of their regime to the Communist Party and to adopt the Karl Marx, quote, manifesto as the constitution of the Communist Party. Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin obeyed, and in that year of 1918, when the Communist Party and the menace of communism came into being, all this is confirmed in Webster's Colligate Dictionary, 5th edition. It says here, in short, communism was created by the capitalists. Thus, until the November of 11th, 1918, the entire fiendish plan of the conspirators worked perfectly. All the great nations, including the United States, were war-weary, devastated, and mourning their dead. Peace was the great universal desire. Thus, when it was proposed by Wilson to set up a, quote, League of Nations to ensure peace, all the great nations with no Russian czar to stand in their way jumped on that bandwagon without even stopping to read the fine print in that insurance policy. That is all but one, the United States, the very one that Schiff and his co-conspirators least expected would bulk, and that was their one fatal mistake in the early plot. You see, when Schiff planted Woodrow Wilson in the White House, the conspirators assumed that they had the United States in the proverbial bag. Wilson had been perfectly built up as a great humanitarian. He supposedly became established as a god man with the American people. There were every reason for the conspirators to have believed that he would easily hornswoggle Congress into buying the League of Nations. Sight unseen, exactly as the Congress in 1945 bought the League of Nations, or United Nations. Sight unseen. But there was one man in Senate in 1918 who saw through the scheme just as the Russian Tsar did in 1814. He was a man of great political stature, almost as great as that of Teddy Roosevelt, and fully astute. He was highly respected and trusted by all the members of both the houses of Congress, by the American people. By the name of the great and patriotic American was Henry Cobot Lodge, not the phony of today who called himself Henry Cobot Lodge Jr. Until he was exposed, Lodge completely unmasked Wilson and kept the United States out of the League of Nations. But in this paper, it goes on to talk about B'nai B'rith being a continuation of, the Illuminati of the French Revolution. And the big connector here is Jacob Schiff being a Rothschild agent. I would say look into that.
Yeah, Warburg, Schiff, Henry Morgenthau, all these people, all connected to the formation of the Federal Reserve as well. And
Right. I had just posted about the Federal Reserve, I think yesterday on my Twitter, and this is a great quote I got here. Check this out. You'll dig on this. So it kind of connects with what we were just talking about. I think it's from Henry McCall's book, one of those books, because I've just been kind of skimming through that stuff. But here's what it says. It says no, this is Eustace Mullins actually. He says, quote, the unprecedented speed with which the Federal Reserve Act had been passed by Congress during what became known as the, quote, Christmas Massacre has one unforeseen aspect. Woodrow Wilson was taken unaware as he, like many others, had assured the bill would not come up for a vote until after Christmas. Now he refused to sign it because he objected to the provisions for the selection of Class B directors. William L. White relates in his biography of Bernard Baruch that Baruch, a principal contributor to Wilson's campaign fund, was stunned when he was informed that Wilson refused to sign the bill. He hurried to the White House and assured Wilson that this was a minor matter, which could be fixed up through, quote, administrative processes. The important thing was to get the Federal Reserve Act signed into law at once. With this reassurance, Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act of December 23rd, 1913. History proved on that day the Constitution ceased to be the governing covenant of the American people, and our liberties were handed over to a small group of international bankers.
Bam.
Yo, you see that? Two snakes, the seal of Solomon, you know?
And the other one looked like it was a sort of like inverted Jew star. It was still like, it was like it's like 3D version of one.
If you look closely, you can see where the swastika fits in and all that too, you know?
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah, I think it was like yeah, I think it was like Tex Mars or something like that, where he was like talking about like how like he started studying like like the history of Freemasonry because he saw like a Jew star next to a swastika.
Yeah. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Well, I know if you look at Manly P. Hall's the first edition of the book, Lost Keys of Freemasonry, is on the archive. Around the border of the text on every single page on this book, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, you see the Jewish star, the Star of David, or whatever you want to call it. Some call it the Star of Remphan. And then you see the swastika right next to it, like throughout this entire book. And what's even stranger is Manly P. Hall has a text where it shows the story of the three ruffians. And one ruffian is holding a hammer and the other is holding a sickle, which is the communist symbol. Like they're holding a hammer and a sickle. Then you got the book by Thomas Carr, who says that, operational masonry or something like that. I think it's like, something about the Masons using the swastika as a symbol in their rituals. So, and then I found out there is something from Tex Morris. He said, he quoted something. He was talking about how H-Man basically had Blavatsky's book by his bedside. And then he goes on to say that the Communist Party also, Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, those people, they were fascinated with Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine as well. So they were deeply interested in theosophy. So I think that's the main connection there. Something to do with the Thule Society being a form of controlled opposition against the communists. Both paid off by the oligarchs. That's what I see. But I'll be right back. I'm watching.
Frihetsgudinnan skänktes av de franska frimurarna, däribland Frédéric Auguste Bartholdi och Gustave Eiffel, från orden Grand Orient de France till New Yorks frimurare år 1886. En mindre kopia uppfördes samma år på en konstgjord ö i Seinen i Paris. Statyn påstås föreställa den romerska gudinnan Libertas, men är egentligen illuminaternas skyddshelgon, den babyloniska drottningen Semiramis. I högra handen håller hon en fackla och i vänstra handen självständighetsförklaringen. Frihetsgudinnans symbol är också duvan Columbus. För allmänheten är facklan en frihetssymbol. För frimurarna betyder den kontroll och manipulation. Grundstenen lades av New Yorks stormästare William A. Brodie den 8 augusti 1884 under magiska ritualer i närvaro av tusentals amerikanska frimurare. Frihetsgudinnan avtäcktes under skorpionens tecken den 28 oktober 1886, återigen inför tusentals frimurare. I sådana speciella ceremonier som vi ser också här vid Kapitolium i Washington använder de amerikanska frimurarna som alltid majs, vin och olja, vilket går tillbaka till 5:e Mosebokens krav på offergåvor. Frimurarna offrar dessa ting för att försäkra sig om välgång i framtiden. Ett symboliskt och uråldrigt sätt att välsigna viktiga projekt. Frimurarna är även mycket måna om att behålla sin ledande ställning i samhället även i framtiden. Stormästaren Adriano Lemmi i Rom förklarade på 1870-talet taktiken.
Frimureriet har till mål att bilda och leda den allmänna opinionen. De vill ha det inflytande på landets regering som bör tillkomma goda och mäktiga institutioner. Därför arbetar de på att placera sina egna ledare i den offentliga förvaltningen, i de lagstiftande församlingarna och på maktens högsta tind.
I samband med Rysslands nederlag i kriget med Japan 1904-1905 satte det internationella kapitalet igång en revolution i Sankt Petersburg. Huvudorganisatorn Alexander Parvus fick 2 miljoner pund från Japan för att organisera maktövertagandet i Ryssland. Man satsade totalt 50 miljoner dollar på revolutionen i Ryssland år 1905. Japan försåg revolutionärerna med vapen. Den revolutionära verksamheten samordnades av överste Motojiro Akashi, för detta militärattaché i Ryssland. För planeringen stod frimurarna. Den amerikanske bankiren och frimuraren Jacob Schiff såg till att inga banker fick låna pengar till Ryssland under kriget. Samtidigt stödde han revolutionära grupper i Ryssland. Det internationella kapitalet ville i Ryssland överta makten i arbetarnas namn. Bakom dessa aktioner låg bland andra hemliga sällskap B'nai Brit, vars högkvarter är beläget i Washington DC.
Yeah, like I was breaking it down. I was like, Hieronymus Bosch. It's pretty capturing image, pretty captivating imagery. I meant to say, but yeah. I also like the Statue of Liberty stuff. That's pretty interesting. That they could just pimp us all out by putting that Statue of Liberty thing there. That's totally created by the Freemasons. The French Freemasons.
År 1905 fick terrorn en oanad omfattning. Fanatikerna började mörda urskillningslöst. Åren 1905 till 1906 dödades eller lemlästades 50 000 personer. I april 1906 utnämnde tsar Nikolaus II Piotr Stolypin till inrikesminister och snart därefter även till premiärminister. Stolypin fick med tiden slut på terrorn och revolutionen. Han hade inte någon annan utväg än att införa ståndrätter för att skrämma och bekämpa terroristerna. 35 000 revolutionärer flydde utomlands. Först och främst till USA, som blev terroristernas fristad. Från och med juni 1907 hade Stolypin läget under kontroll. Landet började tillfriskna efter Parvus och Trotskijs illdåd. Den 26 augusti 1906 utsatte frimurarradikalerna Stolypins hem för ett sprängattentat. Offren var besökare och militärer. 27 dödades, 40 skadades, däribland premiärministerns son. Hans dotter kastades av tryckvågen ut ur huset och blev halt för livet. Stolypins reformer var omfattande. Tidningarna fick publiceringsfrihet. Alla politiska partier blev tillåtna. Både armé och flotta moderniserades. Den brittiske ekonomen Bernard Paris medgav att 7-årsperioden 1907 till 1914 ur ekonomisk synvinkel utan tvivel måste anses ha varit den mest gynnsamma i hela den ryska historien.
So what did I miss?
Under denna period fick bönderna
he talked about like how they had like a failed revolution
in 1905.
Yeah, with this guy Peter Stolypin.
And
then they bombed his house, and then he like basically like put in wide-ranging reforms to the government. And then he modernized the government.
Peter the Great. Is that what you're talking about? Or
it's saying Peter Stolypin.
Oh, okay. All right.
I know one of the czars did something like he might have been a Mason or something. And what's interesting about that is the view of the church was sort of like this guy could possibly be a Mason, or he might not be, but it's not as if the entire bloodline is tainted by Masonry. So someone could take over that wasn't a Mason later on down the road, and this would be an external yoke. It's only when the church starts bowing to the Masonic reforms that this become problematic, and it becomes, Sergianism. But this is the development of what Sergianism would become. We're definitely seeing the roots of this, right? Developing from these people. And why this is important to the American people, I would say, is that Sergianism is at our doorstep. What happened in 1917 in Russia is happening today in America in ways we don't even know how to understand. And especially with the Ortho-Bro movement, what we're seeing is we're seeing Stalin's church, the monster he created, reach our doorstep. Now it's trying to get the American people to be subservient to this antichrist church system. And that's why we have all these talking heads that are pushing it. And whether they know it or not, that's what's happening, So who's this guy? Dmitry Aronovich Mendeleev, a Russian chemist known for formulating the periodic law and creating a version of the periodic table of elements. He uses the periodic law. Okay. So who is he? What's he? Stolopin studied agriculture, as teacher, entered government service, graduating in 1885, on tobacco growing in the south of Russia. All right. Crimean War. But yeah, so really what I guess I'm trying to point out is how do we got here today, and like what it is the communists had intended then, and what globalism is picking up from them, to continue this kind of Masonic plan, I don't know other way to put it.
This is weird.
The Crimean War was fought between the Russian Empire and the alliance of the Ottoman Empire, the United Kingdom of Britain, Ireland, Kingdom of Sardinia, Piedmont. I've heard about this.
This is 10 years before this other event.
Mm-hmm.
But it's saying that this guy that the daughter that his second wife, Natalia, was the daughter of this prince guy who was the commanding general in this war. So that's what it's saying here.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, let's go back to the documentary. It's talking about Stolypin, how the Freemasons blew up his house because he
wow. He wouldn't go along with the plan or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
3/4 av jorden i sin ägo. Ryssland producerade efter Stolypins reformer mer spannmål än USA, Kanada och Argentina tillsammans. 80% av världens linproduktion kom från Ryssland.
Wow.
Till slut producerade Ryssland 40% av världens spannmål och kallades därför världens kornbod. Frimurarledningen i Sankt Petersburg blev nervös.
Братья, в сентябре Столыпин выезжает в Киев на открытие памятника государю-императору Александру II. Удобный случай, господа. Надо убрать, да. Уберите. Поручим генералу Курлову разработать план физического устранения диктатора.
Просим. Я готов, господа.
В ближайшее время вы получите такой план. Прекрасно.
Yo, did you see the little
Den 14 september
the candle or whatever? It's like a Jewish candle. Whatever it's called. I forget what the thing said. But that's a
menorah.
Yeah, a menorah on the table. So like got these guys, the Masons, plotting on killing this guy with a menorah burning. It's crazy imagery.
1911 klockan 21 dök frimurarterroristen och polisagenten Mardekaj Bagrov upp framför Stalypin på operan i Kiev under mellanakten av Rimskij-Korsakovs Tsar Saltan i närvaro av tsar Nikolaus II.
Dude, these guys are trying to just do whatever they can to kill this guy.
Yeah, like
He's
I read
crazy.
something about these secret societies. Like their chief goal was the overthrow of all kings, and they would do like a toast, like cheering on like the murder and overthrow of all governments and kings in the world or something. So that seems to be the mentality.
Upp framför Stalypin på operan i Kiev under mellanakten av Rimskij-Korsakovs Tsar Saltan i närvaro av tsar Nikolaus II.
So they're obviously trying to send a message.
Straight up.
They're like, look, this is what it is. Yeah. It's pretty impressive how they choreographed this film, I guess.
Yeah.
Stalypin sårades dödligt. 4 dagar senare avled han. Genom detta mord kunde de mörka krafterna göra slut på den ryska regeringens utredning av frimurarnas undergrävande och statsfientliga verksamhet. Totalt hade frimurarna 10 gånger försökt mörda Stalypin.
10 times, bro.
Den 11:e gången lyckades attentatet.
Yeah, that dude he is practically indestructible. When they blew up his house, they like wounded him, like shot him, and
yeah, they would go at no end to get the job done. I mean, and you see it too, like when I started reading, and what scares me is when I started reading about the propaganda the Masons were pushing against the Tsar, especially about like Rasputin and his wife and all this stuff to turn the Russian people against the Tsar. And then you watch History Channel and they're repeating talking points from the Marxists, or the Masons in Russia. It's like, why is our mainstream media, like a channel that covers history for us, pushing the Marxist belief or their talking points? That tripped me out, dude. Like that'll scare you. And I sent emails to a couple of their journalists, like at the History Channel, because they were pushing things like this thing called Bloody Nicholas, how he was like a part of the pogroms or something like that.
Right.
And you look into that, and there was a Father Gapin or something like that. He was intentionally creating scenarios to make it appear that the Tsar was behind pogroms or whatever, right? And he wasn't. They had nothing to do with this stuff, and it was just like completely subverted by the media at that time. And now it's perpetuated by our historians.
Yeah, well, we all know the weird history with that. where they try to have the protocols and the czar and try to blame anti-Semitism, Sergei Nilius, and all this stuff. Right?
Yeah,
Crazy shit.
right. Well,
Wild.
I think what Myron Fagan had brought up in that piece that I was just talking about. I mean, that's a big thing. Whereas the Soviets would say that they're fighting against the capitalists. In reality, it was the globalist capitalist bankers that put them in place. You know what I'm saying? And made sure that they thrived. This is something interesting. Schiff and his co-conspirators did set up the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, in 1909, and in 1913 he set up the Anti-Defamation League of
Yeah,
the B'nai B'rith.
actually, it was led by this guy Joel Spingarn, who was
Yeah.
also a Jayish fellow. So like,
Oh wow.
so it's like, yeah, the NAACP was like, yeah, it was blacks and Jays.
Right, connected to Schiff, who was the Rothschilds, agent, in America, which is absurd, man. And that when I said that earlier, that the B'nai B'rith is a continuation of the Illuminati, I have something to back that up. I have to find it, right? But I don't remember who said that. It's something I have somewhere where somebody said that those exact words, and I'm pretty sure it's like Mullins or Henry McCall. It's somebody like that, I gotta figure it out, bro.
Frimurarna började i december 1916 återigen agera mot Ryssland och den 8 mars 1917, den 23 februari enligt gamla stilen, satte man igång oroligheterna som berodde på brödbrist, vilken framkallats av frimurarna. I verkligheten fanns det
You see what they
gott om
were
bröd.
doing? They were shortening the bread to blame it on the Tsarist government. Right? So that, this is a control of the unions, just in the same way the mob would control the unions here in the 70s and 80s or something. They were doing things to paint their political opponent as the reason behind shortages. This is how you manipulate a nation, man. And Mike Duncan's Revolution, I highly recommend it. Looking into Mike Duncan's Revolution, the Russian Revolution, where he breaks down Marx at the First International, how the oligarchs connect with this, and how they seen the workers' parties as a way to control the opposition, both sides. So they give you a hero and then they give you the enemy. It's Hegelian, right?
Yeah, Hegel the chump.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went over this Hegel stuff. It's totally it's quasi dispensationalism or whatever.
You're right.
It's totally weird. So like that's what Marx used, and they had this utopian ideal that was actually modeled on Kant, because Hegel was a huge proponent of Kant's philosophy, and Kant was just a straight up occultist who studied Swedenborg, and Swedenborg had this concept like that we're gonna bring the kingdom of God and the New Jerusalem. They had this idea of New Jerusalem, in some of their writings.
I just downloaded a book. I think it was the other day, and it was talking about the Swedenborgs. I think it's this 51 documents, the Zionist colonization with the Nazis. And in this document, let's see if I can find it, if it talks about it.
Swedenborg. They were sweeties.
Now, where were they from? Like geographically, where were the Swedenborgs from, and what's their deal?
It's like Kant and like William James and like all these people. Yeah, let me see.
It's not in this book, actually. So I wonder where I was reading that at, man. That's the problem. Like, if you study this type of subject, there's like an unlimited amount of information to find and cover, and it's hard to keep it in order. Like, to make it retainable for an audience. I think that's one of the harder things about sort of like lofty subjects is if you're not preparing your work to be digested, it's just not going to come across the way you want to.
Some interesting suggestions here, including New World Order, found in the Baha'i teachings, refers to a gradual emergence of integrative political norms to be freely adopted by nations and peoples of the earth. Kingdom of God. Jewish eschatology, city upon a hill, is a phrase derived from the teaching of salt and light in Jesus' Sermon on the Mount in the New Testament, originally applied to the city of Boston by early 17th century Puritans.
So, how we're talking about Benai Brith? I just opened up the Macau book again, and it went straight to the point where it's covering Freud's part in Our Satanic Possession. That's the name of the chapter. And what he says is this is really interesting. He says Sigmund Freud's career illustrates how the Illuminati cast its satanic spell over humanity. And this is something a lot of people don't know. Tito, Lenin, Stalin, Hitler, Freud were all in Vienna at the same time. Did you know that, right? Yeah, I sent you an article with that talking about that. There's a Serbian writer who covers this. But there was in Vienna there was a Rothschild, like a Frankfurt kind of thing going on there. Like they had an offices there in Vienna. And my assumption is that these were all members of the same lodge that were all a part of Benai Brith within Vienna, connected with the Rothschild, this cult. So it goes on to say Sigmund Freud was a Sabbatean who sold his perverted Satanist beliefs to the world in the guise of science and medicine. The Illuminati controlled media and education system held him as a great prophet. The Sabbateans indulged in every sexual perversion imaginable as a way of spitting in God's eyes. This is what Satanists do to thumb their nose at God. He covers some topics that I don't want to talk about. And then he says, Freud and Benai Brith, Illuminati backers convinced the world that sexual desire is the primary motivation of human life and that sexual satisfaction is a universal panacea. He taught that repressing sexual urges is harmful and results in neurosis. So that's where that comes from. So this is a guy that's coming right out of Benai Brith. It goes on to say, after joining the Masonic Jewish Benai Brith in 1897, Freud's stillborn career became to have a meteoric rise. And I would say because they have the publishing houses. Psychology professor David Buchanan describes Freudian psychoanalysis as derivative of Lurianic Kabbalah and the Zohar. Lurianic Kabbalah is a 2nd century Gnostic formulation which was picked up by the Jewish heretic Sabbatai Zevi, Sigmund Freud, and the Jewish mystical tradition, Beacon Press, Boston, 1958. The only, like I told you before, I don't believe Lurianic Kabbalah came from the 2nd century. And I think I could prove it came from the 13th, you know. But they backtrack it. Freud discussed Kabbalah with a Rabbi Chaim Bullock in 1920. The rabbi told Professor Bakan that he saw books in Freud's study which identified him as a follower of Zabbatai Zevi, the Zabbatian founder. In a speech to the B'nai B'rith on his 7th birthday, Freud emphasized his Jewishness. He said he joined the Masonic Jewish Lodge because of, quote, many dark emotional forces that made, quote, Jews and Judaism irresistible. He was drawn to the, quote, the clear consciousness of our inner identity, the intimacy that comes from the same psychic structure. Buchan, page 305. So I would say a thorough study and a look into somebody like Freud will tell you a lot about someone like Trotsky, being that they're part of the same satanic cult, you know.
А заговорщики, масоны, назовем их, воспользовались перебоями в Петрограде с хлебным снабжением, хотя хлеба в России было тогда завались.
Den 12 mars genomfördes en statskupp kallad februarirevolutionen. Och 3 dagar senare, den 15 mars, tvingade frimurarna tsaren att abdikera under hot att hans familj i annat fall skulle dödas. Han befann sig då i Pskov. Han överlämnade tsarkronan till sin yngste bror Mikael. Men frimurarna blev rasande över att de inte riktigt lyckats förinta tsardömet på 3 dagar. Redan dagen därpå tvingade de bort även Mikael den andre från tronen. Deras mål var att krossa tsarriket. Frimuraren Pavel Miljukov, som blev utrikesminister i den provisoriska regeringen, medger i sina memoarer att februarikuppen var en frimurarkomplott. Den naiva allmänheten var överförtjust. Men när den nya frimurarregeringen inledde en omfattande terrorvåg mot de oppositionella stelnade deras leenden och ersattes av skräckslagna miner. Först dödade man 4 000 polismän. Folkhopar drog omkring liken på gatorna. Sedan dödades många officerare, däribland amiral von Wirén. Förstördes flera monument. Kerensky såg till att brottslingarna släpptes fria. Enbart i Petrograd frigavs 10-tusentals förbrytare. Detta skedde redan på kuppens andra dag. Även i andra städer öppnades fängelseportarna på vid gavel. Fullständig anarki rådde. Brottslingar plundrade förråd, butiker och järnvägsvagnar. Folk mördades och rånades. Alexander Kerensky var det ryska frimureriets högsta råds sekreterare och ledare för Grand Orient i Ryssland.
Что все они были члены, почти все были члены масонской ложи, тоже бесспорно. Значит, если можно назвать это масонским заговором.
Spåren och dokumenten leder oss återigen hit, till Grand Orients högkvarter i Paris. Våren 1917 fick den provisoriska regeringen $1 miljon som bistånd från Schiffs bank, Kuhn Loeb and Company. Bistånd kom även från andra banker. Jacob Schiff finansierade även Lev Trotsky att genomföra revolutionens andra fas.
Homie, like The Masonic provisional government that replaces the Tsar in Russia, this is before the Bolsheviks sort of take the provisional government out of those Masons' hands, is financed by Jacob Schiff. Now, here's what's interesting. A lot of people think like, oh, like the Bolsheviks went against the provisional government and they fought those Masons and they ended up betraying them. That's like sort of like a historical narrative that you often hear. But I found out with that Russia's Crown of Thorns book, that didn't happen at all. Actually, Trotsky and Lenin helped the provisional government under Kerensky get out of the country, and they set them up like in headquarters at the Grand Orient in France. So they didn't want the common people to understand that there was a connection between the Workers' Party, the Bolshevik Communist Party, and the Masons. So they did everything they could to make it appear as if these two organizations working for the same goal. You feel me?
Yeah.
So like that's why you'll see things, and I think it's the same thing with the Nazis. Like you'll see things where it's like, well, why did the Nazis attack the Freemasons? Like, why did they do that? And it's like, did they really? And which Freemasons did they supposedly go after? And what's the internal context of this issue? Like, what's really happening behind the scenes of this? And more often than not, what you find is that they're trying to erase, or try to cause people not to make that connection, that the party systems and masonry are working as dual arms for the bankers to get this goal achieved, and they're getting paid off to do it, of course. Now, I think there was incidents where the Bolsheviks and, let's say, some of the Masons in Russia might have bumped heads on certain things, but on an official level, I think that it was fully acceptance, and they were sending information to help each other. Oh, this is something I just remembered. It was like there was something like the Bolsheviks persecuted the Masons on this particular date, and if you talk to like some of the Soviet sympathizers, they'll bring this up to try to refute you, and even the Masons bring up the same point. But when you actually look into detail, the people, the so-called Masons that they sentenced to terms, those people didn't actually get sentenced to anything. They just had a show trial, and then they let them go off free, and that's documented in Russia's Crown of Thorns as well.
Yeah, and I wonder what they're showing here in this picture. It says bell system. There's a giant bell. And it looks like it's a picture of Jacob Schiff and then a train.
Now, I think the train represents the sealed train that Lenin and the revolutionaries were sent on through Germany, right? And the Germans let them through. That's something that, is covered in None Dare Call It a Conspiracy. There's a few other books that talk about this sealed train that allowed Lenin to get through. And there's a document called the Sasson document that the Zionist and even Nazi sympathizers, they say it's a forgery. But Nesta Webster, she says it's true. Like they were working together, the Germans and the Bolsheviks, very early on. And it was to overthrow the Tsar's government and stop the war, right, between Germany and Russia. In turn to this, I think, well, I mean, there's a whole lot more we could go over, but yeah, that's it. That's the sealed train.
Yeah, and then it's interesting how the Russians, they helped Lincoln, and then there's also the Transcontinental Railroad and the Trans-Siberian or whatever. Like, I always find it interesting how they're built around the same time. Like, I remember that there was like this Lyndon LaRouche documentary that was mentioning how those two were built around the same time, and they helped industrialize like the U.S. and Europe.
Överste Edward Mandelhaus, en mäktig person i USA, såg till att president Woodrow Wilson snabbt, det vill säga författningsvidrigt, ordnade ett amerikanskt pass åt Lev Trotskij så att denne kunde åka till Ryssland och utföra ett maktövertagande. Wall Street-bankiren Paul Warburg blev Trotskijs politiske beskyddare. Vanligtvis tog...
Yeah, see, there's the other guy I mentioned. And I wonder if they'll mention Morgenthau, Untermeyer, and all these other guys that were, like...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it
so many
does.
J's.
You know, these are major players. Like Warburg's a major player, you know. Which the Warburgs were a major player with the Nazis as well. Paul Warburg. It's all connected in that way, which is strange, man.
Warburg.
Paul Warburg blev Trotskijs politiske beskyddare. Vanligtvis torde en amerikan göra allt för att stödja Förenta Staternas allierade i kriget och arbeta mot tyskarna för att spara amerikanska soldaters liv. Men så såg inte bankiren Paul Warburg och hans gelikar det. Ryssland skulle förstöras och en kommunistisk slavregim införas. Enligt UD:s arkiv i Washington var det Jacob Schiff, frimurare i B'nai B'rith, och hans kumpaner Felix Warburg, Otto Kahn, Mortimer Schiff, Isaac Seligman, som redan i februari 1916 gjorde upp planer för att störta den ryske tsaren. I april 1917 bekräftade Jacob Schiff, själv offentligt, att det var tack vare hans finansiella bidrag man kunde tvinga tsaren att abdikera. Varför denna illvilja? Som svar behöver vi i korthet berätta om USAs verkliga historia. Syftet med proteströrelsen mot den höjda T-skatten i de brittiska kolonierna i Nordamerika var inte den verkliga anledningen till grundandet av Förenta Staterna. Verkligheten är mer skrämmande än så. Frimurarna ville ha en bas för framtida brottslig verksamhet. Det amerikanska frimureriet användes på 1700-talet för att skydda organiserad brottslighet, däribland opiumsmuggling, sjöröveri, senare också illegal slavhandel, att lura allmänheten och att skriva om historien. Frimurarfamiljerna Roosevelt, Morgan och andra har dolt sitt vidriga förflutna som opiumsmugglare och sjörövare. I början var det kidnappade vita som i 100-tusental forslades från Storbritannien till Amerika som slavar. USA grundades inte heller på frihetsideal och demokrati. Benjamin Franklin, som var medlem i Grand Orients ökända loge Les Neuf Sœurs, de 9 systrarna, myntade slagordet Join or die, anslut er eller dö. Alla 13 kolonierna fick under tvång bilda en union som symboliserades av ormen. Detta visas upp på kongressbiblioteket i Washington. De 9 systrarna låg under den franska revolutionen bakom ett annat likasinnat slagord. Var min broder, annars dödar jag dig. De 9 systrarna hade ett mycket nära samarbete med illuminaterna, vilka agerade under namnet Jakobinerna. Illuminaterna hade grundats av Adam Weishaupt 1776 i Ingolstadt i Bayern. Jakobinerna bar röda slavmössor, frygiska mössor. liksom de frigivna slavarna i romarriket bar för att
This is
markera
wild.
sitt revolutionära sinne.
This is what I was talking about, actually. So he's covering that history. He's about to connect how the Illuminati in the French Revolution led to B'nai B'rith.
Illuminaternas inflytande är onekligen synligt överallt i den amerikanska huvudstaden, på kongressbiblioteket, riksarkivet och i kongressbyggnaden. George Washington försökte motverka Illuminaternas inflytande, men utan framgång. En av de verkliga orsakerna till inbördeskriget i USA var att frimurarna med sin ledare Albert Pike i spetsen ville grunda världens största slavrike, från Kuba till Mexiko, under beteckningen den amerikanska konfederationen.
Yeah, but they pointed out that they took a lot of slaves from Britain, and there were white slaves that were actually working under the British government, and then they were brought here as prisoners, basically, to fulfill their like indentured servitude, and they were usually in charge of the slaves, but sometimes they would get together with the slaves and try to overthrow the landowning class.
I see.
So there's like a problem. So they had to like subdue the indentured servant population. So I think that's what they were talking about, the white slaves. Yeah.
I see. Hoffman's got a book on that, I think, too. If I'm not mistaken. I forget what it's called. It's something.
Right.
Vars huvudstad skulle ha blivit Richmond i Virginia. Logerna agerade för att förverkliga dessa planer. Icke-frimuraren och republikanen Abraham Lincoln valdes i november 1860 till frimurarnas stora förskräckelse till president. När han tillträdde i Washington utsatte frimurarna honom genast för ett mordförsök. I nästa attentat var hans egen krigsminister Edwin Stanton
I know for
inblandad.
a fact the saying that John Wilkes Booth said after he shot Lincoln, like Sic Semper Tyrannis. If you, man, that Rush's Crown of Thorns, man, he lays out a ritual where it's like, I forget what particular, it's a very high level within Masonry. I know that much. And where like one of the people like appear as Jacques de Molay laying in a coffin, and then the Mason has to sit there and wait till he gets up, and then they say something about tyrants, very similar to what was said by John Wilkes Booth, and their mentality is anybody who goes and
killing the king or like whatever, like the whole like Mirtha's king. Mirtha's the king.
Yeah, them boys don't like no religion. They don't like no kings. So they trying to kill all that. I don't know.
Stanton var frimurare.
Well, it makes sense because the Jews and the Freemasons brought about the democracy stuff, right? So it's like, so there's a direct correlation.
Their lawless system. Absolutely. And it's all rooted in this rejection. Well, like Father Seraphim was talking about, like we see it as paganism combining with reason to turn against Christianity. And what do you get out of it? You get something like Freemasonry, right? A revolutionary Freemasonry. That is like Trotsky wanted to join it because it's like we're forcefully, implementing Enlightenment ideology into the world. We need progress, right? It's that obsession with progress. And if the world doesn't get behind the progress they see fit, then the world has to be destroyed, because the ends justify the means.
Okay. So I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear.
All right. Because my shit's just like blacked out or whatever. But yeah, I'm just gonna play this.
Då valde frimurarledaren general Albert Pike en annan lösning, inbördeskrig, vilket inleddes den 12 april 1800.
But yeah, I think like if I'm not mistaken, like Hume and Bentham and like some of the British involvement in the French Revolution as well.
Right.
They could have like they had some involvement in funding the uprising in France because I think Britain and France would always go to war with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like before that.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't doubt it. I feel like there was a lot of underhanded political games being played at that time. I sent you a book by Abbe Burrell, something like that. That entire book's Jesuits' perspective on the Illuminati during the French Revolution. Super interesting stuff, man. And he says it pretty right. You would think people get caught up in the fact that the guy is a Jesuit, but there was still distinctions being made at that time. I don't think the Jesuits at that time were, at least he wasn't a part of what was going on. He clearly seen what was going on. And Nesta Webster's got a book on the French Revolution that Father Seraphim covers in Orthodox Survival Course. And those two accompany each other well. If you read Nesta Webster's The French Revolution and then you contrast it with the Orthodox Survival Course, that's great stuff, man. Along with that Burrell book. Just giving some resources to anybody that's.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of the stuff is weird, and yeah, dude, that House resolution. I found that again. That shit's weird. No odd laws.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was going over some stuff from the 1600s and the 1500s. Like, there's a lot of weird shit where you got like a bunch of people studying the Kabbalah. You got John Locke and Henry Moore, and all these people studying the Kabbalah. So by the 1600s, I think if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's interesting.
Everybody wanted to be a true, Mason or a Rosicrucian or a Gnostic or, anything that was kind of strange and new. That's where men's minds were heading, and you could tell from all the important thinkers from that area or people they tell you who's important. It's ridden with that ideology, I don't know, Voltaire comes to mind or something like that. You know what I mean? It's like that's where it's heading, and you could see how the nihilism and our current mentality sort of developed from these thinkers. It's unfortunate. And you see, at least what I see is like how much Freemasonry has had a stronghold on our media for these ideas to sort of become mainstream, And if you don't have the historical context to know where those ideas come from, then you're sort of, lost in the sauce, man.
Motståndarna utsatte Lincoln för påtryckningar för att grunda en centralbank. Lincoln motsatte sig idén. Han vände sig till Ryssland för att få hjälp. Tsar Alexander II skickade sin flotta till Lincolns förfogande, vilken också ingrep i kriget. Frimurarna hatade Lincoln för att han krossade deras stora dröm om ett globalt slavrike. 5 dagar efter inbördeskrigets slut, den 9 april 1865, sköt 33 gradens frimurare John Wilkes Booth president Lincoln på Ford Theater. Året därpå gjordes ett försök att döda tsar Alexander II. Efter inbördeskriget hamnade Pike inför rätta och dömdes till fängelse för förräderi. Frimurarna vände sig genast till president Andrew Johnson, som var 4:e gradens frimurare. Den 22 april 1866 benådade president Johnson honom. Dagen därpå besökte Pike presidenten i Vita huset. Den 20 juni 1867 steg president Johnson i graderna från den 4:e grad han innehade till den 32:a graden inom den skotska riten.
Som förebild för Vita huset användes det tidigare frimurarpalatset i Dublin.
Obeliskerna är förknippade med offer. Obeliskerna är förknippade med offer.
And yeah, this from Jefferson. It says to compare the morals of the Old with those of the New Testament would require an attentive study of the former, search through all its books for its precepts, through all its history for its practices, and the principles they prove, commentaries too on these, the philosophy of the Hebrews must be acquired into their Mishnah, their Gemara, the Kabbalah, the Jazira, the Zohar, the Kasri, and their Talmud must be examined and understood in order to do them full justice. And he's writing that in a letter to Adams. John Adams.
Frimurarnas obelisk, bestående av 14 delar med Illuminaternas eller Lucifers låga högst på spetsen, restes år 1941 nära det ställe vid Dealey Plaza i Dallas, Texas, där man valde att skjuta president John F. Kennedy till döds den 22 november 1963 under skorpionens tecken. Obelisken står på den 33:e breddgraden. Den 4 juni 1963 utfärdade president John F. Kennedy dekret Executive Order nummer 11.110, vilket återgav regeringen rätten att ge ut sedlar utan att gå genom centralbanken Federal Reserve. Kennedy ville göra slut på kriget i Vietnam och hindra Israel från att skaffa atombomber och blev därmed fiende till frimuraren David Ben Gurion, Israels premiärminister. Den halvdålige skytten Lee Harvey Oswald skulle inte kunnat få iväg 3 skott med 2 träffar inom 5,6 sekunder från sitt påstådda gömställe på 6:e våningen i skolbokslagret vid Elm Street. Åklagaren Jim Garrison i New Orleans menade att minst 3 skyttar var inblandade i den korseld som förekom. På de osensurerade bilderna framgick att Kennedy träffades av fler än 2 skott och att minst 1 kom framifrån. Syndabocken Oswald undanröjdes. Kennedy ersattes med den höge frimuraren Lyndon Baines Johnson som gjorde allt för att sanningen om mordet inte skulle komma fram. Frimurarna är sannoliken hämndlystna. Kapten William Morgan hade en central ställning inom orden. Därmed kom han över några fruktansvärda hemligheter i sin Batavia Lodge nummer 433 i Batavia, New York. Han reste runt i USA för att varna andra loger. År 1826 förklarade han att det var hans plikt att varna även allmänheten för frimurarnas hemliga planer. Morgan skrev kontrakt med bokförläggaren överste David C. Miller för att avslöja frimurarelitens dunkla förehavanden. Frimurarna kidnappade Morgan och dränkte honom sedan i Niagarafloden. En av de inblandade frimurarna, John Whitney, bekände mordet på Morgan för sin läkare på dödsbädden år 1860. År 1882 restes i Batavia ett monument till William Morgans ära. Respekterad medborgare i Batavia och frihetsmartyr skrev och berättade sanningen, bortfördes och mördades av frimurarna för att ha avslöjat ordens hemligheter. Jacob Schiff tillsammans med andra höga frimurare gjorde allt för att hämnas på Ryssland och där införa det grymmaste slavsystem världen någonsin skådat. Den 27 mars 1917 steg den 37-årige Lev Trotskij tillsammans med sin familj och 275 internationella terrorister och äventyrare i New York ombord på det norska fartyget Christianiafjord för att fara till Europa och avsluta revolutionen i Ryssland. Dessutom åkte en del kriminella amerikanska kommunister, mäklare från Wall Street och affärsmän med. Det mest intressanta uttalandet av Trotskij var att Ryssland var vårt av revolutionen befriade land. Den 3 april 1917 då Christiania Fjord gjorde uppehåll i Halifax, Nova Scotia, arresterade den kanadensiska polisen Lev Trotsky, hans fru, 2 barn och ytterligare 5 ryska socialister. Nikita Mukhin, Leiba Fishilev, Konstantin Romanenko, Grigorij Chudnovsky, Gerson Milichansky. Trotskys nära kamrater Valadarski och Oritsky stannade kvar på båten. Trotsky greps på grund av ett telegram av den 29 mars 1917 från London. Man meddelade att Bronstein Trotsky med sina socialistkumpaner var på väg till Ryssland för att där inleda en revolution mot den sittande regeringen. För detta ändamål hade Trotsky fått $10,000 av tyskarna. Vid kroppsvisitation hittade polisen $10,000 hos honom. Han förklarade att pengarna kom från Tyskland, men ville inte närmare kommentera det. Kanadensarna misstänkte Trotsky för samarbete med tyskarna. Det var den brittiska underrättelsetjänsten, vars agent Trotsky var, som ville leda bort misstankarna från Trotsky genom denna skenmanöver. Allting bekräftas av de handlingar som finns i Kanadas riksarkiv. Kanadensarna fick till och med instruktioner om att inte låta Trotsky arbeta i interneringslägret. De brittiska myndigheterna var informerade om att Kerensky, Lenin och några andra ryska medborgare finansierades av tyska generalstaben från och med år 1915. Plötsligt kom kontraorder från brittiska ambassaden i Washington om att släppa Bronstein och hans kumpaner. Ambassaden hade från UD i Washington fått ett krav att försätta Bronstein Trotsky på fri fot såsom varande amerikansk medborgare utrustad med amerikanskt pass. Washington krävde att kanadensarna skulle vara tillmötesgående gentemot Bronstein. Enligt amerikanska förklaringar var det Kerensky som ville få Trotsky fri. Trotsky släpptes verkligen 5 dagar senare, den 4 maj. Sedan gjorde man allt för att dölja dessa fakta för den kanadensiska allmänheten. Ty myndigheterna visste att de genom att släppa Trotsky förlängde världskriget. Efter Trotsky kom från USA ytterligare 8,000 internationella revolutionärer som talade jiddisch sinsemellan. Den estniske socialisten Alexander Keskula föreslog den 7 september 1914 för den tyske ambassadören Gisbert von Romberg att använda Lenin som en trojansk häst för att ingå separatfred med Ryssland. Frimuraren Alexander Parvus, egentligen Israel Gelfand, som hade organiserat 1905 års revolution, fick 1915 i uppdrag att värva Lenin och hans kumpaner som tyska agenter. Även Keskula förmedlade 250 000 mark till bolsjevikerna. Tyskarnas mål var att bolsjevikerna skulle ingå en separatfred när de väl hade kommit till makten. Senare påstod dock Parvus att han verkligen drog i många av trådarna under februarikuppen, medan han bodde i Stockholm vid Stureplan. Den 2 april 1917 sände greve Ulrich von Brockdorff-Rantzau från Köpenhamn till inrikesministeriet i Berlin ett strängt hemligt telegram.
Vi måste genast försöka att i Ryssland åstadkomma ett så omfattande kaos som möjligt. Samtidigt måste man undvika att öppet blanda sig i den ryska revolutionens gång. Men i hemlighet borde man göra allt för att öka motsättningarna mellan de moderata och extrema partierna. Ty vi är ganska intresserade av de sistnämnda seger, eftersom statskuppen då vore en oundviklighet.
Lenins resa godkändes av kansler Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, som tillhörde bankirfamiljen Bethmann i Frankfurt am Main. Den 9 april anträdde Lenin med sin grupp resan från Bern i Schweiz till Petrograd. tidigare Sankt Petersburg i Ryssland. Den tyske generalmajoren Max Hoffmann skrev senare: Vi kunde inte förutse denna fara som mänskligheten genom bolsjevikernas resa till Ryssland utsattes för. Vagnen där Lenin och hans 32 kumpaner färdades var inte alls plomberad som man enligt en myt har gjort gällande. De tyska myndigheterna hade endast bett revolutionärerna att inte lämna vagnen, där också 2 tyska officerare medföljde. Lenin ankom till Stockholms central strax före klockan 10 på morgonen fredagen den 13 april 1917. Vid Stockholms centralstation möttes Lenin och hans kumpaner av Stockholms socialistiske borgmästare Carl Lindhagen. En socialistisk riksdagsman, Erik Palmstierna, anade hur farlig Lenin egentligen kunde bli och föreslog därför att ordna en polisprovokation på centralen och i tumultet se till att Lenin blev skjuten. Men man skrattade ut honom. I Stockholm stannade Lenin i drygt 8 timmar. Huvudsakligen befann han sig på hotell Regina på Drottninggatan. Han åkte vidare samma kväll klockan 18.37 mot Haparanda. Innan dess hann svenska socialister på pub köpa en kostym och den världsberömda kepsen åt honom. Samtidigt träffade Lenin Hans Steinwachs, den tyske spionchefen i Skandinavien. Fackföreningsledaren Fabian Månsson organiserade en insamling bland riksdagsmännen. Till och med Sveriges borgerliga utrikesminister Arvid Lindman gav Lenin 100 kronor, som var mycket pengar då. En frimurare hjälpte en annan. Dessutom gav den svenska flyktingkommittén 3000 kronor till Lenin. Han anlände till Petrograds Finlandsstation tillsammans med sina kumpaner på kvällen den 16 april klockan 23.10. Frimuraren Nikolaj Chidze, som var ordförande i Petrograds Sovjet, kom med blommor och höll ett välkomsttal. Den 17 april sände Steinwachs följande telegram till Berlin. Lenins resa till Ryssland gick bra. Han gör precis det som vi önskar av honom. Totalt kom till Ryssland 25 000 internationella revolutionärer. Illuminatledaren Giuseppe Mazzini hade proklamerat: Det gamla Europa dör. Dödsdomen över kejsardömen, monarkier och aristokratin är det resultat på vilket denna epoks alla strävanden kommer att inriktas. Lenin hade år 1914 blivit medlem i den mest undergrävande Grand Orient-logen, de 9 systrarna. Frimurarna räknade med att de okunniga arbetarna inte skulle kunna se Hermes skugga i den arbetarrörelse de själva hade skapat för att ännu effektivare förslava sina offer. I början var de svenska frimurarna så självsäkra, med Palm i spetsen, att de inte dolde ett symboliskt samband mellan socialdemokratin och frimureriet, som syns här i en arbetarföreningsvimpel från år 1883. Arbetarna bedras på ett sätt och borgarna på ett annat. I juli 1917 läcktes uppgifter om Lenins och Trotskijs kontakter med den tyska underrättelsetjänsten till tidningsredaktionerna. Den provisoriska regeringen förbjöd publiceringen av uppgifterna. Men den socialistiska tidningen Det levande ordet ignorerade förbudet. Och den 18 juli publicerade socialrevolutionärerna Grigorij Aleksinskis och Vasilij Pankratovs artikel om tyskarnas penningbidrag till Lenins parti. De tyska pengarna hade förts från en bank i Berlin via Nya banken Olof Aschberg i Stockholm till Sibirienbanken i Petrograd. Dagen därpå började även andra tidningar att publicera telegram som rapporterade om överföringar av tyska pengar till Petrograds bolsjeviker under olika oskyldiga förevändningar. Den provisoriska regeringens beskickning i Stockholm till och med hjälpte bolsjevikerna att med kurirpost smuggla en del av de tyska pengarna till Petrograd. Detta framgick ur Lenins brevväxling med Ganetsky Fürstenberg. Allt detta var ytterst pinsamt för den provisoriska regeringen. Lenin började ge ut ett stort antal tidningar och tidskrifter, totalt 41. Däribland 17 dagstidningar. Med dessa pengar betalade bolsjevikerna 10-70 rubel för deltagandet i strejker och demonstrationer och 120-149 rubel för våldsaktioner. Den 20 juli utfärdade den provisoriska regeringen en häktningsorder på Lenin, Grigorij Zinoviev och Lev Kamenev, Rosenfeld. Den 22 juli klockan 23 lämnade Lenin tillsammans med Zinoviev Petrograd. Det märkvärdiga och gåtfulla var att ingen trots häktningsorden letade efter Lenin. Det fanns ingen som ville gripa honom, trots att den sovjetiska propagandan senare hävdade motsatsen.
Justitieminister Alexander Kerensky blev premiärminister.
Andrei Wyszynski var den åklagare som skulle åtala bolsjevikerna. Under Stalintiden dömde han massor av bolsjeviker till döden som brittiska agenter. I augusti 1917 reste en Röda Kors-delegation till Petrograd i Ryssland för att överlägga med bolsjevikledarna om de slutliga detaljerna inför ett rött maktövertagande. Bland deltagarna fanns 7 läkare. De andra var bankirer från New York, däribland John P. Morgan Jr. och Jacob Schiff. Den 1 september beordrade ryska arméns ÖB, general Lavr Kornilov, sina kosacker att anfalla Petrograd. Den 7 september sade general Kornilov till sin stabschef: "Det är dags att hänga tyskarnas supportrar och spioner med Lenin i spetsen. Och vi måste spränga sovjeterna så att de aldrig mer kan samlas igen." Kerensky blev panikslagen. Under upproret samarbetade den provisoriska regeringen och bolsjevikerna mot Kornilov. Annars skulle spelet ha varit förlorat. Lenin hade glömt sin egen paroll: inget stöd till den provisoriska regeringen. Amerikanska UD:s arkiv visar att den amerikanske ambassadören David Francis i Petrograd var välinformerad om bolsjevikernas planer. I Vita huset visste man minst 6 veckor i förväg när bolsjevikerna skulle överta makten. Detta datum hade fastställts till den 8 november, vilket råkade sammanfalla med Trotskijs födelsedag. USAs president Wilson visste i förväg att bolsjevikernas maktövertagande skulle förlänga första världskriget. Han gjorde ingenting för att stoppa dessa planer. Tvärtom gjorde han allt för att befrämja dem. USA var ju den enda makt som kammade hem en enorm vinst på kriget. Alla andra stater förlorade kolossala summor och blev skyldiga USA 14 miljarder dollar. Man har räknat ut att de internationella finanskretsarna tjänade totalt 208 miljarder dollar på första världskriget. Också den brittiska regeringen kände till bolsjevikernas planer. Ty även Storbritannien rekommenderade minst 6 veckor före maktskiftet sina undersåtar att lämna Ryssland. Myndigheterna visste att Lenin redan i oktober var i Petrograd. En officiell person fick detta bekräftat av Lenins syster Maria. Den provisoriska regeringen försökte inte på något sätt förfölja eller gripa Lenin. Bolsjevikernas planer att överta makten var inte alls någon hemlighet för allmänheten. Allra minst för den provisoriska regeringen. Ty Zinoviev och Kamenev skrev helt öppet därom den 31 oktober i tidningen Novaya Жизнь. Också Lenin hade offentligt talat om det vid flera tillfällen. Myndigheterna kände till bolsjevikernas planer i detalj. Så varför gjorde de ingenting om det inte var ett samspel? Kerensky vägrade att kommendera specialtrupper till Petrograd då man föreslog detta. Trotskij hade redan den 25 oktober bildat en militärrevolutionär kommitté. Till detta organ överlämnades makten i all tysthet redan den 3 november. Lenin, som inte var född den 22 april 1870 utan den 23 april, var inte ens den som organiserade maktövertagandet den 7 november 1917. Det var egentligen Trotskij som inte ens ville släppa in Lenin i Smolny, konspiratörernas stav. När makten väl låg i händerna på bolsjevikerna sa Lenin till Trotskij på tyska: Es schwindelt, jag får yrsel. Vid 18-tiden den 7 november beordrade rektorn för artilleristernas kadettskola i Mikhailovsk sina kadetter att lämna vinterpalatset. Även kosackerna avlägsnade sig. Den provisoriska regeringen gjorde allt för att så fredligt som möjligt överlämna vinterpalatset till bolsjevikerna. Samtidigt hade den ju ingen som helst makt kvar. Teatrarna gav sina föreställningar, restaurangerna var öppna. Ingen märkte att någonting egendomligt var i görningen. Trotskij hade den 7 november klockan 14.35 bekräftat att den provisoriska regeringen inte existerade längre. Klockan 10 hade man på sovjeternas kongress proklamerat: den statliga makten ligger hos den militärrevolutionära kommittén. Rödgardisterna väntade med att gå in i vinterpalatset trots att det inte fanns några vakter som skyddade sidodörren. Någon stormning av vinterpalatset ägde aldrig rum. Allting gick lugnt till. Inget blod spilldes. Rödgardisterna bara väntade till klockan 1:30 på natten. När bolsjevikerna helt lugnt hade gått in genom obevakade ingångar promenerade de omkring i hallar och korridorer, hälsade vänligt på försvararna som inte bjöd något motstånd. Ledamoten av militärrevolutionära kommittén och Trotskijs kamrat Vladimir Antonov Avseenko kom med sina rödgardister fram till Malakitsalongen strax före klockan 2 och ställde sig att vänta bakom den dörr som ledde till den provisoriska regeringens sammanträdesrum. Regeringen, utom Kerensky, hade mot allt förnuft samlats där. Varför? Antonov Avseenko bara stod och tittade på klockan. Rödgardister och matroser stod också och väntade på Antonov Avseenkos signal. Så stod de där och dröjde i omkring 10 minuter. Då klockan blev 2:10 sade Antonov Avseenko till rödgardisterna: nu är det dags. Para. Han öppnade dörren och sade något mycket kryptiskt till ministrarna. Mina herrar, er tid är ute. Vid en närmare astrologisk kontroll upptäcker man att solen just då stod exakt mitt i skorpionens tecken. 14 grader och 58 minuter. Skorpionen är det 8:e tecknet i zodiaken. Brottets och dödens tecken.
Uh-oh. Getting into the Scorpio
Trotskij
and
fyllde
shit.
den 8 november 38 år.
Oh,
och spektaklet blev samtidigt hans födelsedagskalas. Bolsjevikerna förlorade parlamentsvalet men fortsatte att regera. Och när massorna protesterade öppnade rödgardisterna eld och dödade 10 personer i samband med öppnandet av den konstituerande församlingen den 5 januari 1918. Sedan började bolsjevikerna terrorisera och plundra befolkningen helt öppet under slagordet "Råna det som rånats". Lenin fick ihop ofantliga rikedomar. Tjeckisterna brukade ofta gripa hela familjer och tortera barnen inför föräldrarnas ögon och hustrun inför mannens för att få fram guldföremål. Detta jätterån förvandlades liksom till en sjuk affärstransaktion. New York Herald Tribune ansåg:
Det verkar som om bolsjevikrevolutionen i Ryssland i själva verket vore en jättelik finansoperation, vars mål är att överföra kontrollen över stora penningbelopp från ryssarna till europeiska och amerikanska banker.
Hon loopen.
Oh, he left. I was going to tell him that the guy is Estonian. So maybe when he comes back, I'll tell him again.
Yeah, I think the communist networks are still active. Like, I remember joining this Discord channel for like Iranian gathering, and it was full of communists. And I was like totally shocked, and it scared me. And so I don't know. I don't like communists. I don't like communism. Just making that clear. Like, you know, like right after that. But you know, they do spread their crap everywhere. Like to Central Asia also, like lots of like propaganda. That's a whole different field. Like you look at how they spread communism, Bolshevism to Central Asia also, like Kazakhstan. Yeah, they did a lot of propagandization in Kazakhstan and other Central Asian countries too.
Why you gotta call it Kazakhstan?
Yeah, they
No,
did
you're
a
right.
lot.
Can you guys hear?
So, hey, I want
Sorry
to
to interrupt you. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, but I was saying that
Okay,
he's
cool.
from
I just wanna make sure you
Estonia,
guys- Very cool.
so he might be.
Lena is from Estonia. Yeah. Hey, but here's a question I got for you guys. Do you think, especially with the German guy, right? Do you think if you look into this is the truth of the matter is there was a segment of Freemasonry that was more aligned with leftist ideology, right? But there was another form of Freemasonry at that time that was associated with like the Thule Society and viewing instead of the occult roots of Masonry being Jewish, rather they seen it as Egyptian. Does that make sense?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about that recently. Have you noticed there's been a lot of people going around and spreading Nazism and communism? I think they call it Natspo, National Bolshevism. Yeah, and that must be like
it's a dialectic.
Yes, dialectic. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. And you know, you can find the Nazis attacking Masons. That's true. But is it the same Masons that promoted the Thule Society with Eckhart and I think it's Memphis Mizraim, if I had to guess. And I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And our other people will come to that conclusion. Now, there was sects of Masonry that were against each other, but we can also there's documented evidence that the Nazis were getting funding from Rothschild entities. $60 million, something like that. There's multiple documentation you could find where they were getting funding from the same people who were funding the Bolsheviks. And in the same way, the Bolsheviks seemed to be against the Masons, but behind closed doors, it was to cause a separation in the mind of the people in Russia that there was a difference between the the communists and the Masons, or the communists and the capitalists, and there's always this so-called, them being so-called enemies, and they might persecute somebody that seems to be a part of Masonry, but as a whole, was it all Masons being persecuted? What's the details and the distinctions in that? And I think that when you closely examine the situation in Germany and in Russia, you'll find the same thing, that there were some Masons that were against the Bolsheviks, and there were some that were supportive of the Bolsheviks, but the root ideology is Masonic in nature.
Yeah, it's definitely some, Masonic and probably some other interrelated secret organizations, which are probably most likely Masonic.
With the
too.
Nazis, the Third Reich, this concept is millenarianism. It is Killism. There will be this 1,000-year reign, and this superhuman, Nietzschean mistake, where there's a misinterpretation of Nietzsche being applied to the ethnicity, which that's always been a strategy of these oligarchs, is to divide nations based on racial identity or economic distinctions. It's always a divide game. That's what I'm trying to point out. Either they'll use race as the basis for the divide, or they'll use economics.
So what you guys be trying to say up in here? You trying to say that America's a Jewish science experiment or some shit?
I'm saying America is a Freemasonic experiment, and so was Germany, and so was Russia. And
So
we
Jewish.
our politicians have. It's not
So a
just
Jewish
Jewish.
science experiment.
It's
Right.
not just Jewish. I would say that the Zionists consider themselves humanist, right? So it's there's ethnic Jews involved, but religious belief, I feel as if it's there is no solid ground, because they don't care about religion, they care about resources. They might use the religion as a basis to justify certain acts. So Judaism is only a tool to be used for the justification of establishing Israel on the lands belonging to the Palestinian people, right? It's like,
So okay.
they
So
don't
you're
really
saying that
have any
Freemason.
religious belief.
So are you saying that Freemasonry supersedes Judaism ultimately?
No, I would say that Freemasonry is a the Gentile version of the synagogue, right? And that there is a Jewish form of Freemasonry that supersedes all other forms of Freemasonry. That's known as B'nai B'rith. And what is directing B'nai B'rith, as far as I understand, is Rothschild money. It's a banking, monopoly going on behind the scenes, and they all have the same intention. Now, the people that join Masonry might not necessarily understand what the end goal of the Masons is. That's why Herzl, who established Zionism, one of the founders of Zionism, says that the Gentile Mason doesn't even know what Freemasonry is about, and he calls them pigs. All right. So,
Well, maybe Herzl was just a hurt soul. Is that possible?
you gay, bro. You so gay.
Well, how much longer is this documentary? So,
oh man, in the damn documentary, go.
It's an hour. It's an hour left. If we say nothing for the rest of the time, then we can watch the entire thing. So
yeah, shut up.
Because I gotta go in an hour. I gotta go in exactly an hour. So we have to literally say nothing and just watch it.
is this thing worth completing? Has anybody completed it yet?
Yeah,
I've watched it. Yeah, I've seen the documentary before.
We're gonna get strike down by the copyright gods. I don't care.
Man.
I don't care. But about that. But yeah. Well, I thought we were gonna talk about the thing as we go, but I just was super busy.
Well, I've been busy right now too.
So I just heard
I
this
gotta go. I mean, if you guys want to do this, you can. If you want to stop, you can. I gotta go.
No. Yeah, I have some questions for you actually before you go. Honestly, I have a question.
All right. right. Yeah. What's up?
Do you think, I'm not trying to insinuate anyone is involved in it, but do you think that something like this is happening again, like with the Bolshevik rise and the
Yes.
Third Reich, because I noticed on Discord, there are a lot of people that are trying to convert people to esoteric Nazism or to communism, both either of those extremes. Do you think that's organic or by design?
I think it's organic and it's of the Antichrist spirit. And it's both and. So it's organically developing, but it's being perpetuated through social media as well. So it's both. But it's spiritual at its root. That's what I would say, is like the same spirit that influenced the lawlessness that would happen after the death of Tsar Nicholas that led to, the Second World War and the Cold War and everything that happened in between there. It's the world being spiritually directed towards Antichrist and those and the spirituality of Antichrist. So that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I appreciate your response. Yeah, that was the only question I wanted to answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the only way I know how to explain it, because otherwise, I mean, it just seems like, what's the chances of all these things developing in this way that seem to be directing towards a world communist government? And I only know from a prophetic standpoint that this is said to happen. And all these people that say it's going to happen, it's going to be peaceful and man can finally live in a utopia and be safe. They're selling it like that. So yeah.
Are you jutopophobic?
No, I hate you. How about that? Shut up.
No, I wanted to talk about some of the stuff more. I just been hearing this like French guy or whatever he is. Like I
He's
just been hearing him
Estonian,
talk.
dude. Get your
Okay,
languages
Estonian.
straight, man. And you can't even look. Listen to
Look,
the nihilist.
I'm in America.
Neuro.
This guy needs to
I'm
speak American.
American, so I can't read subtitles. I have a problem with subtitles. Dude, you're retarded, bro.
Well,
Shut
I
up,
work.
boy.
Sometimes I work with my hands, so I can't be looking at no screen, boy.
Man, you need to read, dude. You need to read, bro, and get your mind stuck off them shorts. Your head turn into a short world, bro.
That's true, actually. That's true. Well, at least I'm making them.
Hey, man.
I make the brain rot. I don't consume. Well, I do consume it, but I consume it to create it. Okay. All right. Sorry, go.
I think that is a major problem. I think that the majority of the American people have been programmed for the short. It's lowering attention span, so you don't have the attention span to make distinctions and